Jay a favor, pulling your ass out 1 week before a certain event. This is so obvious what you're doing.
This is why nobody likes you.
Pulling your ass out. This is all part of the script.
You always got to be the guy with the last word.
You're the big cool guy. Your ass out.
Because you're a baby. You're not that smart. ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest.
I tried to do you a favor. I fucked you.
You couldn't just let it fucking go, right? You gotta just keep pushing. Gotta push it. See, you just want to push it because you're a baby. And you made a channel with them trying to troll me.
Your ass out.
That's how much you took it to heart.
Ooh, big boy.
You're not that smart.
What are you talking about?
Tommy probably knows. You're not exactly known for smooth transactions and making friends, are you?
Your ass out. You triggered so hard. Ass out. It's so funny.
Tommy probably knows. Let's suck OC's cock. Go ahead. You've got to jump from side to side.
Does it hurt?
You got 40 subscribers.
I'm going to ask Higgins something, and I want him to answer honestly. Can you do that, Higgins?
Look, you're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna reply or not.
You fuck me, you moron. What are you?
That is just another lie.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell anyone but Germans. Real favor.
What are you talking about? This is so obvious what you're doing.
Stop coming on all the channels promoting your little bullshit. Nobody cares. You could go make fun of my watch, which is one of the hottest watches out, but you can make fun of it. Okay. No, I'm not a little child. You're the little child who keeps bringing it up.
You're triggered. You're triggered so hard. It's so funny.
You want to be a dick? Now we'll play hard.
You're the big cool guy.
ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest. He's now banned from every channel or I'm out. Now you want to see Diva? Go suck OC's cock.
Now you want to see Diva? Ladies and germs, today is ASMR Fiking Watch Talk. I am your host until Archie arrives, and I appreciate everybody joining us this afternoon. I'll start by saying hi to a couple folks in the chat. We got Mookie with the first ASMR. Nice to see you, Mookie. We got The Reaper. I see you, Reaper. Got Danger Will Robinson in the house. Hey, Danger Will Robinson. We got Darth Negus in the house. Where's my steak? Pound the Drums is saying, let's go Lions. Detroit fan himself. Forbin Colossus. The pre-talk talk show. A feature of the Archieverse. Yes, this is where we get our watch talk in before all the mayhem starts. And Archie, he zones out for about 3 hours. So I figure I could slide in a bit of watch talk and just riff with the chat, see what you guys are up to. We got Mad Mike in the house. What's up, guys? What's going on, Mad Mike? And RC Robertson says he's upvoted. Thank you so much. And Dean Machine WFO says 13 minutes till 4:20. Hopefully, Dean, you're enjoying yourself and you're going to have a good 4:20. The Undertaker's up early in Australia. It says, good morning, fuckers. Good morning, Undertaker. Hope you're well. I miss seeing your videos of you walking around and giving us some good content as you're walking around doing your thing. And Mikey Casio GTR says, soft cock, stroking watch talk. Whoops. What's up? The Dodger in the house. Great to have some tan watch talk. Thanks, Dodger. I've been doing this for the last couple of days. Figure I'd do an hour or so before Archie shows up. And I think a lot of folks are itching for a bit of watch talk as well because the main shows, obviously can be unpredictable and go in many different directions. So get your watch fill in here if you like. I'm dropping the link for anybody who wants to join me. And I can talk about any topics you guys want to talk about. Yeah, Mikey Casio, all good over here. We got DeMarco 911. Wow, great time. Yeah, DeMarco, I'm trying to cater to some of our European friends and UK friends that when I was over in the UK, I was a little shocked at how late the show actually comes on, the main show, and guys like Danny and ABC that are up till I don't even know, 3-4 in the morning sometimes when it comes to watching the show. So I remember sitting there in the UK wishing it was at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock there was a show on, and honestly there's a bit of a void in the YouTube space. So I like to do a little bit earlier for my European friends. Yeah, Dodger says he's here to fill his guts. Well, Dodger, I got a spectacular watch up on here on the screen. This is the 5811 1G, the updated version of the Nautilus. This one is in white gold. So Patek Philippe had discontinued the 5711 not too long ago. which was a stainless steel model, and they have launched the Nautilus, the blue dial Nautilus, just basic three-hander in a precious metal configuration, which is, the brand itself is a bit scared of leaning in too much on steel. The CEO, the president, Terry Stern, has quoted um, IWC as an example of why he does not want to lean in on steel, because what he said was, when IWC did that back in the day, IWC used to be a precious metal brand. When they did that back in the day, they could never go back. And so he's worried that, if I start producing a bunch of sport watches, well, that's not really my brand. And the Patek brand definitely has a pretty deep breadth of different types of watches, lots of dress watches, obviously some sport models, and other pieces. But they really don't want to be known as a one-trick pony or a sport watch brand, by any stretch of the imagination. So they're definitely leaning a bit more towards precious metal. That's obviously why you see this Nautilus being reintroduced as a precious metal piece. Now, a lot of speculation around whether, when they update the model in, 5-10 years, who knows, will it actually go back to a stainless steel model? The Aquanaut 5167 is actually, it's getting pretty old now. It's had a pretty long run. So how they reiterate and reimagine that piece is going to be very interesting, whether they continue it with steel or whether they lean in more on their steel in their dress pieces, which you're seeing with pieces like the 5212 weekly calendar, the 5395 world time chronograph. So really hard to predict. I would be surprised if they don't keep at least a basic three-hander steel sports model, because obviously that's what everyone's after. But you know the brand works in mysterious ways. So let's see what else the chat's saying here. Forbin says Federico said Nautilus was the entry level Patek for those who couldn't afford a traditional Patek. Thoughts? It's a good comment. So when I first bought my first Patek Philippe was actually the 5711 blue dial in steel, and that was in 2016 when I picked it up. And when I was searching for, just like everybody else, I was going on the forums and I was asking about, what's a good starting point. And even back then, it was, hey, you should get a Nautilus, or hey, you should get an Aquanaut. And honestly, I always say this: at that time, the Aquanaut was always called the poor man's Nautilus. So you don't hear that today. You don't hear anybody refer to the Aquanaut as a poor man's Nautilus, because the Aquanaut is considered one of the hype pieces or blue chip pieces. Um, so was it a entry level Patek for those who couldn't afford a traditional Patek? So the Nautilus was definitely on the cheaper end of the scale when it came to Patek. So if you were buying from an 80 at the time, I think the watch retailed when I bought mine for about 24,000 US dollars. So definitely not a very expensive piece comparative to like a perpetual calendar, which retails for like 100 grand, call it. So I would say at a different time it was probably true. I think today it's definitely not true. Nautiluses are going for well over 100 grand US, and so if you wanted to get one on the secondary market, you can definitely afford a Grand Complication Patek Philippe at that price point. So I would say it's not as relevant today. It was relevant at some point in time, so maybe a bit of a dated comment is my response to that. Mikey Castro says, I'm an insomniac, 9:10 p.m. and still thinking what to do for dinner. I was actually the same way, Mikey, when I was in the UK, and I was eating late around 9:10 p.m. But hey, you wanted something to listen to and check out while you're having your dinner or a snack or a drink or whatever. And yeah, you know what? I just felt that at that time slot, it was ripe for people to hop on and just either contribute in the chat or just listen to some watch talks. So DeMarco911 is asking, do you think Patek brand gets sold? So the rumors were that the brand was definitely up for sale a few years ago. And interestingly enough, a lot of folks don't know that the Tiffany edition of the Nautilus wasn't, because if you think about kind of the timeline, right? They do this Tiffany release, and then not shortly after, or shortly after, Patek ends its relationship with Tiffany on a pretty large scale, a brand that's been with them for over 100 years. The original owners of Patek Philippe, Anthony, Patek was one of the guys who would travel to the United States and build relationships with retailers, and Tiffany was one of the oldest ones. So the Tiffany Nautilus was actually also known or rumored to be a valuation play by the brand, where they could say, "Well, hey, look, you're valuing our company at X, but our brand is actually worth more, much more. And if we do a release like this, you'll see." So they do this release, and you see these watches trading, in the millions of dollars, and that's just a short run release that they did, and they're really showing those that are looking to buy the company that, hey, look, like, we're probably worth a heck of a lot more than what you're thinking. So, do I think the brand will eventually get sold? Maybe. I don't think it's going to get sold in Thierry Stern's generation. I think he's a very, I would say he doesn't have a lot of interest right now to probably sell his company. It all depend on how his family and posterity kind of wants to take over the brand, if they want to take over the brand in the future. It is one of the last few houses that is still independently owned, not owned by a conglomerate. Give it a dig point. I put it Higgy, where Lange is owned by Richemont, for example. So there is a level of control that the family has, and the family is actually very heavily involved in the design and release of a lot of pieces. So, do I think the brand will get sold? Probably. Do I think it's going to be anytime soon? Probably not. Former Colossus says Thierry Stern does not approve of the 3227 Inchi Archie loves so much. Honestly, I don't even know, man. Like Archie's a funny guy, but I don't think he would approve of the Inchi that Archie loves so much. I think he would tell Archie to probably get himself an Aquanaut instead. We got Patrick B from the great state of Texas who says, "What's up, Fikers?" The Mark 111. What is this brand's average price and range? You know what? It really depends. If you're talking secondary market, you're going to see pieces anywhere from 15,000 US dollars in the entry point of the 5196 to well into the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It really depends on the type of watch you want, whether it has a complication, whether it's a sport watch or a dress watch. It's all over the map. But I would say start points about 15 to 16,000 for the manual wind on the secondary market, which is a significant discount than what you would pay retail. And I would say that if you're buying a Patek that's not a Nautilus or an Aquanaut, you may want to check the secondary market because prices are pretty good. They definitely hold their value, but I wouldn't want to be the one taking the depreciation from retail. We say hi from an acquired taste. Nice to see you. Watch 63 says we need the 5811 in steel. Would be so much better than the 5711. Yeah, look, like there are some improvements on the 5811 from the 5711. Mine had the 324 movement, so it did not have hacking seconds. I know they've updated the movement with hacking seconds. The clasp on the bracelet was atrocious. It was really cheap in my version, into the 2016 model. I would say that I know they've upgraded that. That was a big qualm of mine when I compared it to the Royal Oak. Just wasn't, I didn't feel that the bracelet was at the same standard as the AP. Movement wise, finishing wise, the movement absolutely, head and shoulders, I would say, above AP. But when you're looking dial up, that bracelet, that case, the finishing is spectacular. And speaking of spectacular, we have a spectacular guest joining us. We got the Whiskey Reaper in the house.
Hey, what is up, Tan? Hey, man. It's good to see you on here, man. It's good that you're doing this.
It's great to have you, my friend. It can be hard during the days. The day streams are difficult, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Everybody's working, so I understand what you're getting at. But it's good to see that you're doing a pregame before the real show at 6:30. It's good.
Yeah, man. You know what? Like, there's a lot of folks that are either, they're driving on the way home from work, or they're in Europe and they finish their dinner or whatever. So it's a slot that I think we can cater to a couple of people as they listen in. And, we got obviously an expert on whiskey. So if you guys have any whiskey questions, we got the Reaper in the house.
Yeah.
But tell me, Reapers, I was going to ask you, in the U.S., are you in Miami? What part of the U.S. are you in right now?
Yeah, Miami. And I think for the people that have seen me here before, I want to let you know, last time I was here, the super chats were pouring in. It was an amazing time here with Archie last time. So I saw recently that everybody needed help here. I haven't been able to hop on. And right now I'm available, and I saw you on here. So I said, you know what? We spoke a little bit. I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. I'm going to hop on. I'm here now. And yeah, man, you were asking where I'm from here in Florida. Miami, baby. It's all about the 305.
Miami. I
It's
love
all about
Miami.
the 305.
So, Miami's got a bit of a unique style, Reaper. Like, you watch videos from like CRM Jewelers, and they talk about like the Miami watch and whether that's, it's AP offshore or something that's iced out. How would you describe, like, because obviously you live in Miami, what would you describe as your typical Miami watch?
Well, if you go to South Beach, close to South Beach, most of the Italians, because you see a lot of Italians that they like to wear the watches. So this is a watch that they would wear. Also, you probably won't see too many Rolexes. It's crazy to say you won't see too many Rolexes unless you're in the casinos. The casinos is really where you see the Rolexes. But in Miami, you see this watch. You see a couple of the Datejust or the dates of the Rolexes, nothing crazy. But other than that, there's another watch that's very, very popular. I think it's a Panerai. The Panerai. That's another watch that's very, very popular down here in South Beach. Because you can use it at the beach, you could use it, anywhere here in the sun. And yeah, man, I think most of the colored watches, like some of the Rolexes, like the Tiffany that you were talking about, you won't really see that walking around. If you go to a tennis match around here, maybe if you go to the bigger stadium, what was the last one? I think the Formula One. You'll see that. Yeah, you'll see that there at the Dolphins game. You won't see that shit. Okay, Miami Dolphins. Nah, you won't see that. Not even watching Messi. If you go to a Messi game down here, you're not gonna see those watches. Never, ever.
Reaper, you're already starting to bring in the dollars. We got Danger Will Robinson. Thank you so much. $2. This one's for the Reaper. Reaper, thoughts on Hochstadter's Slow and Low?
What the hell's that?
I'll pull it up while you. I don't know what that is.
Damn, Hochstadter, slow and low. Well, I think if he's talking about steak, I think steak you got to do is slow. I'm going to do some steak later. I do it slow and low. But I don't know what that even means. I'm never even.
Pull up the site.
That's
here.
A good one.
Hochstadter's Slow and Low. This is the website. Here we go.
Oh, he's talking about Irish whiskey.
It says it's a rye. This one. Slow and Low looks like a rye.
This looks like a brand new brand. Okay, if you're for all of you watching, okay, I want to let you know there's a lot of brand new brands. Oh Jesus, is this a seltzer whiskey?
I don't know. I'm just picking up because the brand is Slow and Low, but I don't know if there's an actual like. I don't know if it's a seltzer, if there's actually like.
Nah, man, hell no.
Nah, it's not your style.
Look. If for Danger William. Robinson, I'm here in Miami. It's fucking 100 degrees out here. I'm pretty sure over there 10. It's hot over there. Okay, avoid that
Reaper. Show us an alternative. You got a nice couple bottles.
Avoid that sissy drink you just showed me there. Get yourself a Buffalo Trace bottle. Okay, you can mix it with a little bit of Coke and ice, and that's the way to go. It's easy, fast, and you don't have to worry about trying to get yourself what flavor seltzer whiskey. Hell no. Get yourself some Buffalo Trace. Mix it with a little bit of ice, a little bit of soda, and that's the way to go.
There you go, baby. I pulled up so I saw this watch on the weekend. I met Hoff on Smash. I was at the U.S. Open, and Hoff said, "What watch do you want me to bring?" I'm like, "Bro, you got to bring this music edition because
I was there. You know that, right? I was there when he showed it. He revealed it, and it was an amazing time.
Yeah. So you've seen it in person, like beautiful size, 43 mil. Is this a Miami watch? Is this something you'd be rocking on South Beach?
No. Nobody out here rocks the APs unless it's in a. I swear to God. Look, you can go right now. Look, I'm being honest with you. You can go right now to South Beach. Nobody's going to be rocking this watch unless it's an event. Okay, if there's an event going on, like a very, very big event, even at the clubs, sometimes you might not even see this. Unless you're going to Club 11, you're going to some of those nightclubs that are high-end, then you'll see that. but you're never going to see this during the day. It's just something that these people out here, they store these watches like if they're investing these watches, they're going to flip them. So they tend to take out like the cheapest watch they can. And you're just never going to see this. I'm telling you, Tan. You're never going to. You go right now is, what is it, 4:30 p.m., right?
Yep.
In Thursday. You go out to South Beach. I swear to God, I'll give you freaking $10,000 that you can walk all of my South Beach by the beach, and you're never going to see this. You're just not. They only take it out when it's a special event. And if I'll tell you right now, even Gucci Mane. Look, Gucci, you know who Gucci Mane, the rapper, is?
Of course I know Gucci
Well,
Mane.
this man has a house around here. He has the smallest house. He has the smallest house around one of my friend's cousins. Okay. And that man goes to South Beach sometimes with his, I think he has a Bentley right now. But whatever, he goes over there and he wears the most blinged out watch. Mm-hmm. That's the only time. He's never going to take it out unless he goes to South Beach. And you're never going to see the rappers going out there. So, man.
So I'm okay. So let's say I'm trying to go to Club 11 tonight, and I'm thinking of wearing this piece. Is this the wrong one to be wearing to Club 11? Now, maybe you want to tell the punchers what Club 11 is, those that don't know Miami. But is this an appropriate watch to wear to Club 11?
That is the wrong watch to wear. You have to wear the watch that the strippers know. Okay, the strippers know the Rolex. Okay, the strippers also know the Patek Philippe because that thing is beautiful. They also know there's another watch, the RM. They know the RM. If you have an RM, you go to one of these Club 11s, they're going to know you from a freaking mile away. They're going to see that watch and going to say, oh, Jesus, I want to be around this man. But the AP, a dark AP like this, in a club like that is not the way to go. You would have to go a little bit like maybe a different color. This is too dark for inside. I don't think any of them would ever wear this.
Undertaker's asking, do folks not rock these pieces in the South Beach area? Like, is it because of security, or is it's just not what people rock down there?
It's just not what they rock if it's not an event. Okay, it has to be something that you're just going to want to showboat. That's how it is in Miami. If you're going to a playoff game, NBA playoff game, if you're going to a top-end football game, you're going to see these guys wearing these watches. But if it's not that, if it's a regular Marlins game, a season Marlins, no, you're not going to see this. You're just not. So I had to be honest with you, man, because I do know that you don't come to Miami too often, and I do know you're in Cali or something, right?
No, I'm in Canada. It's the running joke because one day I super chatted and the dollar shows up as CA, right? And Mike the Snake thought it was Californian dollars, so he said, $5 Californian. So that's where the whole joke comes from. But yeah, man, a lot of
actually, you know what? You might actually see the Ublas more than this. You will see you'll probably see the Ublas more than this. Okay. And that's for a non-event. So that means like a non-sports event, you probably will see Ubla before ever seeing this watch.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just because when you watch CRM Jewelers and they kind of talk about these Miami watches, right? And often the offshore comes up as one of these Miami watches, but again, right? It's like I went to the U.S. Open in New York, and everyone's like, it's gonna be like a mecca for you for like watch spotting, and honestly, I literally saw like probably 100 Datejusts and maybe a Cartier. Like it wasn't even that good.
Oh, Cartiers, Cartiers, you'll see them all over the place. Most of the 20-year-olds, they're buying Cartiers for some reason. I don't know why. All blinged out. I've seen it recently in the casinos. They're really buying those things up. I don't know what the price is, if they're falling in price of those Cartiers, but I've seen some blinged out ones that I'm like, holy shit, what the fuck? This guy right now looking like he just came out of Toyota Corolla. And he's wearing what it seems to me like a freaking 60,000 plus Cartier, all blinged out with the diamonds, and it's real, obviously. But yeah, I think you're talking about that. What is it? A dealer you're talking about, right? Those people deal. Those people deal with like 7% of Miami. Okay, 7%, or maybe even lower. Mm-hmm. Because they're trying to sell used watches.
Yep.
So unless there's a Ferrari event, unless there's a Porsche event, unless there's a luxury event, you probably won't see these watches that you're showing. Now this one, yeah, you might see that.
Will the Dolphins will those Dolphins that ignore a bit of that wrist hair? You know what I mean? You're rocking one of these on the wrist.
Oh, they're gonna see that. They're gonna see that. Okay. Now they don't even know how much this is, but they see it's a Rolex. They see that beautiful crown. Oh yeah, they're gonna say, "Oh my God, that's a Rolex." That's how they are.
Rolex, baby. So talk to me, Reaper. You obviously you love watches, you love whiskeys. Um, for you, kind of like, and the reason I was asking about Miami was I was curious to see like every kind of city has a different vibe when it comes to like what people wear and fashion and whatnot. But growing up in Miami or living in Miami yourself, like, has that kind of influenced what you're looking at? Like, are you like a Rolex guy, or for you, what do you kind of what would you aspire to get that you think would be pretty good for your lifestyle in Miami?
Well, to be, you know what? We can talk about Miami and Cali. It's almost the opposite. Okay, Cali. I don't know if you've ever been to Cali.
I have.
Have
Yep.
you?
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
or you could talk about LA because LA's hot over there. Okay, so in Florida, well, mainly in Miami, there's a lot of conservatives down here. So most of the times, what I've been used to is knowing that don't freaking show. Don't show too much of what you have. If you don't show too much of what you have, it's good for you because most of the guys won't get jealous, envious. You won't get stolen from. You won't be the guy that everybody wants to ask for money. So I've learned that here in Miami. And I think that's why I only have one Rolex. I have the Datejust, and to me, that's good enough. I have a two-tone Datejust. That's good enough.
Yeah.
If I was to have an RM, which is, I think the RM is beautiful. I think it's pretty cool. I wouldn't be able to wear that. It's just there's no fucking way. You know what I mean? There's no way I can wear that anywhere. And also, you have to understand, since I'm here from Miami, there's a lot of stereotyping out here. So I'm going to give you a good example here. Now, if you ever come to Miami, this is going to happen to you. It doesn't matter where you're from. This just happens all the time. The people stereotype you the way you look. Okay? So if you look like you're a fucking multimillionaire and you're not a multimillionaire, well, guess what? You're going to be treated like a goddamn multimillionaire. And what happens when you get treated like a multimillionaire? You're going to have to pay double the tip. Okay, you're going to have to pay top dollar for whatever car you want, whatever house you want, whatever anything you want. Okay, it's going to be different. So, I learned from being here, just be you, try to tone down how you really feel. Just because there's a celebrity that has a multi-million-dollar house, a bunch of cars, doesn't mean you have to do that. If you do that, well, you're going to face the consequences, no matter what. Now, even if you could go into... The same thing goes if you go into the AD, if they see you with a fucking belt that costs, okay, if you walk into the AD in Miami and they see you with a belt that costs like $500, $800, hey, you're gonna get completely screwed, okay? Now, if you go into an AD looking like a chump, hey, you might be better off looking like a chump.
I always dress like a chump, anyways, so it's all good. Speaking of dressing like a chump, so this is a photo of Hoff, myself, and that's my wrist wearing Fella's Richard Mille, and it was amazing. He was going to work out. Dude was working out with this watch on, and then he met us at Goyard, and obviously Hoff brought his music edition. But so you think the Dolphins would ignore that arm hair with that Richard Mille on the wrist?
Yeah, unless you're buying unless you're getting like a goddamn freaking table that's like super VIP, they're probably gonna ignore you.
There you go.
Yeah,
Last time I was in Miami, what was that club? I don't know if it's still open anymore. Mansion back in the day. I don't know if you remember that club in Miami.
Yeah, Mansion. It was banging back in the days, man. That was the club to be at back in the days, man. What is it? The 2000s. Oh my God, that was insane.
I mean, VIP at Mansion, and it's like my boys were like trying to pick up girls, whatever, and it's like the weirdest thing is like all of them were like pros. Like literally all of them were pros. And it was they were like, "Are you serious?" There's like no actual like normal women here. It's all like just pros working. So it was a bit of a wild experience in Miami. I'll tell you.
Yeah, it's very much getting worse now. Now they stereotype you by where you're from. Okay, so if you sound like you're Russian, oh my God, you must have money. If you sound Italian, you must have money. If you're a forwarder, they're going to try to take advantage of you. If you're from Miami, they'll usually know by the way you talk. But yeah, I think stereotyping here has gone to another level. I don't know about other states, but I can talk about Miami like that. That just happens. But yeah, if you want the attention, hey, you just throw away, like, just put a Rolex, a freaking amazing Rolex, and you're good to go, man.
Well, look, I think this is, the Datejust is probably one of the most recognizable Rolexes out there, right? Like, my first luxury watch was a Datejust, and I've always found that it's been one of the most versatile pieces, one of the most recognizable pieces. Like, I would say that most people would be able to identify a Datejust over a Submariner. If you're just talking about like non-watch people, you're just walking around and people see that fluted bezel that Rolex uses as their marketing. Whether that's at the U.S. Open or Formula One or golf or wherever they advertise, right? Like, so to me, and a lot of people don't talk about the Datejust. They watch collectors. It's kind of not really something of interest. But for me, this has always been, when you're not talking to watch people, this is the piece where people will know, hey, that's a Rolex on the wrist. Do you get that experience when you're Datejust? Like, do you feel people recognize the piece, or is it just under the radar?
Yeah, they say, hey, beautiful watch, beautiful watch. I used to have one. Usually, what the old timers say, but it's always a good watch to have, just to have at a casino. You don't want to have nothing too crazy. Like, I'm gonna give you a good example. I think I've said this before in the last stream that I hopped on here on Archie's. When I was at a casino, I was playing with a guy that he owned a couple gas stations. I think he owned most of the Exxons. And this man was he had the rainbow Rolex.
Yep.
He had a rose gold rainbow Rolex, and I knew for a fact this guy didn't care about money. So he kept on betting, and most of his betting was just to have fun. It wasn't anything. But that's me stereotyping him because I'm a player playing at the table. And if it's only me, you can only imagine everybody else. So, it depends on the person, really. I could wear my Datejust and they're going to say it's beautiful. And then if I ever have RM, which I probably won't have RM because I think you already know me, Tan. I like to put money on sports betting and stuff like that. So,
yep.
If I do make $1 million, maybe I might put a little bit of money on the side and buy one. But that would be in the future. So, yeah, man, I think it really depends on where you go, man. Casinos, you'll get recognized with the RM. They'll just say, hey, I've had that. I mean, it's a great watch. And the date's also nice, too. But Rolex, man. Rolex, I think, is number one out here. I'll tell you that.
Well, Corrado Galizia, $2 is give me some Datejust love. He says, love the Datejust fluted with a Jubilee. To me, that is, the ultimate combo. So we got a Jubilee bracelet on this one, fluted bezel. Obviously, this is a two-tone. But yeah, look, one of my favorite pieces. Like, I got nothing bad to say about the Datejust. Unfortunately, I spooked Canuck watch collector. Says he won't wear his Datejust anymore because too many people may recognize it. Interestingly enough, Archie actually did a poll. One of his old videos, like 10 years old, he polled a bunch of women, which watch, do they think is nicest or whatever. And he has his Patek Philippe, dress watch. He has a bunch of different pieces. And he said that the highest scoring piece with women was the Datejust. Obviously very, very, I would say probably the most popular Rolex model ever produced, and really not really a slouch when it comes to wristwatches. It's extremely versatile. Like, we talk one and done. This could probably be most people's one and done. Semi-sport watch, semi-dress watch, extremely versatile. Like, look, you could wear this to the club. You can wear this to work. You could wear this to, whatever, and you'd still be fine, right? Like,
yeah, because look, think about it, okay? In this Archieverse, because I think you and everybody knows I don't watch any other live stream except Archie because I like to learn about some of the Langes and some of the watches that I don't know about. So when it comes to this little community, I say it's little because I think most of us out here, we're like maybe even below 20% of the watch market in the world that watches live stream. So when it comes to these watches for women, do you ever see a chat room full of women ever in the watch community? Because I only see maybe less than 5% of women in the chat room. Okay. And what does that mean? What does that mean, Tan? That means that not many women are into watches. They know the beautiful, colors that they see, and they know the beautiful logo of the Rolex. That's about it. So it really doesn't matter. You could have the RM on your wrist, and if a woman that doesn't know about a certain watch sees a beautiful Rolex, she's gonna compliment that Rolex before you, because she probably doesn't know what an RM is. You get me?
Yeah, look, and look, there's a lot of people that collect pieces or buy watches for that purpose, right? They buy it because the status, they want to be recognized or whatever. And look, I don't fault anybody for whatever reason that they're into watches, right? Like everybody's got that right to buy stuff for their own purpose, right? So, I agree with you that, yeah, if you're looking for something for people to know what it is, then look, you don't have to go farther than the Datejust. You really don't. When you brought up Lange, I thought, you know what, maybe I'll bring up a Lange for you that I saw recently in person. Now, I'm not a biggest fan of Lange, to be honest with you, and I'll tell you why before I get into it. Is the way those watches wear on my wrist, it just, I don't know what it is. The way the lugs are, just, they give me a bit of officer watch type vibe, which isn't really my style. And what I mean by officer's watches, back in the day, officers' pieces would have been, generally a pocket watch, and they'd have welded on lugs. So if you look at this watch and you kind of think of these just lugs being welded onto a pocket watch, that's where I can't get over that. So when I put these on the wrists, they just never really sing to me, although they're just absolutely beautiful pieces. This one, Reaper, is the Perpetual Calendar Lange-matic, and just it's a stunning piece. Higgins bought this a few weeks ago, and I was able to have a look at it and whatnot. But when you see a piece like this, it's it can definitely be a bit polarizing, I think is the word, and polarizing for different reasons. Let me ask you, Reaper, just your first thoughts of looking at this. Like, what does this say to you, this watch?
To me, well, when it comes to Lange, all I hear is that German precise watch. That's what I hear in my ear when I hear Lange. And the reason why I say this is because I kind of researched this watch, and this to me is an art piece. This is like an antique art piece that I can look at all day, know that everything that they did to this watch is just amazing. Now, this is one of the watches that I've been actually looking and reading about. And every time Archie talks about these watches, I'm thinking, holy shit. If there's one guy that I know would wear a Lange, was that man from Russia. You know who I'm talking about. And he enjoyed wearing these watches because they were so precise. And if a man like that wears a watch like this, man, it must be an art piece. So, yeah, I've been looking into reading about all these different watches from Lange, and I think it's a beautiful art piece. It's just like a Picasso painting. That's what it reminds me of. Something that you could just look at. I personally won't even wear this. I would just look at it, have it in the house. It's just so nice.
Obviously being, a whiskey aficionado, right? Like, you go past the basic shit, and you're looking for really craft type work when it comes to certain distilleries and certain products that come out. And so, and it's kind of the same in watches, right? Where, once you get past Rolex, once you get past, the sport models and the Datejust and stuff like that, and you start seeking out really high-end horology, this house is I would say, from the serially produced houses, between Patek and Vacheron, AP, and let's say Lange, this is a house that really you're getting a ton of value for money. Like you said, it's an art piece. And I'll get into that in a second because we've got a super chat. So we'll handle this. From Watches 63, 5 pounds says, we need a big cool guy. All right, so I know what he's talking about here. He wants to see the JJ Mad OC Sad clip. So this one's for you, Watches 63. Thank you for the donation. Let's roll the clip.
I genuinely tried to do JJ a favor, pulling your ass out 1 week before a certain event. This is so obvious what you're doing.
This is why nobody likes you.
Pulling your ass out. This is all part of the script.
You always got to be the guy with the last word.
You're the big cool guy. Your ass out.
Because you're a baby. You're not that smart. ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest.
I tried to do you a favor. I fucked you.
You couldn't just let it fucking go, right? You gotta just keep pushing. Gotta push it. See, you just want to push it because you're a baby. And you made a channel with them trying to troll me.
Your ass out.
That's how much you took it to heart.
Ooh, big boy.
You're not that smart.
What are you talking about?
Tommy probably knows. You're not exactly known for smooth transactions and making friends, are you?
Your ass out. You triggered so hard. Ass out. It's so funny.
Tommy probably knows. Let's suck OC's cock. Go ahead. You've got to jump from side to side.
Does it hurt?
We got 40 subscribers.
I'm going to ask Higgins something, and I want him to answer honestly. Can you do that, Higgins?
Look, you're not gonna tell me what I'm gonna reply or not.
You fuck me, you moron. What are you?
That is just another lie.
Yeah, I know. Don't tell to anyone but Germans. Real favor.
What are you talking about? This is so obvious what you're doing.
Stop coming on all the channels promoting your little bullshit. Nobody cares. You could go make fun of my watch, which is one of the hottest watches out, but you can make fun of it. Okay. No, I'm not a little child. You're the little child who keeps bringing it up.
You're triggered. You're triggered so hard. It's so funny.
You want to be a dick? Now we'll play hard.
You're the big cool guy.
ASMR fucking watch talk. Be my fucking guest. He's now banned from every channel or I'm out. Now you want to see Diva? Go suck OC's cock.
Now you want to see Diva? This is one of the best clips.
That's a banger, Mookie. A banger. Hell yeah.
Mookie is he's a legend. He's got a new release. He's saying it's the Angelic and Jake battle. So hopefully we'll get to see that clip soon when Mookie's ready to release it. But back to ASMR Fiking Watch Talk. So this is really the art side of it, right? Like the movement, and I'll walk you through this, Reaper, on like what, you know, how well finished this is,
Look
right?
at that.
Like,
that's insane. Look at the back of that. Holy shit.
let's start with the rotor here, right? So you've got an engraved rotor, and it's a bimetal rotor. So you've got 21K gold here, and then you've got on the mass you've got platinum, right? So, and this is called a 3/4 rotor. This isn't a micro rotor. This isn't a full rotor. They call it the 3/4 rotor. Really, really cool there. You got fired blued screws, you know, for the bridges. You've got an engraved balance cock here. Now, the interesting thing is this little bridge over the escape wheel is really where, you know, when we talk about finishing, right? There's different types of finishing, and you know, there's everything from engraving to finishing called anglage, which is basically beveling or chamfering edges on the bridges and getting it to like a mirror finish. Okay, so when I hover over this little bridge over the escape wheel here, like right here, you'll see a bit of a sharp internal angle. Okay, so that is extremely hard you can't do it by machine. It has to be finished by hand. So, you know, when we talk about art pieces, right, like it's not just, you know, the manufacturing, the movement and what it is, but it's also, you know, really the decoration that they're doing and the amount of man hours they're actually putting into making a very, very beautiful piece of art for someone to wear on the wrist, which, like you said, is extremely accurate. It's completely usable, but, you know, it's a different level of finish that you're going to get from your run-of-the-mill Rolex, Omega, or other pieces. You can see here on the base plate, this type of finishing is called perlage. Different, you know, size of circles that they've done by hand on the base plate, and yeah, just like really well done. Like this piece, not only technically is amazing, but finishing wise is just next level, right? But, you know, on the front side, you know, some folks will just say it's a little basic, right? It's not
Exactly.
not anything crazy, but, you know, like you said, this is what you appreciate it for, because, you know, even in the whiskey game, I mean, you can get drunk off of whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like,
But you're not trying to smash, you know, 10 Macallan
Exactly.
25s, you know what I mean? Like,
Exactly. That's not how it is. And I do know that I think the watch community and the whiskey community both, we all do experience different pricings and stuff. And the market goes up, goes down. That happens in the whiskey community too. But when we're talking about this watch that you're showing me, I love this brand. But if you wear this in Miami, you have to really be around somebody that knows about watches. There's no woman out here that's going to say, oh my God, take off that watch right now because I got to see the back of that case. I got to see it. There's no woman that's going to say that out here. And most of the guys are going to say the same thing. Now, I'm only speaking because I've been living here all my life.
Yep.
And I know most of these guys. If it's not a Rolex, they don't really know what that is. It's a small amount of people that really know what that is.
Dodger says, Higgins has corrupted me by introducing me to high horology. I used to be happy with just Rolex. Hey, man, there's nothing wrong with Rolex. Rolex makes amazing pieces. So the piece I pulled up here is a Zeitwerk. This is a minute repeater, but we don't have to talk about the minute repeater function of it. But, another very, very popular piece. Someone was talking about this earlier. I've tried this one. I actually really like this watch. You got kind of a digital display on the face of the watch. Some folks say it looks like a fat kid wearing a T-shirt. You can never really unsee that once you see it. So I've hopefully ruined it for you there, Reaper. But
no. You know what? It just gave me a good idea of what to say. Okay, so you come with this. Say you have this watch. Okay, you come to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
This is how sick this is. Okay, this is disgusting, but I'm gonna say it. You're going to go to a Miami Dolphin game, okay? You're going to go out to watch them play the first game ever with this watch, okay? You're going to sit down maybe regular level. You're not going to be in the club seats. If you're in the club seats, somebody's going to probably say something. But you're the regular level. If they see you wearing this, they're not going to say nothing to you, okay? Nothing. Absolutely nothing to you. Now check this out. This is sick. You're going to wear this watch. You're going to go to one of these Formula One races, okay,
Yep.
that they have here, I think once a year or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to go with this watch. You know how many people are going to stop you to see that watch? A lot. Too many. Way too many. Now, if you go to a Marlins game with this watch, do you think people are going to stop you? No. So you have to know the crowd to wear this around. And this is what I'm telling you, Dan. You come to Miami, it's pointless to wear a watch like this. Nobody's going to, and if the person that does know at the Miami Dolphins game, they're going to be waiting for you out in the parking lot. They might follow you all the way home to get this watch if they know that it costs money. So that's what happens.
Yeah, look, it brings up an interesting point. I think when Watches and Wonders was going on, OC was talking about how, he was obviously doing watch spotting at Watches and Wonders, and he said everybody's wearing a dress watch, and he's like, I can't tell them apart. Because obviously, a watch like this or any, complicated Patek or whatever will just look like a circular watch from further away. You wouldn't be able to tell what it is. But I think that's the point, right? The collectors that are, at that kind of level, like they're buying, do they have a Nautilus? Do they have a Daytona? Of course they do. But, when they're going to these events, they're wearing something special. And these pieces are not necessarily created to be like, look at me, look at me, look at me. They're crafted for the consumer, the person who's wearing it, the one who's going to enjoy it on the wrist, not somebody sitting 10 feet away. You know what I mean? So
exactly.
It's, but again, Rolex is so ubiquitous right now. It's so, everybody's kind of just programmed to see that fluted bezel. You see that a mile away, or a Panerai a mile away, you'll be able to recognize it. And look, that's for different people, right? I don't buy watches, for other people to know what I have. Because I actually like the idea that you could, wear a $100,000 complicated piece and completely fly under the radar in most areas of New York City or London or Miami or LA, right? Like, you don't have to worry about shit. But if you're in a day-date, a solid gold day-date, bro, like, you're definitely going to attract some attention.
Yeah, but I don't wear it all the time. Like, it's pointless for me to wear it. You get what I mean? That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's pointless. Unless I go to the casino and I feel like wearing it and I go out, maybe I do videos for whiskey, I wear it. But I think the last time I went to, I'm going to give you a good story. Last time I went to a tennis match around here, they had a tennis match in Key Biscayne, and I think it was 2019. Okay. Now, at this time, I knew, watches. I enjoyed watches. I enjoyed cars. So one of the things I spot out is motorcycles and cars. But when I go to this tennis match in Key Biscayne, all I saw was literally Rolexes, okay? Patek Philippe's, and then maybe every now and then I would see somebody with a Panerai with different band on, and that's about it. Most of the Rolexes that you would see here in these tennis matches would be different colored. They would never wear like something like me. Like I was wearing my Rolex to the tennis match down here, and I think I was the only man in the whole crowd that had a two-tone Datejust. Everybody else had like a freaking. I think I seen every color in that tennis match. I even saw a couple Tiffany's that some of the ladies were wearing. A couple of the Tiffany's,
Right.
as a smaller one.
Yep.
I mean, I was blown away. I was like, holy shit. Even there was some workers that were working there. They were actually wearing some Rolexes. I don't know the name of them, but some of them that had like a pink dial, small, a little bit smaller. I think that's a Tiffany too, but either way, it's just what it is down here, man. Rolex. That's how it is.
Let me ask you, Reaper. I mean, you're friends with a lot of younger demographic. We'll say 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds.
No, I have no 20-year-old friends.
Okay, so 30-year-old friends.
30 and up.
30 and up. We'll call
40.
that. Yeah, okay. 30 and 40. We'll call the younger demographic, right? So, the question I'm asking is the term dress watch. Like, does that even exist anymore? Because you got brands that are creating pieces on leather straps that are extremely popular. And the youth are buying these watches on leather straps, but they're not perceiving it like, oh, I have to wear a suit with it. And they're totally fine with wearing a watch on a leather strap. Do you see that consistently kind of where you are, or is it still like has to be on a bracelet, has to be a sport model kind of a thing?
If you're in Brickell, you'll see more of those leather watches. But most of the time, I'm telling you, it's nothing crazy. Most of these guys rather get a GMT, if something looks nice, Rolex. It don't matter. It has to be a high piece that they want to get. But most of the time, Brickell here in Miami, around here, that's where you probably see most of the dress watches. Because there's office workers and stuff like that. But nothing crazy. It's not like it's going out of style here. Barely. You have to really be in the office to see that.
Yeah, that's what I figured, right? We got Higgins in the chat, who's definitely he's definitely loving this. Anything Lange talk will attract the Higgins to us. And look, to me, it's I don't buy the whole mentality of like the term dress watch. Watch enthusiasts like to put things in categories and just say, well, this is a dress watch, this is a sport watch. But like, the reality is that I think most of the public, they don't interpret it that way, right? Watch on a leather strap versus watching on a bracelet. People will wear kind of whatever they feel is appropriate to their style. We got $10 super chat here from Nelson Oliveira. Thank you so much. He says, Reaper, any watch spotting at the Bada Bing? We need a call out to the main stage. Best call out, please. All right, I'll put Reaper on full screen here for you guys.
What kind of call out you on? And you tell me the call out, Nelson. I'll give you a good call out. For the Bada Bing, what you want me to say? Destiny, out to the dance floor right now. It depends on what you guys want me to say. I'll give you whatever you want.
Why don't you call Jonathan Quill Higgins III to the stage?
Oh, shoot. Okay. Jonathan Quill Higgins to the stage. Bring out your little tiny, little pink little thong. And make sure to be wearing your smallest Rolex, because that's how we do it out here at the Bada Bing. There you go, baby. That's how you do it.
Thank you so much, Reaper. That was excellent. I brought up the Odysseus. So this is a Lange sport watch. I don't know if you've seen this, but
Wait,
I want to get your take on this.
What's the name of this?
The Odysseus.
I think wasn't Bear talking about it like
Don't listen
last
to Bear,
week?
man. No, let's not listen to Bear.
Okay.
I want to get a one take from the Reaper here. Is this a drip, skip, or flip here for you?
Man, this is a fucking well, for me or for just a regular woman? Are we talking about?
We're talking about the Reaper here for you.
Okay, for me, I'm gonna look at this. I'm gonna be like, "Hey, nice watch, nice watch." That's it. That's all I'm gonna say. Okay, nice watch. That's all I'm gonna say. Sorry to say.
You're not feeling it, right? Like, and I think a lot of people look.
Just nice watch. I mean,
I'll tell you something about YouTube, right? A lot of folks like to come on here and just everyone's kind of different in terms of their style of collecting and how they buy watches and what they what they like, right?
If you had a leather strap, weird. I'm sorry to say, if you had a leather strap, I might stop for a second more.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. Was visually, this watch just doesn't appeal to you. You probably wouldn't see yourself spending tens of thousands of dollars on this piece, and you can appreciate what it is, but it's just not for you, right? Is basically what you're telling me.
Yeah, like I know what it is, but there's something about it. Like it's just not like, oh man, I'm gonna stop right now. I gotta see that. I gotta see the back. I gotta see that. No. Now if it had like a leather strap, it would stop me. I would say, wait, time out right now. Let me see what this is, and then I would take a closer look. But I don't know. There's just something about this that wouldn't really.
Well, look, that's not even. I would say that that's an important point, because the fact that you even need to take a closer look just to convince yourself that it's somewhat good. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's just a fail of design.
Well, that's because I know what the Lange is. I'll stop, but it's not like I'm going to complete. I think, you know what? Somebody here said in the chat room, I don't like to highlight comments unless they're super chats. Mm-hmm. I try to do the Archie thing. But I think what the person said in the chat room, that bracelet, I think that bracelet is what kills this. And I don't know if it's just me. Is it just me, Tan?
No, I agree. I agree 100%. I hate this watch. I hate this watch. And look, I love the brand. I think the brand is an excellent brand. I just think that, look, they were a brand that mainly did dress watches. And so they came out with this as a sport line. And you know what? Like, I don't really see, like, people aren't flocking to this. It's not like, oh my God, I have to have an Adidas. It's like, yeah, I mean, obviously there's going to be a level of hype, to any sport watch at a high-end brand. But, like, to me, I think they could have leaned in more on where they have their forte and not try to make something that really, I think, just was a straight up fumble.
Hey, most of the ladies are gonna say ill, ugly. That's what they're gonna say out here. Okay.
Look, it's important, right? Because look, watch collecting is as much about it's just fucking jewelry, bro. Like, that's what this is. It is jewelry. It has to look good. If it doesn't look good, I don't care how complicated or how much finishing's put into it. It's a fail, right? Their whole business is to sell watches, and honestly, I don't know who the fuck the designer was for this, because to me, this is it's just not doing it for me.
I think a European, a guy from Europe, would like to buy this. There's different. I think you're from whatever. You're in Canada, so Canada in Miami, a little bit different. I know the Canada, the housing market should be crashing anytime. I hope it doesn't.
Yeah, I hope it does, bro. Makes it easier to buy. I'm a buyer, man. I'm a buyer in the crash, man. I'm a buyer.
Well, I think Canada's the only. Something's there. Something's gonna happen. There's no way that some of these buildings and houses are multi-million-dollar houses. Smaller house for $1 million something. Are you kidding me right now? That's in Canada.
Higgins, hop on and show us that pink thong, bro. Like, you're typing furiously in the chat. Just hop on. All right, so Reaper, I'm going to pull up another one. So this is the Moser Streamliner. Same story.
Yo,
Moser,
that shit, holy shit, that shit. Hey, I'm stopping, okay? I'm stopping right now. What the hell? I've never seen this before. I'm stopping right now. Show me that watch right now.
Yeah, like, is this more your style? That's your style?
That is a cool looking watch. But the crazy part is that it's ugly, but it's cool looking. Very cool. I know Archie would not approve of this watch. I think it's cool looking.
Approve or not? That's my point, though, Reaper, is I don't want you to get influenced by what other people are saying.
No,
right?
No.
Look, you tell me whether you like it or you don't. Like, you
heard it. You heard it here. I think it's a cool watch, but would I pay 6 figures for this watch? If it was that price, I would not pay that. But I think it's fucking amazing. That's a cool ass watch. Let me tell you that right now.
I agree. It definitely, and again, right, like you said, very, very, can be very expensive, and you may not spend $60,000 on it, but it's something that compared to the other one, you're like, hey, you know what? I can actually see it. To me, that's probably pretty dope.
It's funny that this is disgusting. But my bracelet on my watch right now has almost the same looking bracelet. I get asked about this watch a lot, and this watch only costs $1,000. This watch over here has the same bracelet.
Let us see it.
Dude, I can't believe you just showed me a watch that looks kind of... Look, I'm not going to show you the face, but I'm going to show you the bracelet. The bracelet is the same. Look at this. It's almost the same.
There you go.
Can you not see that?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyways, for the people watching, this is a dinger. This is something that I enjoy wearing. It's nothing crazy. But yeah, this watch that you have on this, well, not that one, the last one.
I'm just pulling up different pieces because some of the like for example, this is one of the most sought after. I was with JJ. We went to the Omega boutique, and he immediately asked for this watch. Everybody wants this Reaper. Like, is this something you're flocking? You're waiting in line. You're camping out in front of Omega for at all?
Well, if it's a piece that you can flip, yes. That's how it is here in the whiskey community and the watch community. There's people that like pieces that know that they're an investment. And I think if this is something that's an investment, of course, I would definitely be close to it. I think it's cool looking. I think it's something that might go up in value. So if JJ is one of these guys that's actually trying to get this watch, hey, I'll tell you this right now. Anything that JJ says, anything he invests in, he's like Rolex. And you know Rolex, he buys low and it sells high. So this might be the piece to buy and then eventually maybe resell in 2024. But this is not a piece that I would be
look,
wearing.
Reaper, you got the girls over. You know what I mean? You guys have had a good night and just unwind, and you throw this on the wrist. Like, is this something you're embarrassed to show them, or is this something you're proud to show them?
Nah, that's something I'm embarrassed to show. You know why? Because they're gonna say, what? They're gonna say, how much did you pay for that? Mm-hmm. I'm gonna say, I paid for this so and so, and they're gonna say, are you kidding me? This thing?
Exactly.
It's not even a Rolex. But that's for the ladies. That's not for us, you know. Most of us in the chat room, all of us in the chat room, we know, you know, what's a good investment, what's not. You're not going to be paying, you know, freaking aftermarket price if you're at an AD. You're at an AD. You know, you're trying to get it close to retail. So yeah, man, I think this is not a piece to be showing the ladies because you're just going to embarrass yourself. Now the men, if you show the men this, they're going to be like, man, that piece is sick. That piece is nice. How much you get it for? And then, you know, it's a good conversation starter. But yeah, at the end, you know, it's us. It's us guys. This is like a man cave for all of us, you know.
Yeah, but look, I'm also of the belief, like, even if we kind of just pivot to whiskey for a second, right? Like, you probably know people who, you know, will drink expensive shit just for the sake of drinking expensive shit, even though that might not even be any good. You know what I mean? So to me, sometimes pieces like this that, like, for example, I don't like this piece. I don't like the Pro Plof. I never liked the design of the Pro Plof. I understand why people want it because it's obscure and you know, Omega's kind of leaning in on this as their, you know, really their hype release. But, you know, for me, it's like I could never see myself wearing this.
JJ, if you're watching, sorry to say, man, this reminds me of the old school Timex watches, okay, back in the days. Sorry to say, JJ, and I hope I didn't offend anybody. It's just not a piece that, you know, I don't know if you ever seen the old school Timex. It's just, I'm just not a fan, man.
Let's move to a circular Richard Mille. All right, so Richard Mille, you know it for the tonneau shape. You know, you can identify it as Richard Mille. You see this a mile away at the club. You know, you thinking Richard Mille, or you thinking like this is some random watch? You don't know what the fuck it is.
No, that shit is Michael Jordan vibes right there. That shit is freaking popping. That's hyping. That's freaking booming. That's beautiful, man.
I don't know, bro. I'm getting like Horace Grant vibes from this. Not Michael Jordan. I'm getting Horace Grant.
Yeah, Horace Grant. Okay, but I'm getting a little bit of athlete wearing this. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So yeah, man, this is a fucking cool piece for South Beach and big events and stuff like that. I think it would be a cool piece to have. That's fucking dope, man.
Yeah, you know, it's just everyone's used to the tonneau shaped cases of Richard Milles, right? And last time I was at a boutique, well, I went this weekend, but prior to that was a few years ago in Toronto. And all they had were like these circular pieces. They didn't have any of the tonneau shaped pieces, the ones that you're used to. And, you know, obviously for good reason, because I can't see most people buying, this is a manual wine tourbillon, for example, right? Like, you know, probably crazy money for this piece. But, you know, if you're going to buy an RM, like, are you buying the traditional shape RM, or are you going for something circular?
Hey, so to see, I'm getting the traditional RM. Hopefully I can get one. But I have to really make a good bet to make that money. But yeah, man, I know the traditional, and I know there was one. What was it called? It was like a green and yellow. I think it was a Journe. I forgot what it was called. Man, that thing was freaking beautiful. Some of these pieces are just so freaking awesome.
Yeah, look, I've had the opportunity to try on a few of these, and this Nadal piece is pretty fire, in my opinion. But yeah, look, like you're buying a Richard Mille, you want people to know you have a Richard Mille. Like
Yeah.
that's just how it is. It's like, with cars, right? Like it's a lot of people. I used to own a GT3 RS, Porsche, and I moved to the Huracan, and a lot of my friends were like, "Well, why would you do that? The GT3 RS is just so much car and this and that." And these are guys driving like Porsche turbos, and I say, "Look, what's the point of buying a Porsche turbo, which looks like any other pedestrian, call it 911, but you're spending in Canadian dollars like 300 grand for a Porsche 911 turbo when nobody's going to know the damn difference between that and a 911, right? Like if you're going to spend that kind of money, you want people to know that you're spending that kind of money."
Did you
So
know you did a good thing there? You also, I don't know if you know that, but I'm pretty sure you do. You have more problems with a Porsche than on the car you have now.
oh, dude, like no question. My buddy has his GT3 is in the shop right now, and it's like his engine is misfiring, and they're just Porsche's being a little bit stingy with the warranty. They basically voided his warranty after they fixed the problem by claiming that like there was a mileage blocker on it, but like the car's a CPO car, like, and he doesn't do any of that shit. So
You
yeah,
want to hear a story?
yeah,
Quick
sure,
story.
go for
Okay,
it.
so the collection here in Miami. You know the collection here in Miami.
I only know curated in Miami. I don't know too many.
Okay, the collection is the biggest luxury, first ever luxury, big. I'm talking about the biggest, like all the celebrities knew about. It's called the collection. They sell Ferraris, they sell McLarens, they sell Porsches. And when it first started, when it first opened up, it was the early, I believe, 2000s or something like that, or maybe even the 90s. The point of the matter is that I was literally with all the mechanics almost every day. I was in every floor. I saw every car. I was in every car. And at the end of the day, the mechanics told me, they go to me, "Hey, listen here." I was a little bit younger, and they go, hey, when you grow up, never get yourself a Porsche. I go, why? Why you say this? They took out a huge computer, and they go, some of these guys that buy these Porsches know that these Porsches have issues,
Yeah.
but they still buy it because they like it. If you want to get a car, do not get a McLaren either. It's the worst car you can get. If anything, get yourself a Ferrari, because a lot of people work on Ferraris. But he told me that when he said that, don't get a Porsche. And there's a group of of the guys, and I think most of these guys, they work on all the cars around the world, all the Ferraris and everything. When he told me that, I'll never forget that. I said, "Holy shit!" And I'm looking in front of me, and I remember there was a silver Porsche. I forgot what it was, but it had a huge wing, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't the one that you had, the GT. But it was insane. And he goes, "You see that car? That car in a quarter mile can get under 9 seconds, and we're having issues with it all the time, every week." I'm
Yep.
like, holy crap!
Yeah, it's
that
probably
is
the GT3 RS. If it's got a big wing, it's likely the GT3 RS.
This was back in the days, like early 2000s, even the 90s, something like that.
It could be the GT2 then.
Yeah.
Perfect Dark, a good friend of the channel, says, "I got the nutty bourbon on the Whiskey Reaper's recommendation. Love the hazelnut."
Yeah, man, that hazelnut is no joke. That larceny barrel proof, insane.
Yeah, man. Look, McLaren, definitely stay away. They're great. Like everybody that I know that has a McLaren literally bought it because the doors go up. And look, they just. I have a friend that blew their transmission, another friend that needed a new engine, and I've been on rallies with McLarens where like literally the window will keep going up and down, and they can't stop it, kind of a thing. Just random like gremlins in those cars. And
Yeah, those McLarens, man, they're just nice, but they're not really something you should have and own and just take around the city. I think nobody has a pursuit, because me and you, I have a motorcycle, obviously. I used to race a lot of Ferraris and all the luxury. I wanted to see how beatable I was. I think the only car in the world right now that can beat me is the Teslas, and I don't want to ever tell people to buy a Tesla. But the EV is the future, man. Once Ferrari puts out an EV out there, Porsche, oh my God, that's going to be insane. Insanity it's going to be.
Yeah, look, EVs, I've got a contentious view of EVs, and look, I like driving, right? I like naturally aspirated cars. I
Me
like
too.
exhaust note. I like, obviously, being able to bang through gears. You won't be able to do that in an EV because there's no gearbox and there's no engine.
Exactly.
So it's a bit different. Back on the watches here because I don't want to kill the stream with car talk, but another aesthetically interesting looking watch. This is the Omega Seamaster Ultra Deep. This is a 6,000 meter deep piece. Right off the rip, Reaper, love it, hate it. What do you think?
It's a cool watch to have, especially the strap, everything. Really cool watch to have, especially here. That's a watch. I used to have an Omega a long time ago. I would take it to the beach and everything. I don't really have any issues with some of the Omegas because they're good. They're good timing and everything. They're usable. They're durable. This watch is a nice piece to have, especially if you're going out and doing a lot of things. You bang it up. I think you'll look better banged up, personally.
Yeah, look, and that kind of sparked my interest on, and look, I haven't heard your full story. Like I'm sure you've told it on other channels, but maybe for those of us that are new to the Reaper, give us a bit of your history. Like what got you into watches?
Well, back in the days when I was a kid, I literally couldn't stand the fact that I would be late to baseball games and stuff like that. So I got myself, when I was a kid, I think the first watch I got was either a Timex. I think it was in the 90s. And then after that, I just loved the fact that I could just look at my watch. Okay, I'd be in school and I'd be, you know what? These freaking teachers, they're boring. And back in the days, obviously in the 90s, we never had any phones. So nowadays, all these kids have all these phones. I would look at my watch, and if I didn't look at my watch, I would draw something on a piece of paper. So as the years started going by, I would buy maybe a different watch, and little by little, I would buy more watches. So as I got into high school and college, I started buying more watches because I enjoyed just looking at a watch. I just have to know my time. So all my life, I've always wore a watch every day that I walk out of bed. And nowadays, I don't know if you heard me on the last stream on Archie's. He had asked me, he goes, hey, what's the first watch? The first watch that I ended up getting was the Omega. But the Omega, okay, I just got so bored of it. Everybody, I don't know. There's something about just the regular Speedmaster. Like, it's a speedy to me. I got bored of it. So I sold it. And then I did the worst thing possible. I got a Breitling. And then when I got the Breitling, I said,
well, why would you say it's the worst thing possible? Well,
because to me, the worst thing possible, because when I got a Breitling, I thought at that moment it was the best. I should have got a Rolex. Okay, I should have got a Rolex. I never got a Rolex. So I got a Breitling, and I don't like selling my items. So I'm one of these guys that if I get a watch or something, I'm never going to sell it. This is something like my motorcycle. I can't see myself selling my motorcycle. So I'm one of these guys that doesn't tend to resell stuff.
Yep.
So that's why when I say it was the worst thing for me, because I know, in fact, if I get rid of it, like, I'm going to feel weird, So I got the Breitling. And then I just didn't like how the bracelet started wearing. Like, it started getting, like, too flimsy or something.
Do you remember what kind of Breitling you got? Like a Navitimer or a Colt? Like, do you remember what kind of Breitling it was?
Yeah, it was like a Navitimer. It was, I remember it had a blue dial.
Blue dial. Yeah. You know, it's interesting because a colleague of mine at work has that watch. And that is the most blingy brace. Like, and he's got, like, the big size. He's got the 46 mil. And it just, like, everybody compliments that watch. That's why when you said, I made a mistake with Breitling, I was like, the folks that I know that have Breitling, outside of, like, if we not talk about reselling, which you say you don't do.
I'd never do that.
Right. So, like, but on the wrist, it must be, does it not look nice? Or are you just bored with it? Like,
it got, I don't know, for some reason, I just didn't enjoy the fact that I don't know, the bracelet started getting wearing on me, like, real fast. Then it just started making me feel, like I have to go back to Omega again. And then I said, you know what, man, there's no way. I'm not going to go back to Omega because I'm going to do the same thing. So I ended up getting rid of that one. And then that's when I got a Rolex. And I said, you know what, I'm never going to try to do that again because I don't like reselling. So then after that, I started getting more watches, of random watches so that I could wear everywhere. And now I have I have one Rolex. And I have, I think, like 9 or 10 different watches. So I wear a different watch all the time.
There you go. Yeah, Higgins is asking about the
Yeah.
thickness of that Omega. So obviously I didn't go through the specs of it, but that is quite a thick watch. 16.5 millimeters is a pretty thick watch. Do you like, you know, if we're talking about thick, are we talking like 3 C's thick, 4 C's thick? Like what kind of thickness is the Reaper like?
Okay, so you see this watch, okay?
Yeah.
I loved it. When I first got it, I was like, oh man, I love this watch.
Yeah.
I got it nice and tight, everything's nice, but for some reason, I don't know, just everything about it just started wearing off on me. I started losing interest of the watch. And that doesn't happen to me often, and I don't like reselling. So for me, I don't know, man. I got rid of it, and I said, everybody at the time loved these watches. This was, I think, mid 2000. Everybody really liked these watches, and yeah, man. I just went straight to the Datejust, and I said, hey, man, that's the way to go. Two-tone Datejust, and that's it.
Yeah, look, I've gotten the opposite reaction, I guess, when I've seen people, you know, witness this piece in person because the blue dial is beautiful,
Yeah.
very blingy bracelet. Like this definitely is like if you want people to know you're wearing a piece, like this is one of them, right? So, yeah, look, it's again, right, and this is why I'm asking you these questions is because, you know, watches, you know, they hit people differently. And I'm very curious to kind of see like you know I'm pulling up all random references. You don't need to know shit about them. You don't need to know shit about the movements or anything. I just want to know, you know, is this something that you find pleasing? You because look, you like
I found it pleasing. I
I
thought
thought
it
this
was
was great. I thought this was great.
yeah. I
I'm
thought it was amazing.
I'm gonna challenge you with another one here. So this is a Tudor. I don't know you might not like Tudors, so ignore the brand. But I'm pulling up a not so popular Tudor. This is the Tudor Royal integrated bracelet. What do you think?
Nah, man, I don't like that chocolate dial. Is it a chocolate dial? It's brown.
It's a chocolate dial. Yeah.
Yeah,
Look,
I know.
I got brown skin, so Curly is like he wanted me to keep a brown strap on brown skin, and I said, Curly, man, like it doesn't work for me. Like brown on
Nah,
brown
man.
doesn't work, right?
Like
So I don't know.
you're a little bit more brown than me. No, I'm tan. I'm like tan, but
Yeah.
you're a little bit more brown, like whatever. I don't know, man. There's just something about that. I just don't. The dials was killing me. The dial, not a fan, man. Sorry.
Not a fan. Yeah. Look,
No.
the Tudor Royals are just. Look, I'll show you. I'll show you a brown piece on my wrist. This is an FP Journe Havana. You know, amazing. Like the fit of this watch was amazing. You know, this is one of the really sought after FP Journes. But again, right, that brown on brown skin, and the sales associate's like, oh, we could just change the strap. I'm like, honestly, bro, like it's not gonna make a difference for me. Like Reaper, you think you could rock this when you're a little bit lighter skinned than me?
Hey, man, man. I think it's a dial, man. I think me and you, we just can't wear those brown dials. I don't know. Is it that? Is it that?
Nah, it's called the Havana, right? Like it's definitely that cigar brown, you know, cigar brown type of tinge, cigar wrap brown tinge for the dial. Look, beautiful piece.
It
JJ's
is
got an
beautiful.
FP Journe. Yeah, JJ's got an FP Journe. But this one is a Lange Aventurine dial.
Damn!
This
God
was
damn!
this was fire.
Hey,
The
that's just
pictures,
insane.
yeah, I
Damn.
gotta zoom in a bit more here for you to see.
Damn! Look at
Um,
that! Holy
yeah,
heavens!
just a spectacular dial. Like so, yeah. When I was just checking out a couple pieces at one of the shops, like this one came up. It is a smaller watch. It's kind of suck. I think it's like 36 or 37 mil, so not not the best size.
but the gold there's a gold there that just pops.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
I don't care. Look, I don't care what anybody says out here in the chat room. Okay, if you're brown and tan like me, okay, you wearing some gold, that's just gonna be popping, real popping. Looks beautiful, man.
This
That looks
is
beautiful too. Jesus.
this is a perpetual calendar chronograph from Patek Philippe. This is a 3970 in platinum. Really nice piece, but it's a 36 mil and it's quite thick. So it just kind of, I don't know, it didn't sit properly on the wrist. Everybody kind of loves this. Higgins says the other piece was 36 and a half, so definitely small. This is your boy's watch. This is my piece. Let me see what else I can find here that I wanted to show you from some of these pieces I tried the other day. I'm just
Hey,
skipping.
show me your RM one more time.
This isn't my RM. This is Fella's. He's in the chat.
Oh, okay.
This is his RM. So I tried this on in Manhattan on the weekend. Just dude was like literally like working out in it. He's like, yeah, I'll just go to the gym. I'll meet you in Hoff in an hour. And
Yeah,
then
that's
shows up with this on the wrist. I'm like, seriously,
yeah,
man, like
that's beautiful.
you're at your fucking Pilates class wearing a Richard Mille, like.
And
Cool.
and for anybody out here that thinks Rafael Nadal is not getting paid to be wearing this, come
Oh, for
on now.
sure he is,
He's
for
getting paid to be wearing those because if I'm playing tennis and I have something on me, it's gonna affect me a little bit, the sweat. But that thing is, I think, when was it? I forgot what year. I think it was 2012 or something, or 2015. One of the guys, he gave me, he let me. I wasn't gonna put it on because I felt weird just putting it on. He goes, just try it, and I grabbed it. The case, literally, like the whole thing, it's pretty goddamn light. I mean, it's heavy, but it's not to the point that when you look at it, you're like, damn, that thing looks like it'd be heavier than what it is.
Absolutely.
I
All right,
thought
Reaper. Am I buying this or am I skipping on this one here?
I like the other one better. The one you showed me before. The one that I
Rapid fire,
said,
Reaper.
nah, man, chill with that. Chill with that.
Skip.
Chill
What
with
about this
that.
one? What about this one?
Damn, holy shit. That is an art piece right there. Holy heavens.
You got them double D's like on the dial, bro. Like,
Damn, double D's for sure right there. That's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. Holy heaven.
this is a Chronomet resonance. They had it at the shop, and obviously I was trying on a bunch of stuff and was having a good chat with the salespeople there, and they pulled this out. They're like, "Do you want to see it?" I'm like, "Yeah, absolutely." Right?
Yo, that is beautiful. That's an
Yeah,
art piece right there, man. That's
definitely. This one's wild. Higgins, I know, probably hates it. He's in the chat. I know this annoys him, bringing up some of these. Now, this is a perpetual calendar, 3940. This is the OG perpetual calendar, the one Archie kind of knows about. Calls it the Three Eyes. What do you think about this one?
That's beautiful, man. That's what you call a masterpiece.
All right, we saw the Havana. So
Hey, can you show me that? Oh my God, that is it. Oh my God, that is stunning, man.
I'm telling you, in person, this watch is like one of the most beautiful dials I've seen like ever.
Man, stop playing with me. That is, oh my God, I can't not look at that screen.
So I went window shopping while Higgins was flying over. And he had suggested, he's like, hey, look, if you're going to that place, check out this piece because I think they have it. So I'd asked them to show me this, and he asked me, like, when I met him later on that evening, he's like, well, what'd you think? And I said, look, if it wasn't 36 and a half, if they made it in like 38 or 39 or 40, it would be like a home run. But yeah, dude, like one of the most stunning dials I've ever seen in my life.
Even look, 36, even what is it, 36 and a half?
36.
Even that, it's still going to look good on your freaking arm, man. Are you kidding me? That is that's beautiful.
Sweet JoJo.
How are you, mate? Hey, Whiskey. How are you, buddy?
Hey, what's up, man? What's up?
Not much. Just tuning into the show. I saw you looking at watches that I don't normally look at, and I like those. I like those Journes are interesting looking watches, aren't they? I'm not sure if I probably can never own one out of my price range, and they look interesting. I don't mind this Lange. This Lange looks nice.
This is the Journe I got up here now, plastic.
Oh yeah, that Journe looks good. It's interesting how they've done those dials, isn't it?
Yeah, this is it was a pretty special. It was a 38 mil plastic. It doesn't fit that bad actually on the wrist for a 38.
It looks big, yeah. It's because it's all dial, isn't it? It's basically all dial.
Yeah, but plastic. You can't see me wearing this like brown dial and brown skin. Like I can't be eating my Vindaloo wearing this watch plastic.
Hell nah.
I'm just going to put something in the private chat. I'm just going to ask your opinion on something, Tan. I thought I'd just drop on quickly. I don't want to say it. I want to surprise someone on Monday who I'm having lunch with. I just want to put something in the private chat.
Ooh. Little private. Now my phone's going to get blown up plastic by about 1,000 people asking me what the fuck you got.
Okay. So I just put a little note in there. I'm thinking about something that could that would make the head spin, if you know what I mean.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, the second one is probably the one I think that would make the head spin.
I'm thinking about more of the old provoking, the to be the provocateur. What do you think?
Yeah, you know what? I think it's I think a bit of provocation is what we need in the Archieverse. So,
So
but I
maybe
think
the first option.
the first option is like
That's a slammer.
you want
That's a
someone
slammer.
to you want someone to walk away right away within 5 minutes. You put that one there.
Okay,
That's a
I'll do
slammer.
that.
That's the way I'd do it.
I'll do that.
So plastic. Reaper wasn't a fan of the Tudor Royal. He says this isn't something. He says this is what you'd be wearing if you were serving the Vindaloo, not eating the Vindaloo.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Tudors. The only Tudor I like, to be honest, is the FXD Tickers watch, because I had the pleasure of holding one and looking at one closely, and I actually really like those FXDs. I think they're really cool. I'd own one if the right deal came up. I think they're great watches.
Yeah.
But in any other Tudor, I'm just not really a fan, mate.
Well, bro, this is the Tudor website. It's a sea of black bays, and it's like, can you not be Panerai or like AP? Like Tudor's there's nothing else but the black bay, right? It's just the one trick fucking pony when it comes to it. And
I don't know enough about them. I've never really been into them. I remember when the local AD in Brisbane used to be Tudor and Rolex, so I'd go in there and have a look and pretend to look at the
That's a new
Tudors.
one. That's
Brisbane was the Tudor capital of the world in the 60s and 70s.
Is that right?
Yeah. Apparently, your city was where people wanted to buy Tudors. They weren't buying Rolexes. So,
and now Tudor's become one of those, just a multi-brand, So when you go into the multi-brand ADs, Monards who don't even sell Rolex, they sell Tudors, and then you've got, Hourglass, they sell Tudors. So Tudor's just everywhere, And Archie's right on Tudor, mate. They bring out the hot GMTs or the watches and, oh, look at that. Wow, it's a GMT. It's a light Pepsi. And then they flood the fucking market, and the Black Bay Pro. And they flood the market. And interesting.
You know who else flooded the market was Omega with the Speedmaster. I don't know if you remember this plastic a few years ago. They dumped, and this is like known that the authorized dealers dumped a bunch of their Moonwatch stock onto Joma Shop. And it was like a massive flood of.
I remember that when I first got into I bought my first Omega back in 2005, I think it was. I got a Planetation, one of the first, the big ones with the 600 meters.
Yep.
I love that watch. It was a great watch. And then I bought a Breitling Steelfish, a sort of a new version. I got that in 2015.
Yep.
And then I got the sub in 2016, and that was it. I just got rid of everything else, stayed with Rolex. But I remember looking at Joma Shop and looking at all these fucking the sweet deals on Joma Shop, but they didn't. I'd heard they never, and also being in Australia, you've got to pay fucking through your ass on taxes and imports.
Yeah, it's the same.
But I also heard they didn't come with all the gear. You know what I mean? They didn't come with the cards. They didn't come with the tags. They just do like a watch.
Right? They didn't come with the cards because the ADs were offloading it, and they didn't want fucking 300 cards from Tourneau showing up at Joma Shop, right? But what happened was that like all of the collectors in like the Hamilton range and the Longines range, all of them picked up Moonwatches. I can remember when the 1861, everybody had one, and for me that kind of like it lowered it from being a luxury watch to being more entry. So I was a bit jaded from those days from that shit.
For me personally, if I was ever going to go Omega again, I'd probably stick with the Planetation. Not a real fan. I've tried on the Speedies. I've looked at them. I've looked at Savron's old 321, and I've seen another 321 that I helped a guy. I helped broker a deal with Ronnie because the guy I met, he had a 321, old one, pre-moon, and he didn't really know what he had. He got it on his honeymoon when he was in Switzerland, and he didn't even know what it was worth. And I put him in touch with Ronnie, and he ended up getting nearly $9,000 for it, unpolished, unserviced, fucking just still ticking. He'd had one service in the 50 years he'd owned it, and it was just still ticking away. And it was, so I helped the guy sell that, and it was a good feeling because the guy needed the cash, and he got a pretty good deal from Ronnie.
While I have you on the stream, we have an update on Chippy. So I do have Chippy up on the screen here, plastic. Do you think Archie should have done a better job, like preventing GMT from buying Chippy?
Oh, mate, look, condition's everything, right? I'll just leave it there, mate. Condition is everything. It doesn't matter if it's got a box and papers and all that sort of stuff, but condition. And then, you know, and then look at the other stuff as an add-on, as a bonus. But you got to go condition first. That's just where that's the old, you know, adage, isn't it? Condition. I understand that GMT, he's in Darwin, he can't just fucking walk in and look at things. But, you know, for how many years now have we been saying that Ronnie's probably the most trusted guy in Brisbane and these other guys are the most trusted? He didn't buy from any of those guys. And that was my point, you know?
Yeah.
You could have got a fucking really smart, nice, great deal. But he wanted the leather box and he wanted this and he wanted that. So I sort of understand it with all the kit, and a really good service could probably bring that watch back to pristine condition. I just think it needs new crystal, it needs new glass, needs a nice refinish. It needs a new dial, probably needs new, you know, it just needs a full factory service. And there's no big deal doing a full factory service on any of those datas because nothing is like really dial specific moving forward, is it? I mean, champagne dial is a champagne dial. It doesn't really matter, right? You can send it back to Rolex, get a full fucking crispy service, and then you basically got a brand new 36. Yeah, exactly what he wanted. He wanted that genre, but he's going to have to fork out a few $1,000s to get that done.
Plastic, I don't know if you saw the show yesterday, but we were bringing up rare dial dates, and this is actually one of them. This is a factory dial. This actually isn't damaged. This is an obsidian dial, and people would order these rare stone dials, and we're having this problem right now in modern where the meteorite Pepsis, a lot of them are actually getting rejected by the buyers because obviously the dials are all going to be different, and if they don't get a dial that they like,
the dial has to pop. The dial has to pop. That's right. And there's one meteorite I was looking at last year before I ultimately settled on the sub, because the sub for me is a perfect watch, right? I can wear it out of the box. It's all fully linked. I don't have to go and buy a fucking link for it. Yep. I can just you know, adjust the clasp. I'm good to go. But I was looking at meteorites. I was thinking about doing a big trade, getting rid of a few and getting a meteorite dial Pepsi in. And one of the guys who I know had one for sale, and the dial was fucking brilliant. It was perfect, you know. It had all the crisscrosses, everything was perfect, you know, and it popped, you know. But I never saw it in person, so that was always a risk. I didn't want to order it, it gets shipped up, and then I go, fuck, you know, this isn't for me. And being white gold and being very superficial, I want people to know I'm wearing gold. And, you know, that's the thing. I'm not into that, you know, bullshit, you know. A lot of people are, but I'm not into that. So I thought, fuck it, I'll just go with the, you know.
Plastic's living the hype life in Brisbane. They're Reaper. He's living the Miami lifestyle in Brisbane.
Well, I just like yellow gold is gold, right? And look, it's like you just fuck it, you know, why not? And I watched all those old Archie solid gold sub videos, and that stuff resonated with me because I fucking thought it was hilarious, and just putting on a persona when you wear the watch, and, you know, pursing your lips and putting on the sunnies and fucking, you know, opening up a couple of buttons on your, you know, all that sort of shit was hilarious, you know, and that stuff is, so I'm sort of living the dream when I had that watch, and yeah, fuck it, I'm just going to own it till the end, mate. That's going to be my extra gold piece, and I've got it now, and I'm going to enjoy the fuck out of it.
You know? Wait, you have this?
No, I've got a gold sub.
Oh, okay, because this dial, man, Tan, this is amazing. This is insane.
So Reaper, this is the exact same stone as the one I showed you before, but just a completely different. You know, this is how this dial showed up, right? So you would probably take delivery of this one. The other one, you'd be like, nah, I don't want it. And this is what I was going to tell Plastic is a lot of the gray dealers right now. Like, if you're trying to buy a meteorite, they'll ask you, like, you know, you basically have to buy it if you're saying that you want it. Like, they're not gonna allow you to show up and be like, nah, I don't like the dial.
A great tip came to me from a grey dealer. He said, with meteorite, you've got to see it, you got to look at it, hold it, put it in the sunlight, you got to fucking. And he was a bit wary too of sort of. He wasn't trying to talk me out of it. He was telling me that the dial was one of the best he'd ever seen. But no matter what, you can't take someone else's, because it's subjective, right? It has to be something that you fall in love with, and that's the problem with these natural sort of dials, isn't it, Tan? That there might be something about it that pisses you off. There might be a little bit of asymmetry that fucking goes, yeah, fuck, I can't live with that. It just looks fucking stupid. It looks like a fucking, you know, an asshole. You don't know, right? It could look like something just absolutely fucking ridiculous, you know. And, you know, I don't know if I want that. Look, like on that one you just had up, it looked like a pair of lips. Looked like a pair of lips behind the fucking hands, you know. Yeah, so who wants that? Yeah, it's
That's
weird.
Exactly it, right? So, and especially in Australia too, you're going to have a limited supply of these. You're not going to have a lot of them, right? So, I don't know. I think it's gonna be a tough time because you have to be very, very selective.
See, that one looks all washed and greyed out in the middle. You know what I mean? And then it sort of comes alive on the edge. That could just be the light. So you don't know until you see it, and then that's a lot of money to spend and commit. You know, that's why I think with Bear, if he wants one of these things, he's going to have to see a few of them. I wouldn't just go in and say whatever these 80, if he's 80 offered him one, I'd be saying I want to see a few on the grey, find the one you love, and then say fuck it, I'll pay overs, but I'm going to get the dial that I want. You know what I mean?
That's what I like about this, Dan. Each one of the dials, since it's a meteorite, they're all different, right? They're all different. They have all different engraving kind of. I think these are so freaking insane, man. Just knowing
some suck, man. Whiskey, some really fucking suck, and people just flip them. They're not trying to make money; they just can't fucking stand them.
ABC in the house.
Hello, gentlemen.
Yo.
Hey, ABC.
Howdy.
It's been so long.
How's it going, man?
Yeah, it's good.
Good. Tan, how's it going?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm talking. We always somehow gravitate to like day dates, and this is an.
It's my fault because I jumped on.
Jojo, check out this one. This is a solid.
And before I forget, hello to Reaper as well.
How's it going, ABC? Good to see you.
Good. Yeah, good to see you as well.
This one,
that's the ring of diamonds. There's one of these on the used market in Aussie at the moment, but it doesn't have that pattern in the middle. It's basically a standard dial with that ring of diamonds.
Interestingly enough, I think there's a story that Saad said that someone actually sent this one to Rolex, and Rolex didn't think the dial was original because obviously it's so old. And Rolex, obviously, they were like, "Oh, it's not original," but it is an original dial. It's a solid gold dial. I think this one's called the Missoni dial. And yeah, like it's a wild piece. But think about it, like you're talking about meteorites and all these stone dials or even something like this. You fuck up that dial, bro, like Rolex is not gonna have a replacement. You're gonna show up with a champagne dial. You're gonna show up with Chippy as your return from service is what you're gonna get. So
yeah, 100%. You know what? I don't mind those stone. What are they? The Stellar dials? Are they the stone ones?
There's a lot of different styles. I'll play up some.
Yeah, the really bright, vibrant colors, but they look fucking aftermarket, And you see them sometimes, and they're like huge pricing on them, but they look like they're aftermarket, They don't look real, but and how would you know going back in time that you've got the original? How the fuck do you know this? Without box papers, tags. Something written there.
Damn.
This one's called the Jurassic Park dial. So this is actually made from a fossil.
Damn. Holy hell.
It's pretty crazy, isn't it, Whiskey? It's just fucking nutty, isn't it?
Man, this is insane. This is real ASMR fucking watch talk. Holy shit, Dad.
Dude, like you can go down the
Jesus,
we're lucky
don't send me down that. Don't send me down that rabbit hole. Holy
shit. For me, for a day date, if I was ever going to get a day date, right, I'd go classic. I wouldn't get diamond dial, but I'd get just a classic champagne dial, Tony Soprano in a 40 size. You know what I mean? I'd get that classic look. For me, that would be the day date I'd get. Very basic champagne dial, thick markers, I guess.
This is a statement piece for you right here.
Man, what the hell, man?
Lapis style.
Lapis.
Damn, quit playing with me right now.
Yeah. That's fucking wild, isn't it?
Damn.
That looks nice, mate.
That's nice.
Yeah, look, the lapis style. I think they still make lapis actually in the current lineup.
That's amazing, isn't it?
But most of these now are coming in as holy fuck. Here we go. Higgy Sales. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey.
Love you, Higgy.
Love you, Cluster.
Love you.
What's going on, Higgy boy?
I just wanted to add something that I usually can't do on day dates. I've heard you talking with Saad the other day about the famous Octopussy watch.
Yes.
And people putting out the accusation that those are not genuine Rolex watches. When I started working at an AD, we had a client who wanted to see. We didn't call it an Octopussy back then, but he wanted to see the watch, and that was a time when Rolex was giving those on consignment, because no AD was brave enough to buy those. So we contacted Rolex, and they sent us 2 of them directly on consignment. So I can vouch for them that they came from Rolex like that.
Yeah, so the story was that Saad was somehow looking at this is an octopussy, by the way, for those that don't know, on the screen. And I think here we go. Speak of the devil. It's like we've catfished everybody into the stream now. What's going on, Saad? Saad, please tell the story of like how people thought the octopussy was fake, please.
Yeah, those were actually bunch of poor people, with the problem with poor people is they cannot think beyond stainless steel. So these were the octopussimos introduced by Rolex back in the 70s with 4-digit reference numbers. These were basically the one step above Crown Collection, and the modern replacement of these watches are basically the Pearl Master or the Masterpiece. The Masterpiece day dates came with very beautiful diamonds and all kind of jewelries, all kind of jewels. So these were basically
Can I also add, that was a time when you wanted to have a maximum flex with the watch, you were using a Rolex, because there was no Richard Mille, there was no FP Journe, there was nothing else. So the maximum flex was the most expensive Rolex.
I love how you say Journe is a flex, like JJ is just sticking that watch right in your face there, Higgy baby.
No, well, I'm of the opinion that FP Journe is a maximum flex watch.
See, with FP Journes in Australia, we can't even. I mean, if I bought one in Oz, right? I mean, where the fuck am I going to get it serviced or any of that sort of shit? It really is in Australia. You're saying I've got the cash to get one, and I've got the cash to fly to America whenever I want, or wherever fly to fucking Switzerland, and drop it in for service.
You put your FP Journe in a bottle, close it, throw it in the ocean, and hope that it arrives.
Ouch, Higgy. Higgy, you're so happy that like Reaper said the Lange is like a really nice watch. Higgy just you're probably sleeping and then he's probably sleeping in bed and then like woke up.
No, I'm not sleeping in bed. I'm on my sailboat. I just caught a Starlink spot where I could talk to you, but I have to go on sailing. I just wanted to add that comment on the Octopussy Rolex, and I'm happy that Saad is taking my place now for competent watch talk together with ABC.
There you go. Thank you so much for hopping on there, Higgy baby.
So guys, talk to you later, and I'm following the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Bye.
All right, Saad, we're gonna bring up here another one that you and I talked about, but I don't know if I actually brought one.
I just put one in the chat. Have a look at this. This is in Aussie dollars. I just want to quickly. I want to give Higgy a bit of love because he really pops on. Right. So this is one at Luxury. This is one of Archie's guys. I want you to tell me if this is fair deal or not.
Your access has been limited by the site owner. What the hell's going on here? Hold on. I'll just go to their website, Luxuria Watches, and then
it's on the front page. It's the 1815 40 mil platinum 200th anniversary.
Yeah.
It's one of those, if you know type watch. If you know.
I got you here. Yeah, I don't know why the hell's not pulling it up here for me.
Don't you love that? How the dealers say, "Oh yeah, it's a real if you know, because no one else wants the fucking thing. It's like a white gold something. Oh yeah, it's a classic. If you know, watch.
All right, so we got an 1815 40 mil platinum 200th anniversary, 200 pieces black dial, blah box and papers, 49,900 Aussie. Why are you thinking about getting this one plastic?
I'm not thinking about getting it. I'm just giving Higgy some love. I thought I'd bring up a platinum Lange, and I was hoping that it might get his juices flowing in the chat. Is it a yay or a nay from Higgy, or what does he think of it? Is this sort of what he would rock, or is he more white gold, or what does he like?
Yeah, this is the piece. Very basic, obviously. It's got a small second at 6, and you've got your standard Your standard shitty Lange movement there, Higgy. Nothing to see here, right, Weeper? Nothing to see.
Compared to the last one. Compared to the last one.
They cover 3/4 of it anyways. You can't see.
I'd say the movement isn't, it's not like a Patek, is it? It's fucking, it isn't. Yeah, you're right. It's just okay. It's like, yeah, it's not that special, the movement. But the watch itself is nice. I mean, this would be a watch that I would have thought maybe Archie could slide into. He's a bit of a white metal, precious metal sort of guy. But I don't think he'll ever go. He'll probably never go Lange because of that experience with his father and the ox cart. Is that what his grandfather? Sorry, his grandfather in World War II.
Yeah. Look, like again, this is 50,000 Aussie as well, right? Like, I can't see Archie spending 50,000 Aussie on a Lange. He'd go Patek at that point. I can't see him doing.
He would. So this is where it becomes the similar the value propositions, right? So you were looking at that, going, okay.
What would I slide in? Tanzil?
It's shit, man. It's fucking. Well, they cover 3/4 of the movement. Like, what is?
Yeah, they do cover a lot of the movement, Higgy. Like, honestly, they make the movement not as appealing as a Patek. Yeah, and
yes,
look,
there is a reason for that. So first of all, that is a signature mark of the Lange pocket watches. Lange used to make high-end pocket watches before they were the property of the company was taken away. Now have a look at those 5 chatons with heat-blued screws that are fixed there, and tell me any Patek Philippe that has those.
I mean, JLC has heat-blued screws. It's not that special, man. Like, come on.
Yeah, heat-blued screws, but not chatons.
Higgy, like, if you want to cover half the movement with some blued screws, you can, but you're not fooling anybody.
It's more difficult to assemble than to have separate.
Like Reaper says, this does not have the water resistance that's optimal for the champagne room in a Miami strip club. So if it's not that, I'm not interested.
In US dollars, Higgy, this is about low 30s, right? I think low 30s. Is this a fair value for that watch, or are they asking too much?
I think it's a little bit overpriced, to be honest. And I'm not the biggest fan of this watch in 40 millimeters, in my opinion, particularly for a 300. It's a little bit on the big side. But just let me add, this is a manual wind movement by Lange. The only manual wind movement from Patek that you get is 22 millimeters. So take that.
Higgy, you should not show up. You should not show up when you're like either half drunk or half asleep with me, Higgy, because
I know the new Calatrava.
Exactly. I'm not gonna have that, Higgy, baby.
Well, at least he catfishes to the face, right, Tan?
Yeah, I know. Like Higgy's trying to say that Patek doesn't make a movement for the size of the piece. Now this Higgy is definitely made for the size.
Yeah. How many Calatravas have this particular movement, and how long? How long is that movement out now? 1 year or 2 years?
Yeah, look, Patek's about innovation. We're not about like
innovation.
Let's stick to our pocket watches from like the 1900s, man.
Actually, Higgy's got a point. There's not a lot of difference between the. I mean, I actually see this movement's quite covered up as well.
It is. I'm going to show you guys.
Because it has 2 barrels, so it's covered up pretty well as well. Yeah, you have a point.
It's quite modest.
Higgy, let me show you this piece. Hear your thoughts on this one. You obviously know this. You've seen this in person. But this movement.
Don't you love our ADHD? How we just keep going from topic to topic? We're not fucking. It's just
there's no topics here, Splastic.
No, but don't you love it though? It's just fucking whatever,
Yeah.
Hey, we're spitballing. Look, I got to go, fellas. I got to be ready for my job. Lovely to check in. I did this. I think Curly was saying I had to jump on and give some value. Because he's super chatted a bit to get this brisket thing happening. So thanks a lot, Curly, for your support.
Have a great day, Plastic. Have a great day.
Thank you, Sard. I much appreciated, and always good to see you, Higgy, Whiskey, and Tan. Thanks very much for the time. Love you, Higgy, and I'll see you guys around.
Good to see you, man.
See you later, guys.
Higgy, look at this movement. You get somewhat of an interior angle here on Swiss's movement. Does that upset you that Lange doesn't do that on their basic?
It didn't upset me, but I take the point and I take the credit for Vacheron to do that. Yes.
Not very.
But you see again, Tanzil, how nice a well-fit manual movement looks, and not the movements.
I showed you a well-fit manual movement. I don't know what you're on about. We're not gonna talk about the 215 and the 5196.
Yeah. So,
We're
so
gonna-
maybe you show up at 215 and with a open case bag or something.
Saad and I talked about this style yesterday. We didn't actually get a chance to show one of these. So this is a Reaper. This is a Bloodstone dial. Now, Saad, you said a lot of people get confused with the Jasper dial and the Bloodstone. Now, I never really thought that was that hard because obviously you can see the Bloodstone tinge actually in the green. But is that not the case for most Bloodstones? Like, is it really that difficult to see the difference?
You know, as this is a natural product, these stones, so not all dials will look the same. Now, this has a lot of red marks on it.
Mm-hmm.
There was one example where there was actually only one red mark on the entire stone. So what the owner thought was that he bought a Jasper actually, but when he looked at the stone in the loop, there he found a single red dot on it, which classified it as a Bloodstone than a Jasper. So I can find that photograph for information purposes.
Feel free to send it
will
along.
take some time.
While you do that, I'll ask Reaper his thoughts on this one. So Reaper, just off of looks, would you rock this, or would you just pass on this one?
Hey man, anything gold, okay? Anything gold I think looks good on us. I think that's beautiful. The one you're showing me now, beautiful. But I had to ask you about the last one.
Mm-hmm.
If there's more red on the dial, does that make it more money because it has maybe more red on it? Because since each dial is going to be different than the other dial, does that happen in the watch market? If it has more red on it, does it cost more?
Yeah, look, like Laska and I were talking about, right? The desirability of a dial is going to be subjective to obviously the owner, right? Like some people will buy a meteorite no matter what. Other people are very discerning in it, right? And if I were to answer your question, I would say that it would matter in a Bloodstone dial because Bloodstone has a certain look to it. And to kind of give you some idea of what we're comparing it to, we were comparing it to what's called a Jasper dial, which is another stone, very, very green. And you'll see it in this picture here when I pull it up.
But the Jasper doesn't have red in it, right?
Exactly. But now some people may like this a lot cleaner, right? And so that's where it's subjective is, if you're buying a Bloodstone, you're specifically probably looking for that stone. But if you're looking for a very, very clean, green, natural stone look, you can't go wrong with the Jasper dial. But
is that a genuine Rolex bezel?
18208.
Which one? Which genuine? This
one?
one?
On that Jasper.
Yes, 100%. 180-208 is the reference number on the. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Honorable Tan, my boss, I have sent you the photograph of that exact dial, which has only one dot on it, and you have to find that dot.
Oh, fuck.
Good luck with that.
By the way, Higgy, this is a T-Swiss T dial, but I don't see any loom on it. Can you explain why?
Yeah.
Why is that?
You had that conversation
but
before,
why is that? You tell me now.
Yeah.
Oh, Tan, you are the man. Tan,
I think I found it.
You are the man,
shit, dude.
Holy dude, I was zooming in on my computer. You guys probably can't see it, but
Yeah, I'm trying to zoom in to see. I can't see it. Oh yeah.
Yo,
Okay.
Tan, Higgy, this guy also has this eye for attention to detail.
Saad, here's the thing.
Not only you.
Saad, here's the thing. I didn't need a loop when I saw Higgy's watch to tell me it was shit. He had to put a loop. He was inspecting my watch every angle with the loop under natural sunlight before he gave it the stamp of approval. I saw one look in the dark. I'm like, it's shit. I don't need this.
Now, what do you think about this piece, Mr. Tan?
I love natural stone dials. But again, if I was buying a Bloodstone, I probably wouldn't buy this because I don't think it has the kind of to Reaper's question. Like, is it more valuable? So Saad, I don't know, you're on mute when you said that, but like, would you say a Bloodstone dial would be more valuable if it had more of the red in the dial?
Yes, that's actually, the more the character on the dial, the more expensive it is. So, but this has some unique point in it. It has just one dot, so this will have another collector point. It's the way you market it. Some will say, I want more more reds on the dial. Some will say, oh, look at this one, this is a unique piece. So it's all depend on who's buying it.
The only bad thing I see about this watch is if somebody that wasn't enthusiast, they wouldn't really appreciate this watch as much as most of you guys. And that's why I was asking about the red, because I do know that if it has more of something, it would cost more. But I don't know, Tan. I think it's a beautiful watch, but the other green watch you showed me had more of an elegance to me than I would think. That just pops out.
Yeah, so I had pulled up a standard Jasper dial, Saad, and he was just kind of seeing the difference between the two, right? One is just a very, very green dial, and this is one that is supposed to not just be green by itself. Now, Whiskey Reaper, my friend Saad is getting married soon, and I'm looking to get him a matching set, and I found one. I found him a matching set, but I need your help, Reaper.
Okay.
We've got Half on Smash on the stream.
Oh, the King of Kings, Half on Smash.
What up?
You have the most beautiful AP. The only problem is the dial.
No. I'm gonna show Hoff. Look, this is the one you need to get. AP with a proper dial. Here we go.
Oh my
Look
god.
at this.
I think that one would go well with my style.
Bro,
only if I could get the matching ring.
The matching ring. So Assad, tell us the story about this watch.
I cannot tell you
the
the story.
matching set,
I
by the way.
cannot tell you the story. I'm gonna get into trouble.
Okay, Reaper. This is the Sultan of Oman. His name is Sultan Qaboos. He likes to put his face on a bunch of like random shit. So this is his matching set AP and ring. But he's got some famous pieces I'm gonna pull up for you here. You got this one. This is Saad's favorite. Saad loves this one right here.
Oh, shit.
We got that one. We've got this one right here.
But
it
seems with this kind of tat, he kept AP afloat for a couple of years.
Yeah.
Hey, this is getting funny. I like how this stream has turned into this.
This is ASMR fucking watch talk.
This is some ASMR watch talk right here. Holy heaven! What's up?
Look at the chair. He also
look,
chair.
What up, Whiskey?
Reaper, this is a flex, man. You walk into the club, you got like you got a bunch of girls with you, and you got flex. Like, you got your face on the damn AP, right? Like.
Jeez,
especially when
you have to
Swizz
look like
Beats getting A-Rab money comes on.
Getting A-Rab money.
So Saad, what do you think?
Boss.
The people at AP when the Sultan commissioned them with such an order, do you think they kept a straight face, or were they laughing their asses off?
No. Oh, look at this. We have our boss with us. Archie the King. How are you, sir?
Hey, not too bad. What's going on? Where are we?
You got a super chat. This is your main stream.
Thomas Burnett, £2. Thanks, Tan, for doing these pre-shows. Good timing. Yeah, I think AP was laughing their ass off. The thing is, you know what? They would put anything on the watch if you ordered enough.
Well, there was a time when they were desperate for every single order.
Yes, you are 100% right. At this time, they had no money, and they
weren't only desperate. You think Patek wasn't desperate, or VC wasn't desperate? They were all desperate.
Yeah, Rolex was desperate. Have you seen how many special orders this guy had done with the Rolex? Look at the Esprit collection. They did it. This guy is a king of watches.
Yeah, I like this guy. We need some merch on this guy.
Hey, but
Arch, why don't we have an ArchieLuxury version of this guy?
Merch. Yes.
Archie, what do you think of this hieroglyphics style?
Yeah, I have actually seen this. This came up at auction there. You know what? I'm going to use Paul. I think it's a 3998.
I think so, yeah.
It's sort of the predecessor to the 5107.
Yep.
Calatrava.
Yep.
And I got to be totally honest with you, I can't stand it. Okay, I'm sorry.
So
I think-
I know it's valuable.
Well, Reaper,
Yeah.
the story of this one is, I think it was like a famous artist, and he gifted one of these to, I guess, a friend or a photographer or something, a famous photographer. It's like their name written in like hieroglyphics on the top.
That's
I
a
think-
collection piece. That's
I
a good,
think
I can't wear
all
that.
those birds look like they're taking a dump.
Yes, 100%.
You know who would like this? Mike the Snake. He would like this because he likes that alien histories channel stuff. This is more his alley. Mike the Snake. You know. I
Yeah.
think so.
The only thing that's driving me nuts is the owl should be at 6 o'clock for the 6, right, Tan?
Oh, for sure. For sure, man. For the 6, baby. OVO, that's an OVO reference for those that don't know. The 6 is Toronto.
I knew at least
Correct.
one of you. would get it.
Toronto?
Yes.
Toronto is called the 6. That's why he's talking about putting the
Oh.
owl, which is the OVO logo, at the 6.
I can't even see if they match up. They match up. Like they what the fuck are they? 1, 2. What the fuck is this thing? This doesn't even. They're not even like.
They're not lined up to proper hour.
No, they're not. They're not. What does that mean?
It's not the point. These are special order. It's not, they're piece uniques because they're different names. There's 2 of them, I think, that exist. It did come up for auction. It did pretty well. I'm surprised you don't like it though, Archie. It's just a very kind of un-Patek like watch.
No, I like it, but I mean, I don't know if I could fit it in my collection. You know what I mean? It doesn't. You like, you'd have to have a number of pieces before you really wanted that.
That's like Indiana Jones type. Like Indiana Jones. I see you, Indiana Jones. You know, I can't see anybody really buying
Archie, can you do me a favor? Can you pop up Luxuria's website? So we're trying to help a good friend of the channel buy a new piece, and they were on earlier. I don't know if you were listening to the show or not. It's actually in the private chat. I don't know if I'll just drop it in the private chat for you to pull up. But our good friend Plastic is looking to pull the trigger today on this piece, but you weren't on. So
Plastic's
Yeah.
pulling the no.
He came on Reaper. He was on like 5 minutes ago, talking about it.
I think so. Like 15 minutes ago or something. Like
15 minutes, yeah.
Wait, I could have sworn that Archie didn't like plastic.
No, they're friends. They're going for lunch soon.
Oh,
Hey,
I thought they
But
didn't
Plastic
like it.
Plastic came on to ask us because obviously Higgins was on the stream, whether this was a good buy or not. And I think he's a little shy to talk to you. So obviously we're on your stream, so he may show up with this piece. I'm sorry, Plastic, if I've given the secret away, but
The funny thing is, I know who owns that piece. That's a consignment piece.
Oh, so you might want to throw another bid in there to drive up the cost.
drive up the prices. Yeah.
Get some ROI on that brisket.
So Archie, what do you think? Is this does this piece say plastic, or would you run for the hills?
Look, he's just pulling my leg because he's a Rolex man.
This isn't a Rolex. This isn't even a Patek. This is a Lange.
I know. That's the whole thing. Is that
He's
this
not
is
pulling your leg. He
plastic.
wasn't even asking you. He asked us on the stream with you. He knew you were sleeping. But I'm telling you, I'm giving you a bit of like a heads up that you better show up on whenever you're meeting with a heavy hitter because he may have this on the wrist.
No, I've got a heavy hitter. I'm wearing the Bluesy. That's my heavy hitter.
Show us.
Bluesy. That's the heavy hitter I got there.
So 49,900 Aussie. That's a pretty penny for a basic,
But it's a limited edition and it's platinum.
Does that matter?
Okay.
Do you care for limited? Would you pay that much for a limited edition?
Not. Lange is not cheap. You understand that? Lange is not for poor people. You understand that? Like if you actually convert that to American, right?
Yeah, that's what Plastic did. It was like low 30s, I think.
Yeah, 32, just under 32. That's not a lot of money, is it?
Well, he's seriously thinking about pulling the trigger, potentially.
You can buy a decent car. You can buy.
Would you flip the Sprite? Because he's thinking of flipping the Sprite for this.
The Sprite's not worth that much money.
Well, he's going to put in some cash as well, but he's going to flip the Sprite, put in some cash. But he says, look, Archie didn't give GMT the blessing for Chippy, and he was too shy to ask you, so I'm asking you. Should Plastic do it, or should he run for the hills?
I don't think it suits him.
So you think
I'd love to see him do it. I'd love to see him do this. I'd love to, but I can't believe he's a Rolex man. He never deviates from the brand. You understand?
Well, he was seriously looking to buy this, so I don't know.
This is actually a great piece. It's 40 mil. It's a big size because he's a big man. He's a big man, you know.
And me and Tan know what he's gonna be wearing, but I like what you did there, Tan. I like what you did there, Tan.
Look, man, I gotta give Archie a bit of a heads up because when he's going into a battle against the plastic, Archie needs to be informed. Like, what's plastic gonna wear? Because Archie doesn't want to get one-upped by his disciple, right? Like, Archie needs to be the pontiff. Archie, so we were going through a few pieces, and one of the pieces came up that me and Reaper absolutely dislike, but we want to know your thoughts on this one.
That's a very good question there. Yeah.
Like, would you seriously wear this, like, at all?
I think they're very big. They're very big. What size is this here? Is this the smaller one? This is the Pro Prof. Is it smaller?
Yeah, no, this is the one that they're going to release. I don't know if they have any details on the specs, but
yeah,
it should be on the Omega site.
Is it on the?
I don't know if you noticed. This,
it says it's a 55 by 45 millimeter case.
But these are. I love the Pro Prof. I've always loved them. You know what I love most? They did a white one. They did a white Pro Prof.
Yeah.
I thought they were sexy.
Yeah, Paul Thorpe has that one, I believe.
Yeah. I gotta tell you something. Seriously, would I wear one? Fucking oath I would. Fucking oath I would. It's an Omega. It's a super diver. Why wouldn't I wear it? It's beautiful. I love the blue, the subtle hues to it there. The only thing is, you never get your money back. You never.
Everyone's saying this is the hype piece. This is the new hype piece from Omega. Me and JJ were at the AD. He was asking about it, and they were just like, "Yeah, you and about 1 million people who walk in the store." Like, what kind of a world are we living in, Archie, where the Pro Prof is like the hype piece from Omega?
I know. I got to tell you something. I don't think. I think honestly, you got to be. You got to be careful there. You got to be very careful. I got to be totally honest with you. This is beautiful. I love it. But we're in very tricky water. Did you know, a good friend? I'll tell you now what's happening in the world.
Sure, go ahead.
People are turning down gold Rolex. I had a friend of mine. He went to sing, and he said to me, he said, he had a coffee with this guy who runs. Actually, it's a guy who runs Goldman Luxury in Lucky Plaza, Far East Plaza, I think it is, Far East Plaza. And he's got a huge shop in Singapore. And you know what? He what he said there? He said that the Rolex ADs don't know what to do. People are turning down gold and two-tone now.
JJ turned down a white gold Pepsi when he was at my AD. He had asked for a GMT, and they said, here's one we have for you that you can get right now.
That's not meteorite.
No, the blue dial.
That's going below retail.
Yeah.
It's going below retail. Exactly.
That's
hey,
right.
Sard, you took the words right out of my fucking mouth.
Exactly why you said nope, pass.
You know when the crumbs started cracking? Do you know when the floors, the building bricks started to crack? Can I tell you when? I can go back a bit.
After the Tim in bondage came to Australia?
Actually, I was in America. I took Mark out. Mark, he's another AP fan. Mark. He turned down a solid gold, yellow gold Submariner. He turned one down. That's when I was in America. So that's when the cracks started to holy shit. Look at this super chat we got here. Patek Philippe, $100. Thank you to Reaper, Hoff, Sard, ABC, Higgy, and Plastic for helping on the stream. Plastic, buy the Lange and order everything on the menu since it's on Archie's dime. Actually, the truth with him is he doesn't eat terribly much. I've actually been a bit embarrassed by his lack of stamina. Okay, lack of stamina.
So you wouldn't say he's really a big boy then, right? He's kind of got like a little bit of a girly stomach.
No, he is a fucking big boy. That guy is a fucking football quarterback. He's a just looking at this AP, this Lange. You know what? I wish he would do it. I can't see him doing it, but because he's a Rolex man, he's always been Rolex. The problem is too, the market's collapsed since he's bought that shit.
Did he buy it retail? Did he get it gray? Like, how did he buy those watches?
Oh, he wouldn't have got that retail. He would have got that gray. You don't get a Sprite. Somebody like he doesn't have the buying spread to pull that off.
Well, he was telling us he's looking to go upstream. He's like, look, he's getting a little bored with a couple. He loves his obviously certain pieces of his that he's never going to let go of, but I think he's kind of thinking, you know what? Maybe the Sprite's not going to do it for Archie. Maybe I show up with the Lange 1815 limited edition.
You know what brand has really collapsed in the last month or two? Do you know what brand has really collapsed?
VC?
Piaget.
Oh, how did you fuck it? Hoff picked it. VC. VC is collapsing. Like,
collapsing from where? They were never up. What do you mean?
No, VC, the overseas was crazy. They had some hype. It's all collapsing. Thomas Burnett, £2. Panel, what do you think of the Patek 3970 EP? So that's the 3970. That's the perpetual calendar chronograph. I had a rose gold one I did a video on.
Mm-hmm.
The E is for exhibition back, meaning you got a solid back and a display back.
Mm-hmm.
And the P means it's in platinum.
You know what, Thomas?
What do I think?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's actually amazing. I mean, what can you say? These are going to be. They're not cheap. They're not cheap. They never are going to be cheap. They're the 36 mil. So some people would say too small, but other people would say these are incredible because they've got so much complication.
And the sub-dial layout is beautiful on this, I think.
So this is a 3970 EP Thomas Burnett that I tried on a few weeks ago. And look, 36 mil is not really the problem. It's the thickness. And, you know, Archie, I don't know if you've seen these in person, right? They're a bit of a stubby watch. And I didn't like the thickness of this piece compared to the 3940. I think the 3940, the perpetual calendar, much thinner of a piece, wore a lot smoother on the wrist. The lugs are a bit, I guess you'd say, flatter, so they wear a bit bigger. Archie, I found the 39. So this is the picture that I sent you of the 3970 that I tried on the platinum.
Yeah. Fuck me dead.
I just thought it was a bit stubby, like just because of the thickness of it. I didn't mind the 36 mil size, but you know.
The funny thing is, they weren't. If you really wanted a 3970, they're not much more than the perpetual you bought. You know that, don't you?
Yeah. Look, it's
I'll just take that off for the minute. You find the picture you want.
Yeah.
Put
Hold
it back
on.
up.
Let me just put it up here. I wanted to show you the 3940. Because in the 3940, it's a lot flatter of a watch and it's not as thick, and so that piece is a lot better in my opinion than the 3970. You know, and that's really kind of been my concern about even the 5270. Is going to be like, hey, is it going to be a piece that like I'm going to want because is it just going to be too thick, you know, with its size and whatnot, right? So
yeah.
I'll pull up the 3940 here for you guys to see.
Dan and boys, look, I hope I helped out, and Archie, I hope I helped out on the pre-show, Archie, because I do watch. You're the only stream that I actually watch on YouTube. There's no other stream that I watch, so I wanted to help out Tan and Archie. You know what? I hope you get it going on the main show. I'm gonna be watching NFL because NFL starts today. I only got $1,000 on the game today on the Chiefs.
$1,000 on the game. What the fuck? Are you a gambler? You're a problem gambler.
No. I'm a good guy. I'm a good guy. Okay, one touchdown.
What?
Touchdown.
Let me get this right. You got $1,000 on the game. What the fuck?
Yeah, not
are
too
you
bad.
doing?
Not too
That's
bad.
not that bad, Archie. That's okay.
That's not too bad.
That's okay.
That's not that bad.
That's
Archie.
okay.
They have to win by 5 points. But today in
What
America,
do you get if they win? If they win, what do you get then?
I get 1,000 back because they're the favorite today on today's game. So I get 1,000 back, but it's good. It's good. It's good because they're the best team right now, I think. But they're gonna start right now at 8:30 in an hour. So I got a barbecue. I hope I helped you out,
You got
Archie.
$1,000 on the game. You got $1,000 on the game.
Yeah, not that bad.
Right?
Just 1,000. Just a G. Just a G. I know Tan would have probably 5 Gs.
5 Gs, baby. Let's go.
Yeah. I would have. I would have not put that much, but 1,000 is good enough. So you know what? The main show is coming up in 15 more minutes. I'm gonna be watching it. Archie, please help me out with watches. I like the information that you put out there. And for all of you in the chat room, I hope you enjoyed the pregame that me and Tan did, and for ABC
Thank
and
you
everybody
so much.
else.
I got to tell you, man, Whiskey Reaper, fantastic show. I'm really pleased to have you on, man. Welcome anytime.
Hey, no
Please
problem.
come.
We love the
Yeah,
Reaper.
man. Of course we love the Reaper. Please come again, man. We love you. We love you.
Yeah, no
okay?
problem. I'll see you, Archie and Tan. Don't forget, I'll see you whenever you need me, okay? And everybody out here, I see you, baby. I'll see you all
Thank
soon.
you so much, Reaper.
See
I see you, baby. That's
I
right.
see you. See you guys.
He's a cool guy.
There we go. We've got fella $2. Great show, Tan. Thanks, Arch, for the platform.
Look, I want to say a big hi to a really, really cool punter, Russell 996. He's a VVVVVV, like I'm talking like 5 VIPs with Patek. He actually owns this rare handicraft piece.
Oh fuck! Do you know how hard
It's
to get they are?
one of 10. Yeah, he has
And that's
one of them.
actually one that I like. That's actually one that I like.
It's a
with the
beautiful
car on.
watch. Yeah, amazing piece. I'll try to find a picture of it because I think he posted it up on Rolex forums. But Russell 996 Archie did he gave me a really nice gift. He went to the launch of the 5320 when it came out, I think in 2017.
5320. Yep.
Yeah, the perpetual that I own, and
Yeah,
he got a little bit of swag from Patek at the release party, and he actually sent me the swag. It's a little it's kind of like a tablet where it's a little video, and it goes through like the history of the perpetual calendars and just like a whole bunch of really cool guy. And I just want to say a big thank you to Russell 996 because
What a fucking cool thing to do. You know, that's so cool. And to someone like you, Tan, who has that model, that means a lot. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. He wouldn't take any money. He's the salt of the earth, so I wanted to say a big thank you. And you know what? Here, I'm for Russell. I'm gonna pull up his piece, Archie.
Yes,
And you can tell me what you think. This is Russell's. This is his watch on his wrist right now.
I mean, can you ask for a better motorsport inspired watch?
Do I see Ferrari carbon fiber?
That's a
Is that
Ferrari. I think
Yep.
it's a
Ferrari carbon fiber.
Russ, tell me. Okay, let me try to guess. 430 Scuderia.
Fuck me dead.
Let me know if I'm right or wrong. 430
That
Scud.
carbon fiber stuff is like kind of dear, isn't it?
It's definitely Ferrari.
I love the strap, by the way. Is that a Patek strap? What is that?
Oh yeah,
What
this is all OEM Patek. This is like
Fuck me. I like that. They did it with the holes like that, the perforations.
yeah, they did.
Fuck me dead. Okay.
Let me pull up that piece for you,
Rally
Archie.
strap, as they call it, right, Arch?
Yeah,
exactly.
Let me pull
What
it
a
up for you
fucking-
here. Here's the piece right here. So this is from Patek's site.
Wow. Yes.
So it's an enamel dial.
Oh, this is
the
Galatini. This is
hand.
Galatini.
Yeah,
Yes,
this is
yes,
this
yes.
is a piece that Russell owns. I'll go back to his photo on Rolex forums if I can find. I got like 50 fucking tabs open now, unfortunately. But back to his. Close some of these tabs. 1 of 10, Archie. It uses a micro rotor movement because a lot of people get confused and they think it's the 6119, but it's actually not the 6119. It uses the micro rotor movement. It's obviously got the hobnail bezel. Just fuck. This is just, I don't know. For a car guy, this is perfection.
So this means Patek Philippe is an infinite brand. You can have just infinite amount of options on a Patek Philippe, huh?
Archie, this is actually a 16M Scuderia, not a 430. So I'm gonna pull up a 16M.
Fuck me dead. I don't even. Holy fuck.
Scuderia Spider 16M. This is what he's driving while wearing that piece. What a legend, man. What
Yeah.
a legend! But looks amazing on the wrist, Russell. Huge
The
congrats.
430 had yellow center dial, right? The RPM,
Maybe.
I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think you're right. I think you're right. I'm not an
Russell,
expert.
Russell, let us know. Did Anita Porcher do the enameling of this stuff? Because obviously, when it comes to enameling with Patek, Archie, like there's the Anita Porcher, when she does the enameling,
Yeah.
and that's like very like that's the top of the top, right? And if it's
Yes.
not her, I believe they just put like the email on the. It's signed with the email on it. So there's a separate signature for Anita Porcher on the enameling of these dials, but very very cool.
It is incredibly cool. Very cool. That's amazing
So
stuff.
we were talking earlier about rejection of meteorite dials. So a lot of people are saying that buyers these days are starting to reject meteorites because they don't like the specific dial layout that the specific piece has.
Actually, I had this conversation with Mark when I was in New York because well, he's got the meteorite dial GMT, and he said to me, he asked me, he said, "Do you think it makes any difference? Because each meteorite dial is unique. It's a piece unique,
That's right.
and do you think certain ones would be more valuable than others?" And he said maybe the ones that are like haggard, like the ones that are not, say, the greatest piece of meteorite, be worth more money than the perfectly nice. You know what I mean? Like you don't know which way to go. Do you go for a haggard one, or do you go for perfection? What do you go for? That's the question.
I was talking to Marco, and it sounded like a lot of people were passing on the kind of more muted dials where you can't really see the contrast.
Okay. And this is the whole thing, is that it's this is so picky, isn't it?
Without question.
This is next level pickiness, isn't it?
Well, we were talking about the Bloodstone dial, and Saad sent a photo of a Bloodstone dial that only had one little red dot on it, and he said that the dial is obviously worth less because it's not the optimal look of the dial that people will be looking for with a Bloodstone. Now we do have a special guest here.
Hey, who's this?
He's showing us his morning routine, his beverage of choice for the morning. Getting a bit of a stir there. Just stirring the pot, Archie, is what he's thinking of doing.
Stirring the pot?
Just stirring a bit, stirring the pot. Now, you can ask him. He's here. Like, he's 100% serious. He may show up with a high horology piece for the Pontiff to see. We don't know.
Part of the thing with plastic is I've always admired the man for being a true Rolex man. Always Rolex. Only Rolex. You know what I mean? And that's the thing I've always...
Free frappe with fuel at 7-Eleven. You can't beat it. Triple espresso frappe.
You get a free one with fuel, do you? Premium?
Yeah, free. Yeah, if you use 7-Eleven app, you get a free frappe when you fill up.
Fuck, that's so cool, man. But I don't use 7-Eleven fuel. I only use BP fuel in the Beamer.
Tan, I love these stores. They're great.
Well, we got to, plastic's got to keep my my habit fed by buying from me, right? So he's supporting the Archieverse by going to 7-Eleven.
Gotta go, guys. Gotta get to my jar. See you later.
Love you, bro.
Hey, love you. See you Monday. Hey, see you Monday, Plastic.
There we go, Plastic. Back on the streams, boys. Back on the streams.
Arch, why'd you have to try to big note him?
Well, Arch only goes to BP for.
I only fill the Beamer up at BP. I heard the way you even said the line. It was so
my god! Think if Plastic showed up with a fucking Lange and Archie sitting there with like his Speedmaster on, just fucking I don't know.
But I got to tell you something. There's no competition. You got to remember the beautiful thing about this hobby is, this is what I love about this hobby. Like, okay, like the funny thing is, like, there are Ferrari people, Lamborghini people. So these are winner chicken dinner, right? I'm not that type of person. But the funny thing is, this watch community, you can have a Rolex. Okay, Rolexes are not cheap, 10 to 20,000, and you can be mixing with Ferrari and Lamborghini people. Does that make sense? Do you see what I mean? Like the hobby is actually quite encompassing. Does that, you know what I mean?
Yes, it opens up a lot of doors for
Because
networking.
let's face it, to be welcomed into the Ferrari or Lamborghini club, you need to spend $100,000 US. That's just entry ticket. Actually, you got to spend a lot more because you got to keep the bastard going. But with these watches, you could spend 20, 30, or 10,000, 20,000, and you could be welcomed into the community.
You think? With all these super collections going around, like, you know, is your run-of-the-mill Datejust really gonna get you the invite? Or are people just gonna kind of snub their nose
No,
at
it's
you?
not gonna give you the invite, but you can mix with these people. You're in the forums. You're on the forums. You meet them at meetups.
I think a well-spent $10,000 could get you there, especially if you identified a really cool piece that someone who's a true collector would appreciate.
And I mean, seriously, this is quite a empowering hobby because it allows you to. It's actually quite. It's quite. Knowledge is more important than just buying expensive shit. Someone who comes that says, "Oh, you've got a such and such a Lange, da 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 da." You start talking movements and da 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 da. You don't actually have to own the fucking thing to be able to talk to them, do you? You know what I mean? You don't have to have ownership to have knowledge on them. And what I think happens in this hobby is because it's so expensive and that you flip them, you get out of them. So it's the history of all the pieces that you've owned. Does that you know what I mean? It's the history of all the pieces. That's the amazing thing.
And I love to run down your history, right? Like, you know, quartz Pateks, fiked up APs. You bastardized a 5508 by making it a two-tone, right? The history, like you said, of the pieces.
That's
you've owned.
correct.
The history and the
That's
experiences.
exactly. Yes, that's exactly it. 100% right.
Archie, are you planning to write another book?
Look, I tell you something. I'm gonna next time I get a job, I'll do it in my coffee break because I think I write my best stuff. I write my best stuff when I'm actually trying to do other things. You know what I mean? That's the situation.
Saad, can I show you a watch I'm interested in buying?
Any truth to the rumor it's entitled Luxury Don't Last?
Thank you, sir.
All right. So, Saad, what do you think of this piece? I'm considering buying it. There's somebody in Australia selling it. What are your thoughts?
Holy shit.
Hey, Mikey.
Hey, Mikey.
Hey, Mikey.
Mike, I got a Vacheron up on the screen that I'm thinking of purchasing. Mike and Saad, what do you guys think? Should I buy this?
I bought that so cheap. I paid $2,500 for it. You know what I mean?
6405. The 6405.
Yeah, it was.
I think is it vintage?
Yes.
Yeah, very much so. 1960.
Yeah, I think it's very cool. I'm very into vintage stuff.
You're
So,
also vintage.
Is this the K1001 or K1002 movement in this one?
This is fucking cool. What's the size?
001.
36?
No, 33. 33.
Oh,
33.
wow.
This will fit you well, Mikey.
Mikey, let me show you the picture of the Pontiff. Actually, I think he has one here on. Oh yeah, here we go. This is you, isn't it?
Yeah, this is his style of taking photographs.
Oh man, that's a little small for me.
That's not so right.
You can
I think
tell
I
when
see
it's
you in the
photo.
reflection. Look at the reflection in the crystal.
Yeah, you can see him.
That's him.
Now, Archie, were you a little fiked off when you showed up to the Hour Lounge? So the Hour Lounge, for those that don't know, is an exclusive Vacheron forums, and Archie somehow infiltrated it.
And he was banned?
Oh, for sure he was banned. Archie, but here's the thing. Archie showed up to the Hour Lounge years ago, touting how his watch had the thinnest movement in the world, and then somebody brought up that the LaSalle movement was much smaller, and Archie was a little fiked off by that. Archie, how did you feel when you were told what's up by the Hour Lounge? You got a super chat here from Thomas Burnett.
Yeah, Thomas Burnett, £2. Arch, time to play the OG intro, Space Shuttle.
I got you here, Thomas. Now, Hoff, can you believe that Archie would turn this beautiful 5508 Submariner into a two-tone?
Please say it ain't so, Pontiff.
Well, actually, okay. See, Tan. I love the. What actually happened was I bought it cheap because it had been bastardized.
Also, some
Okay.
other schmuck plated it.
And you know what they fucking did? They glued on. So they turned it into a two-tone, like a gold bez. What was it? No, it was they used a gold. They also put gold dots on the dial, which is the most sacrilege thing because it fucked the dial up.
Oh man, yeah.
Tried to make it a gilt dial.
No, they put
They
gold
plated
blobs.
the hands.
No, they put like those squares. They put gold layered things on the dial. Don't even ask. It's just
Frankenwatch.
But
called,
no,
right?
well, it wasn't really because it's still original. When you say Franken, it wasn't made up of bits. It was actually, the funny thing is these 5508s, they're actually 37 mil. Did you know that? They're not 40 mil. They're 37 mil.
So it's original dial, but somebody's fucked with it.
Yeah, correct. But
Mike, it was a two-tone.
Yeah, they
different version of two-tone. I can appreciate that.
Archie, even if you got a fraction of what this sold for, like, fuck.
Oh my goodness, 500,000. I just noticed it.
500,000 Swiss francs.
Oh yeah, that's $500,000.
That's how much?
$500,000.
That's
No,
with
Swiss
bracelet
francs?
box. That's with bracelet box and anchor.
Is the franc up near a dollar value wise?
That's near US dollar.
Can I tell you a box story,
It's
Archie?
actually a little more.
Yes.
I got a bit of a disheartening box story to tell you guys. So I was I've been wearing the perpetual calendar obviously nonstop, and I figured, you know what, let's maybe put it on the winder box for the night. And I hadn't actually tried out the winder box. So I put the watch on the winder box, and it rotates no problem, but I think the arm of the winder box is like loose or something because it kind of like drops slightly off of a rotation, which causes it's not a shock or anything, but anyways, it's definitely malfunctioning. So I reached out.
It makes a clunk every time it
clunk,
goes around.
exactly. So it's like loose. Anyways, so I reach out to ADs, and obviously no ADs have ever heard of anybody trying to fix a winder box. And I call Henry Stern Watch Agency in New York, and they're like, yeah, actually, we've serviced winder boxes before, but you have to bring it in, and we ship it to Geneva to get fixed. Now, the reason why I'm not just going online and trying to buy them is, number one, they're like $3,000, and there's like 5 different versions of it. And number two, apparently, it seems like they can repair it. So, yeah, bit of a shitty situation, but not the end of the world because it's just a box, right? So.
It might be something you might be able to explore trying to pull apart yourself.
That's what you call a Rolex. That's what you call a Submariner.
I tried doing that, Mikey. I tried looking at it, but I just didn't want to fight with it too much, and I'm just gonna drop it off tomorrow, and they're gonna ship it out and just.
It could just be a loose motor mount, and as it goes around, the weight of things cause it to rock. Or the weight of the watch on the winder causes because it's kind of stilted out, cantilevered out. So when it goes around, it reaches a point where it clunks, and
yeah, you know what, Mikey? I'll text you a video of what it looks like so you can kind of see what's happening. It's pretty noticeable.
Okay.
It's nothing crazy, but
he raises a good point, Tan. Fike send it into Geneva, ship it on over to Mikey, let him take a look at it.
And it'll come back red.
Well, look, they may say that they can't, because again, they don't make the boxes, right? And these.
I think the boxes were made by Scalito del Tempo, weren't they?
I don't know. I've been trying to look it up on who actually makes it because, I would have contacted the manufacturer and just been like, hey, can you repair it? It's not like a big problem. It literally just is a small little drop, but it's still like, hey, I want it to work. So, a bit of an annoying thing, but all good.
Archie,
okay.
Archie, can you give a special thanks to Mike the Snake, who were brilliant yesterday on Dungeon?
Yes.
Mike the Snake, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Archie, you think Mike is a star on this show? You should have seen him last night.
On Dungeon yesterday, Mikey, you were brilliant.
Yes.
Yeah, I was thinking it was funny because when Jimmy came on 2 nights ago, he brought in $400-600, and jumping on Archie's show for the first time. And the first time I jumped onto the dungeon, I pulled a Jimmy, and everybody sent in a
That's
bunch
right.
of super chats, and it was a lot of fun.
You did a good show, Mikey. I've never seen you move so fast, mate.
Yeah, I was out of breath, but I was most happy about straightening things out with Jimmy. I know Curly tends to sensationalize things, and
Mike, what are the best 3 decisions you have made in your life?
Getting off of drugs, not having kids, and
Not having kids is the best. Not having kids.
Well, no, I mean, I honestly wish I had kids, but I've not met a girl.
No, thank God you don't have kids. Otherwise, we will have even more Mike the Snakes.
No, that'd be a good thing.
Okay,
it's just,
what's the third one? You can take 2 hours.
Best decisions I've ever made in my life.
Yeah, you are dead. No more.
Just reestablishing relationships with my family.
This is number 1. This is, you have already done this.
Family.
This is, you have done this before. This was the number 1.
Yeah, family's always number 1. But
no.
What?
This point you have already mentioned before.
What, the family?
Yeah.
Oh, so you want another?
Yeah, another.
Yeah. I gotta say, one of the decisions that made me most happy in my life was obtaining my Pantera or my airplane. Those were 2 lifelong goals that I accomplished, and those were milestones in my life. And unfortunately, they were taken away from me. That's why, they're so emphasized in, me and everything.
Where's the dog, Mike?
Talk about. She's outside again.
Yeah.
No, but I just got done playing with her. She's very well behaved.
She's
today.
very happy. She has a home outside, huh?
No, she spends half the time inside.
Might just build her a doghouse out there.
I'm gonna get a dog bed. The problem is if a hole forms, she will spend the rest of the time pulling all the fluff out of it, and so I've got to find the right dog bed. And she's got a cage. She sleeps at night in the cage because at night she becomes very destructive, and
so you have too many complaints with her, huh?
No complaints really. I'm learning.
Yeah,
her.
She's destructive. She has this. She has that.
Well,
no
it's not a complaint. It's just an observation, and I can't have the
observation
wires,
is a complaint.
I can't have the wires ripped out of the back of my computer again by my dog in the middle of the night while I sleep. Those.
Speaking
kind
of dogs in the middle of the night, we got Rolex on the screen.
Yeah, come on, you guys are still bullying poor Mike. What is going on?
No, we are not bullying. Come on, man. Rolex, what's you saying?
Okay.
No, she's doing great. She's happy. She's great.
Yeah, it's outside house. Like if a father kicks his son, and the son is outside the house, he's doing well. He's happy.
The crate is inside the house. Okay. I put her outside during the show because I don't want to be distracted by her.
Oh, this is a mathematical equation we are doing. So so we have full concentration. I understand you're saying.
Yeah, well, because she'll come and bark if she needs to go out. Sometimes she'll walk in with something that she shouldn't have in her mouth, like something dear to me. And I pretty much, arranged everything.
Do you like her?
I love her. She's a great dog. I've no regrets. All of the negatives and the destruction of some of my items and stuff is part of the deal. I knew that going in. That's what's called owning a puppy. Okay.
What is your opinion on reclining the seat on a flight? Do you do it or do you not do it?
the new designs, like the tray doesn't like move 6 inches closer to their belly. You can move the seats back without really infringing on the person behind you these days, unless they're like fat motherfucker, like you know. Then yeah, you know, it's like it didn't affect the tray, unless they're fat motherfucker, like but that's not my fucking problem. I got my own shit to deal with, like hemorrhoids. So there you go.
There you go. There you go.
If it does bother the people behind me, I won't do it anymore. But if there's some dumbass fat motherfucker, then it's like game on, bitch. They can like back that shit up and try me, but I'll cut a bitch like back in prison when I was pod boss.
What airline was this?
I've probably Alaskan. Just for clarification, I've never done prison. I've never done prison time. I've only done jail time.
Clip it.
And
Mookie,
I have no felonies, and I just recently had all of my records expunged. And so if one were to look me up, I have a squeaky clean 0 anything on my record, not even a parking ticket. Okay, everything has been expunged because I took the time to go to court, and enough time it expired to be able to have those things done. There were some hiccups because I had some violations of probation that I wasn't aware of, so everything had to go before a judge. I did so. I got a letter of recommendation from my policeman neighbor, a shining recommendation, letter of recommendation.
What'd that cost you?
Nothing, but it was absolutely 100% true, and I was just like, wow, I am a great guy. I mean, this guy wrote just the plain truth, and he said, he considers me a friend. He would trust me with his life. He was indebted to me for setting up a neighborhood watch system when we all got evacuated during the fires. I headed up a neighborhood watch system and took the night shift so that the neighborhood was safe from looters while we were out of power and everybody was freezing and staying home at night. And I was up all night watching the neighborhood, and everybody else took, the
So
day.
you saved the planet.
Well, no, but I helped protect our neighborhood, and everybody was very, very grateful.
Oh, this is a prototype. This was a prototype.
Yeah, I was gonna
Wow.
ask Lolex what he thinks of Rolex's design for the Yacht-Master.
Yacht-Master.
That is
Okay.
cool. That is cool.
Hold on. I'm switching devices, but I do have thoughts on this. I'll be right back.
I like, the Yacht-Master has a 15-minute countdown because that has something to do with the yachting, and the way they start their races, and they all have to make a mad dash for the starting line, and so they jockey for position, and then there's a countdown, and first person over the line without jumping the gun, is first in the race, and it's very, very technical, and the jockeying that goes on is really hardcore. I mean, near misses. Everybody's all damn near running into each other. They're all trying to jockey for position and get the best start with the most speed as they cross the line, as it counts down to 3, 2, 1, and then they should be right at the line when it hits 1 and 0, and then they're off to the races. And today's races, the new boats go 70 miles an hour.
How long you think he could go?
How long do I think I could go? What?
Explaining the start.
What?
I said, how long you think you could keep talking and going on with this explanation of yachting?
Oh, another couple minutes. I'm very, very much into it, man. I mean, these new yachts are insane. They're foiling yachts, so they lift up out of the water and they go like 3 times as fast as the fastest yacht ever went 5 years ago.
I have a question. Is this a prototype that we're looking at here? Like an old version of the Yacht-Master? Because I've never seen this before.
See, it looks more like a Daytona than a Yacht-Master.
It is a
doesn't it?
It's a Daytona with like
Exactly.
there's a Yacht-Master badge on it.
Yacht-Master complications.
I do like it with the strap, though. I'm a fan of that. I think that's pretty cool. But
LA Methwich, $1. LA Methwich, thank you so much. LA Methwich.
You got a few more.
And we got another one. We got another one here. Let's grab this here. I'm going to grab this here. Let's grab it. We got NATO. NATO is my friend. NATO, $3. Mute mic for 3 minutes.
What?
Okay.
$1 a minute? That's not. I'm worth more than that.
It's not even American dollars.
And we've got Fella, $2. Mike the Snake for 18.5. You can get root beer today. Hashtag bad timing.
Yeah, it was bad timing, and I don't have 18.5 right now. I wish I did, but I spent the money I had at the time trying to get one from the AD on my Ducati, and so that the root beer dream just got nixed, and I bought my Ducati and just moved on.
Look, Mikey, this is about the only Yacht-Master I'd ever buy.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree. This one's actually, I like the Yacht-Master 1 a lot. And
Mikey, why does the Yacht-Master 2 have a 10-minute countdown then? If it was a 15
maybe it's a 10-minute countdown. I'm not sure. Is this a 15-minute? No, this is a 10-minute countdown as well. So I was mistaken. It's not 15. It's 10-minute countdown. I'm not a yachting expert.
Archie, is the Yacht-Master 1 terminal? Like, why is Bear collecting like 5 of them?
No. The Yacht-Master. Okay, the Yacht-Master 1 is more like a Submariner. I actually.
It is.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, I think the Yacht-Master. You know the best bang per buck.
It's an upmarket sub.
All gold Yacht-Master 1.
Yeah, with the white dial. That is
it's
the best bang per buck.
They go for under 20, don't they?
Yeah, they're far cheaper than a Submariner solid gold.
Yeah.
Wow.
They never used to be so. They actually weren't much difference in price. Then the Submariner exploded. But I love the Yachty. The Yacht-Master 1 is like a refined Submariner. If you look at it on the next generations, they did. They
By the way,
rounded
Archie,
the edges.
this is Lolex's setup when he takes photos of his Daytona.
Wow,
yeah, this is me
cool.
actually. Turn of the century. This is how I do it.
Wow, old school.
Old school.
Slow. What do they call that? Slow aperture.
Yeah, I am a fan of the Yacht-Masters. They are terminal though. Like when you buy one, you're gonna get fleeced if you try to resell it later. But the rhodium dials are very nice. Very, very nice.
I like the blue. I've always liked the blue. The blue
me
dial,
too. That blue is really nice.
I like them because the subs are so thick. That's the problem with them. I feel like they're.
We got a
how
super
many
chat
times
from
could I
Fella,
bench press Rolex?
$2. Huff, how many times could I bench press Rolex?
How big is Fella? Is he
I'd
big
say
dude?
Archie's met him.
at least
Is he
a
a big
half
guy?
dozen.
Half a dozen. That's not a lot. 6.
All right, you're right.
know,
I'm
Fella-
shortchanging my friend. I'll go with the clean dozen. Baker's
Yeah, what are you
dozen
doing?
at that.
3 sets of
Baker's
10?
dozen.
I'm gonna say
Yeah.
3 sets of 10, and that's a warm up. And I've never met this guy.
The only problem I can see with a gold bezeled Yacht-Master is the raised numbers. If you ever were to scratch or gack one of those numbers, it's over.
That's Richard Mille.
There's no polishing it out.
This is what Fella wore to the.
Meal.
This is what Fella wore to the gym, Lolex.
Yeah.
Shut up. Is this
That's
him?
his gym watch.
That's my wrist, but that's his watch.
Jesus Christ. That's pretty. Yeah, that's crazy.
Did you know
Yeah.
Archie wouldn't give this guy 5 minutes? He flew halfway across the world, and Archie wouldn't even go for a coffee with the guy.
Well,
He
he's
was
And you know
drinking
what
in
I
my
have to
Beamer.
say? You
He
know
was
what I have to
drinking in
say,
my
Arch?
Beamer. You know what? I can tell you the truth now, Tan. Now that you've opened the wound.
Yeah,
He was
told the
drinking a
truth.
frappuccino in my fucking Beamer. What the fuck?
Tim told me he was
Ted,
biting
he
his
knew it.
nails.
He knew it.
Tim told me he was biting his nails in your Beamer, Arch, and just spitting it on the floor. That's what he told me.
What type of animal does that in
A
anyone's
fucking
car,
Tim
let
Wright.
alone Archie's
Disgusting.
car?
You know the thing with him. Look, I'll be honest with you. He is such a fucking. He starts filming. I said, mate, you realize there's $1,000 fine if you're not wearing your seatbelt in Australia. We've got special cameras that tell whether you're not wearing seatbelts. And you know that. I said, mate, you got to sit down. You got to have your seat. You can't just behave like an animal. You know, he's got no.
Well, you're talking about Tim Wright. We're talking about this class act right here.
Fella is definitely a class act.
Exactly. Fella, $2. Archie, I brought the coffee in to troll you a bit. Thank you.
Oh, come on.
Archie did admit that's where he thought he went wrong in the interaction.
Drinking coffee in your car?
Yeah. He was like, well, in fairness to Arch, because Tan was kind of venting about how absurd it is that you didn't spend more time with him because he's such a fan. And he actually brought up, in fairness, I did have like a frappuccino, and I think he got mad when I put it in the cup holder.
Archie, did you know I had to buy him a Goyard like fucking card case to apologize? To apologize for like your buffoon.
That is a pretty funny thing to do, though. Like, imagine it would be the equivalent.
Especially knowing Arch.
Yeah, that would be the equivalent if I got into like Cars and Chronos Ferrari and I just took a Coke Zero and put it in his cup holder. I'm like, all right, you ready to go? Let's do this.
And you know it was a hot day, so there was like perspiration.
Yeah,
all
and then you got to clean out the inside, and Lord forbid Archie hits a bump.
Arch, did you see red when you were looking down? It must have been like Michael Douglas falling down.
Yeah. The most thing I would ever bring into anybody's car would be like a bottled water with a cap, you know, that is they don't leak, and you know that would be as far as I'd go. I'd never bring an open top drink into somebody's car, especially you know a luxury
Arch, can
car.
you describe the frappuccino? I know it's ingrained in your head every time you're sitting in
Yeah,
the
it
car.
had big chunks of. It wasn't even a gourmet frappuccino either. It was like one of those discount convenience store frappuccino.
Iced
If I was, if I was going in
Big
Archie's
blobs.
car, I'd go with my hands in my pocket and I'd just sit there. I just
And
wait for the car.
The other thing is what he should have done. The correct etiquette. Can I tell you the etiquette? You can confirm this with Tim. I have bags in the back of the Beamer for you to put your shoes on, take your shoes off, and you put slippers on whilst you're in the car. Because then I don't have to worry about those rubber mats. You know, those rubber mats that my good friend,
those things are worth their weight in gold, though, Archie, because if you put them in your car in 10 years, when you go to sell your car, you pull the rubber mats out and you have brand new carpet to sell your car.
Come on, man.
Archie's getting buried in his car.
Nah, look, Archie, I told Lolex he can drink as many sugar-free monsters as he wants in the Lambo.
I'm going to take that as a compliment.
Yeah,
because I would get a sugar-free monster.
I don't like. Well, hey, Archie, have you not ceramic coated your interior? You know you can do that, right? You can ceramic coat the leather so that like it doesn't stain your car.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I bet you have seat covers though, right, Arch? You got seat covers and the thing that covers the wheel and all that.
No, I've still got the plastic on, the factory plastic.
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Very
don't.
cool.
Do you really have slippers for them to switch it?
No, he died. That's a joke.
I wouldn't put it past him.
I feel like Archie would have driving gloves though, like in the glove compartment that he puts
I
on.
hope he has driving gloves.
That would be fantastic.
Driving gloves.
Yeah, that.
What do you think? Fuck you, liars! That's it. I'm gonna go and get him. Okay.
Go get him.
That a boy. That a boy, Arch.
Go get him.
Driving gloves to me are for somebody who owns a British small sports car like an MG or an Austin Healey or something like that, and it's open topped with a tonneau cover, and that's where you use your driving gloves. If you're enclosed, hard top, no real driving gloves needed unless you're racing, and then you have
Well, Mikey,
racing
what
gloves
about
on.
on like an Alcantara steering wheel, right? Because if your hands get sweaty, it can stain the steering wheel.
True. In that case, you might want to, because Alcantara steering wheels like
Now, Mikey, what goes through your mind when you see
I
a
thought
guy?
they were waterproof, Alcantara.
It is fairly a waterproof, but it will wear just like suede.
Yeah, they wear pretty bad, bro. Like they don't look good after a number of years.
Yeah,
Mikey, if you saw a middle-aged fat Australian driving a basic 3 Series with a bunch of racing gloves on, like what would go through your mind?
Honestly, I would kind of think, unless that thing is set up for track use, I would kind of think poser a little bit.
And might as well have goggles too, right? At that point.
Yeah, a little bit, but
yeah.
But not really. I mean, if somebody chooses
This
to
is
wear
exactly
gloves,
that's exactly what's going through my mind right now.
If somebody chooses to wear driving gloves when they drive their car, that's their own prerogative, So no, there would be no negative thoughts towards it. It's just
For what Pavel's saying right now about the 4 Series, how it's like a collectible, I feel like, and tell me if I'm wrong here. Tell me if I'm wrong here, Tam, but isn't a 4 Series pretty goddamn bulletproof? Like if you take care of it, you can get like 200,000 miles out of it.
I've got a 3 Series that has about, not miles, about 230,000 kilometers. And all I do is, and all I've had to pretty much pay for is just anything wear and tear, right? Brakes, tires, stuff like that.
3 Series cars are awesome.
Same
But the thing is, you got to maintain them. Now, Archie follows the manufacturing schedule for oil changes, which is every 25,000 kilometers. And so I don't think that car is going to end up pretty nice after a few years.
Well, let me show you. Okay, so for starters, I change the oil every 10,000 kilometers. Okay?
Good.
Yes, oil
Good.
and filter.
You can't cannot change your oil too often.
Now listen to this. What pissed me off was, so I did it 10,000. I did it 20,000. And when I did it, I got the guy, don't reset the computer because I want the service interval not to know the oil's been changed. Right? So then when at 24,000, I had to change the oil again because the computer was saying oil change. And I was just saying, I'll bring it in soon. The mechanic, the dealer rang me and said, please take your car in. You've got 24,000 worth of old oil there. Get it in now, please. And listen to this. They actually, so the oil was changed at 20. They didn't know this. And they said, yeah, it needed changing. I said, look, I changed it 4,000 kilometers ago. I'm just checking.
Oh, you held back there. You just said, we know good fucks. Like
you were going to call him a cunt, weren't you?
But then what I'm trying to do is every 10,000 kilometers, change the oil. That's religiously what you must do. Let me show you. So
can you read the super chat? Can you read the super chat before you show us?
Pavel, here we go. Pavel, $5. $5 from Pavel. Imagine treating an entry-level 4-cylinder 3 Series like a concours collectible.
Yes, he's got some truth to that.
That's just fine.
Now, you know what? Can I tell you something too? You go to Hong Kong in Hong Kong or Singapore, those cars are so expensive. They treat them like a concours. They treat 3-cylinder cars like concours examples. You understand?
Okay.
So what I have in the back of my Beamer, these are full screen. So these are the.
What are you saying, Tim?
These are the slippers. So what you do is you put these on. Right?
Shut up! You don't really put those on in the car, do you?
Told you.
Those aren't OEM slippers. Those aren't BMW slippers.
Those are Hilton slippers and Marriott slippers.
So you put those on, right? I'll show you. See, there you go. So you put
them on.
Wow,
flexible.
And yeah, so those there. That's for my passengers. Okay, so that's put those on. Okay, and then what I do is, let me just show you. You put your shoes into one of these plastic bags in the car.
But you didn't make bondage do this.
Yeah,
Archie,
you didn't make bondage do this. I know that for a fact.
You know what's easier, Archie? Is just get some hospital booties. You know those little booties they give you in
Now,
the hospital.
if you've got really, really dirty feet, I'll actually get you to put socks on as well.
I was gonna say that's you're talking about Tim taking his shoes off. It's maybe cleaner to keep
And
them
then
on.
you were talking about gloves. Then who mentioned gloves?
Rolex, me.
No,
What
I
did
was
you
asking.
say? What was that? What was that smart ass comment about gloves? Tell me
I
that.
feel like you have driving gloves.
What was the smart ass comment about gloves?
I didn't even finish it. I said I feel like Archie has driving gloves and a driving scarf that he puts on, and those big goggles that he hits the road.
So do you think I got gloves, or you don't think I got driving gloves?
In my mind, you have like fingerless leather gloves. Yeah.
Not only do you, they're in cognac.
Yes, thank you.
Owners.
Okay, so here
Dude,
we go.
if there's little holes in them too, like a rally strap, I'm gonna shit my pants right now. Fucking
put them on. Put them on.
Not what I was imagining, but yeah, better.
These are not normal gloves, okay? Because I've got an M Sport BMW. Do you understand that? I'm part of the M Club.
package, Arch, but okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm
M
part of the.
package.
These are only available to M
package, Arch.
Oh.
Let's make it clear here. M package.
Yeah. So these are the gloves, right? So you put these on here. See, this is.
Shut up! You kicked him out of the car, Arch.
Look at this. Can you read the super chat, please?
Did you actually kick him out of the car? Okay.
Fella, $5. I was going to let you stay for 7 nights in my penthouse. I got abused for offering that and kicked out of your car for having a drink at Tan.
You didn't kick him off on the corner street, did you? You at least took him home, right?
No, he didn't.
Look at those perforations.
He took him nowhere.
Oh my god.
That's
Lolex, he met him
beautiful
on the
driving
side of the
glove.
street. He let him sit in his car, and then he fucked him off after 5 minutes. Like,
he said, "Get the fuck out," because he showed up with a frap.
Literally, and this guy is like offered a penthouse in Midtown.
Such a nice guy too.
Archie, you got to pick your battles. Come on.
So there we go. It's the
Archie,
M.
can you at least give the fellow the middle finger with these gloves on, please?
Wow. You look like a dominatrix right now. I love it.
That's a big
You
old
like the black shirt as well. The
Yeah,
black
you look
shirt?
like you're about to do some dirty things to someone. Look at you.
That leather must smell magnificent.
I bet
Oh,
Archie
yeah.
smells magnificent in person, like Tom Ford cologne. Look at that. That's pure joy. You can't put a
Actually,
price on joy.
You know, so that's the gloves, and that's the shoes that I put the people have to put on there. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you don't think so? These gloves here, these are proper BMW gloves.
Very
okay?
nice.
Driving
Nice.
glove. There you go. Look at that. And these were not cheap.
I believe it.
$40.
Did you never
Jesus,
consider just getting those hospital booties that can be easily slipped over your shoes and have them put those on, and so they don't have to bother taking their
By
shoes off and
mistake,
on?
are you? What are you guys talking about? I cannot understand. Is this a church or a car? What is it?
Archie,
It is Archie's church.
Archie, do you mind pulling up the photo I sent you on WhatsApp? So you do have some viewers that are sending in their glove shots as well.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
You know, I think I have a BMW hat somewhere. Like, you know those hats they give you at the dealer? I think I have one of those somewhere.
Yeah. I've got a couple in my back of the car as well. Fella,
I think I've
$5.
got
I was
my-
going to. Oh, we did that one. Okay.
No, just check your WhatsApp. I sent you the photo that one of the viewers sent me their photo.
Let me see if I can find my racing gloves. I'll be right back.
Mike, an oven mitt would work too.
No, I got real race car racing gloves.
All right.
You know, like that I raced my Porsche in with.
Like flame retardant.
Yeah, exactly. You had to have a flame retardant underwear, a flame retardant racing suit, you had to have racing shoes.
I put the whole
flame
suit.
retardant
Come
gloves.
with the whole suit.
You had to wear
Simpson.
something called a balaclava.
Yeah.
You know what a balaclava is?
Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
We call
You
it
had
a
to put that on.
pusheisty.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you had to put that on before you put your helmet on. When you're really racing, man, there's a lot of shit you got to put on, and boy, you cook like a roasted turkey in an oven when you're in a real race car.
Why, you were in the Pantera when it went up?
No, But I roasted in it many a time on the track, as well as my Porsche more so. Just because the Porsche I tracked more times on hot days, and it's just hot as hell in any real race car.
I believe it with all that gear on too.
So Archie, you got a 1 of 10 Patek Philippe enamel dial.
at
You got
that.
a 16M Ferrari.
Oh.
These are the racing gloves you
See,
put
these
on.
are the cognac gloves I was referencing.
Yes.
Those are what I
bliss right here.
consider racing gloves. When I see those, I would think
See the knuckles,
old
the openings
school,
for the knuckles,
old school driving
Yes.
gloves.
there.
Ah, that's so cool. What brand of gloves are these?
I
Do we
know.
know?
I don't know. Russell can tell us in the chat.
Russell, please let us know in the chat. These are
They look
phenomenal.
great, don't they? Just
the red
beautiful
stitching.
gloves. Yeah, just done so well, isn't it? You know, by the way, guys, I've fallen in love with Hong Kong. I've actually started, you might say, what are you doing, Arch? And stop doing my taxes, because there's no taxes in Hong Kong. And I'm actually looking at cheap places to rent in Hong Kong.
Why not?
Wizard's got an Airbnb for you.
And I went around and I'm trying to find a cage. Rental in Hong Kong is so expensive. Hong Kong is
What's expensive? Like what's expensive?
4,000 a month.
4,000 Aussie?
US.
Yeah,
that's
kind
expensive.
Of yeah.
Archie, I got one more picture for you, and Russell says they're Dunhill gloves actually.
Fuck.
Ah, no wonder they're
Dunhill
pure
gloves.
class.
Wow, look at that.
One more picture for you to pull up here for us.
Yep, no
Our friend
worries
from our
there.
friend Russell.
Holy fuck. Holy fuck.
You have to zoom in on that watch for us too, Archie.
Yeah, what is that?
Holy
So this
fuck.
Rolex is a 1 of 10 enamel dial rare handicrafts, like really super rare Patek.
That's pretty cool.
Holy fuck. I never seen this shit. Here we go.
Give us a little zoom in on that watch first.
So that's a double.
Jesus.
That's a split.
Is this you, Tam?
Chronograph.
No, this is Russell.
Oh wow.
Oh, look at the strap too. It's like the one on the new Calatrava.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Look at that.
Hey guys, I couldn't find my racing gloves, but I found my old racing suit. You want to see it?
Yes,
sure.
sir.
Let's get it out. Get it out.
Well, at least put it on, Mikey. Come on.
Look at that. It's the jumpsuit. It's a jumpsuit.
Yeah, don't
Far
tease us.
out.
Don't tease us, Mike. Put
Put
it
it
on.
on, Mikey.
You think he still fits in that?
Of course he does.
Hey, for sure he does.
Mikey could suit up tomorrow and join the Indy 500.
Or at least a bumper car session.
Yeah, maybe. It's pretty cool.
Suited and booted. There you go. Look at that, hey?
Mikey, put it on.
Oh no, here's
Mikey.
Put it
can
on.
You still put that on?
Yeah, I sure can. But you know what?
Okay.
As you spend more money on your racing suits, they get lighter and lighter. Okay. This was the lowest dollar, $500-600 cheap racing suit that I could get my hands on, and it's literally like putting on winter wear. It's super thick, super heavy. When I raced the 24 Hours of Lemons, it was a 24-hour race of shitty cars, but it was real racing. And by the time I got out of my 3 or 4 hour stint in the car, you could have wrung that thing dry. I lost 10 pounds per stint.
Fuck.
I was 20 pounds lighter at the end of the event.
Holy shit.
Why are you breathing so heavy, Mike? You okay? Take time if you need to catch your breath.
Well, I was digging through a bunch of shit in my closet, and it took me a little while.
It was cool though. You came through.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah,
Archie, the punters want the Patek talk. They're
that's a
loving it.
beautiful Patek, boy. By the way,
That is just a beautiful. That's a platinum. What is it? A platinum double split. Fucking hell.
You know, I have to say,
You met this.
I've never met Russell, but he is he's definitely always in the chat and just a really nice guy. I told you he sent me the gift of the swag for the perpetual calendar. So just super nice guy.
Ooh, those are cool driving gloves, by the way.
Zoom in on the driving gloves, Archie. Show us the brand. The brand.
It's Dunhill. I look.
It's Dunhill, baby.
Dunhill. Yeah, look at those knuckle holes. Those are cool. Those are badass.
Those might have been custom. I'm looking online right now, and you don't see them.
Very cool, aren't they?
Archie, we got one more, but it's without gloves. Hopefully, if that's okay for you. One more photo.
We'll put an asterisk next to it.
Yeah, just no gloves in this one, but the watch is definitely worth checking out.
I'm starting to discover that I like white dials.
You like white dials, Mike?
Well, yeah, on the luxury watches, I'm tending to just find that I like white dials more than black dials.
Okay.
Just after I've seen more and more.
Well, like salivating.
Like Tan, your
Right,
watch.
you love white dials.
Your watch
White.
takes the cake. Tan.
Here we go. Look
all
at
of
this.
that white.
Boom.
Chronograph.
Wow.
Not just any datograph.
Oh,
That's-
shut up.
That's
Damn.
pretty cool.
What a cool,
Wow.
cool flyback.
Very cool.
Look at that.
Is that
Absolutely.
skeletonized or is that carbon fiber back dial?
No, it's the Lumen, boys.
No, it looks like skeletonized in the back. The
I
black
mean, it's no
part.
bluesy, but it's pretty cool, right, Arch?
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's no fucking bluesy. That's all I know.
That's sick as shit right there. That's
It's a Lange Lumen datograph, 1815 up down.
man, and it's not steel, is it?
No, it's platinum.
Now, Arch,
yeah.
would you drop kick plastic if he came into lunch with one of those on his wrist?
I'd love to see it. That's a beautiful watch. I'd love to see
You'd hate it.
Yeah, but would you ignore it like the whole meal, or would you like?
Yeah,
ask
that's
him-
what that's what you have to do in that situation, Tan. You just don't mention it.
Well,
You talk
Lolex,
about
when
anything
he
else
met
but
Lolex,
watch.
when he met Fella's friend came with him, who's Archie's already met before. He was
Okay.
wearing a white dial Nautilus, and I think
Whoa.
Fella was wearing like a fucking Yacht-Master one, and Archie was simping over the Yacht-Master and basically ignoring the Nautilus.
Archie, what did these people do to you? Why did you disrespect them so bad?
I know. It's just crazy, isn't it? What do you think?
You,
I don't know
I
why
think you
they-
weren't.
That's
I
what they're
think you
looking
weren't
for
listening
in
to
their
me.
pontiff. Right, Arch? These are people that hear yes all their lives. When someone tells them no or doesn't give them the
That's what they
attention
want.
they feel like they deserve,
That's what they want.
what keeps them coming back.
Exactly. Exactly
Wow.
right.
300 grand. Jeez.
Not to do. I feel like car talk is going to kind of ruin the show, but Tan, I would love to know. What are you driving these days? Do you still have the Huracan?
I do. I still have the Huracan, and I got dailies. I got a 3 Series and an X3. So I do
Very
live-
nice.
I do like the
Nice.
Beamer life as well. The Super
Didn't
Chat
you have a
Speed might-
Didn't you have a GT3 at some point too?
Yeah, I had a GT3 RS, a purple one, and I had a paint to sample GT3 as well.
Okay, I got a question that
Ooh.
Archie's going to love here. In terms of maintenance, which was easier, the Huracan or the GT3?
Well, I get them maintained at the dealer, right? Like that was
Right.
yeah. No, it's basically the same experience.
The
Like
same.
same They're all owned by the same company, right? VW
Yeah.
owns both Porsche and Lamborghini, so
Oh,
same
really?
experience.
I heard Lamborghinis were not really built for ease
Long-term.
of maintenance.
Yeah.
No,
They-
Heard the same thing.
Mike, the Huracan uses the R8 V10 platform, so it's
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's
Okay.
probably one of the most bulletproof supercars you can buy right now.
Very cool.
Really? In comparison, because you feel like you hear about Porsche that it's like the Honda of the super sport world, or at least that next level, because it's just so reliable and easy to maintain. But it might be different once you get up to that GT3.
Rolex, there's I think it's like 180,000 mile Huracan that was rented. It was a rental car in Vegas.
Yeah.
And the only thing that they did was standard wear and tear and maintenance. Like there was
Jesus.
still
Nice.
the stock transmission, same engine. Like there wasn't any major work that was done on the car.
Okay.
things-
So no
the
plastic
things
water
was-
pumps, right?
The thing about
No, just
Porsches, any kind of like major maintenance usually
Arch, we're
involves
getting
just
backed up
an
in super
engine
chats.
shop.
We got some super chats coming in fast. Here
Close
we
from
go. We got some super chats. John C, $2. Mike the Snake. What's for dinner and dessert tonight? Thanks.
Last night was lasagna with sausage and my normal ice cream dessert. And tonight,
What kind of sausage?
wild boar sausage.
Very nice.
And tonight will probably be my Salisbury steak and wild boar sausage and my standard small amount of ice cream for dinner.
What about that cranberry sauce that comes with that Salisbury steak dinner?
No,
you know that inch and a half
Are we talking
by
Hungry
inch and a half-
Mints?
Yes.
No, the Marie Callender's is just.
Oh, you went
Salisbury
up
steak.
market.
Yep.
Come on.
No, the Marie Callender's are much better tasting, and they just come with a little bit of mac and cheese. That's it.
Aren't those terrible for you though, Mike? With the plastic that you're microwaving?
Probably. Living here alone, I'm not very motivated to cook for myself. I'm a great cook, but I only cook with or for people. Okay. And otherwise, food is just something I need to get out of the way. The medications I take leave me hungerless, and it's just like, oh, it's time to eat, and I got to get it out of the way, fucking zap it, wolf it down, and get back to doing what I'm doing.
Got some super chats, Archie. and mental Jock sent this for us, Archie, for you.
There's some sweet
there we go. Look at that. Those are cool. Those are cool. I love it. Ha ha. And
Greatest fans in the
JBIDX
universe.
$2. Art, show us your BMW branded hands device. What's a hands device?
Hands free.
Hands
No,
free.
it's a head and neck restraint device. It's something you put over your neck, and it goes over your
It's like
chest.
the travel pillow.
No,
Oh, I see.
it's a safety device for racing.
Archie, you have that to hold your your jacket, right?
That's right. Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Here, I'll show
And
you
we
my
got another
racing
one.
helmet. I have one.
JBIDX $2. Don't say plastic water pump. It's bioceramic.
That's true.
So Archie, this is what Mental Jock thinks of your racing gloves. Unfortunately, they're all taking the piss. What's going on, Doc? It's like creep on.
How's it going, gentlemen?
Doing BMW talk and a bunch of dead air with Archie looking at his typical Japanese porn in the morning.
No, we're watching
Cruising
him apply
eBay.
for-
All
apply
right,
for
Mikey's
apartments.
got something to share for us here.
Okay.
You teased me
Your
into
hand-
slipping out of the
your-
morgue with the car talk.
Your hands device fits into these clips on the back side of your helmet, and it goes behind and connects to a bracket that goes over your chest. And so if you're ever in a wreck and your head goes forward, it stops your head from going forward and puts all the energy into the breastplate that the hands device basically is. And it's saved millions of racers' lives.
Oh, wow.
It's mandatory on every race car. Every race car.
I think that
If
came
you-
after Dale Earnhardt.
Yep. He was one of the his death was one of the main instigators of mandatory hounds devices in racing. Yep. But your helmet has to be modified, and these clips have to be installed on your helmet. And the hounds device isn't cheap either. It's like $1,000, and that's just another one of the safety items you need when you're racing.
Mikey, what do you say here?
So
What's
Mobster's
that?
saying here, this is for you, Mikey.
They say your headset should be closest to your head to prevent whiplash. Your headrest. Your headrest. You mean like side rest?
No, I think he means the headrest on the back of the like on top of the seat. You could twist it down, so it's like almost sometimes like a triangle.
My racing seat was all aluminum and had no adjustability.
I mean, in a regular 3 Series.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I wouldn't know.
Hello, this is Archibald Chesterfield III, and today I'm with the Monger's Monger, Cherry Carter, and Johnny Suckerhorn. And today we're discussing the cheapest way to get bar girls. I want bang per buck, Johnny and Cherry. I am going there. I've got a budget. I got a budget of 900 bar to fuck. Is that possible, Cherry? 900 bar to fuck. Yes or no?
But a little bit about me. I'm Cherry Carter.
Yes or no?
I live in Australia.
Honey, you're beautiful.
I was always a history buff.
Come back to my room.
In the Boer War, the Australians were here fighting.
500 baht.
And that gave me comfort.
500 baht.
We lived in a part of the country that was very Afrikaans.
Come anytime you want.
The Boers, not an army. The Boers were farmers.
I'm staying at the such and such hotel. The Nana.
Those are some Australians returning from the Boer War.
Room number 217.
Fuck you.
You know, the extra 100 baht, I'd say, you know, definitely got a chance.
I live in Australia.
There we go. It's funny because you guys can't see Archie actually laughing in the background when I put on that video, so it is pretty priceless.
Right. It's hilarious. Yes.
Those were a lot funner times, right, Arch?
Those were fun times, weren't they?
Yes, the pre-Timmy and Marco era.
Yeah, they were fun times. That's when YouTube was a lot more fun and it wasn't such a competitive business. You know, it was a different era. You know,
You just needed 500 baht.
Archie, can I ask you, are you going to go out and get the new Blanc Pawn release?
You know what? I'm not interested in the least.
It's for the YouTube channel. It's not about you, Arch. It's about the fans.
Yeah.
They want to see you do a review of it.
$400 for that crap?
I know. Can you believe that?
I know. Exactly.
They
Fucking
really
bullshit.
got some nerve.
So it's $400 for a $50 watch.
What's a
Shit,
System 51? Isn't it a System 51?
What does that even mean?
That's their cheap automatic movement.
It's not a quartz.
Oh.
It's actually
See,
got a
'cause they-
real automatic movement in it, which kind of bumps it up a little level in my respect level for cheesy plastic
But don't you
watches.
think that's actually a dumb move to do for an upmarket brand like that?
Oh no, the System 51 was kind of their cheap. It's just a very. It's called 51 because the number of parts.
Like,
that
I
are
get
in
it's kitschy in a quartz plastic watch, but when you start putting automatic movements in there,
Look. Can I explain it to you? Let me explain it to you, Hoff, in a way that you would understand. Okay. This is the equivalent of a Mercedes-Benz A-Class. Okay. Now, a normal person would say, why wouldn't you buy a Corolla? If you want a cheap car, you get a Jap Eco shitbox. No. What we do is we get a German car and we saddle it with $250 service rate at the Benz dealer, right? So you can have that keyring that has the star on it. Okay. So this
but
is
how
like,
fucking cool is that stuff?
Yeah, how cool is that A-Class, though? Come on.
So you're saying it's Chinese quality in a plastic Swiss watch?
Well, it's put it this way. Have you ever? It's like a Volkswagen, like everyone
It
German
doesn't even
product.
have to polishing though, Arch.
Yeah, it's like shopping at Aldi. You know the German supermarket Aldi. Do you have Aldi in America?
No.
Okay.
Actually, I've seen some. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So the Germans, they do things. Not only do they do luxury things, they also do mass production.
Okay.
And Yeah. It's what they do. It's what they do. You know, this is the whole thing of it. It's what they do. And
Hey,
Why
Archie,
is Mike
we're,
Moonshine Mike? Am I missing something? I came late.
Well, that's because him and Jimmy C were talking about Moonshine yesterday on the dungeon.
Yeah, that's his alias for the dungeon.
Because he says he doesn't. Well, actually, I guess he doesn't do drugs. He
No,
might still
we
drink.
didn't. We didn't talk moonshine, but I think they're just associating me with moonshine because of the.
Well, Mike, I see. Here's the thing that I found out: you don't actually like wrestling, but I kind of told Doris that you were going to do a wrestling show with her, like next week.
Oh, I'd like to, because I like I said, I don't knock it, and those people are athletes, and I give them all the credit in the world for doing what they do. I just, you know, I'm an MMA fan, and I like the real deal, and real wrestling is boring as fuck to watch, and so, you know, if you're into wrestling, the MMA or WWE, if that's for you, man, more power to you. And those guys, you know, some people say it's not real. Those guys are, you know, they got to work out and they got to practice, and they're athletes the same as any other athlete is that is out there. But it just is not for me, and I really don't have any interest in it. I mean, they're the big names that I've heard of, you know, that have made the big time, like Macho Man and Hulk Hogan and those guys. But I don't watch it. I have no interest in it. But I give them every bit of credit for being athletes and doing what they do.
Archie,
So-
two things. You got the message, obviously, but JJ doing a stream after this one, so we're going to link to him.
Yes,
Let's
you
go.
betcha.
Yep,
You
Toyota
betcha,
Mo's
baby.
going to be hosting it tonight at 9:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central.
very
And
nice.
Archie, Russell has sent another picture for you to the WhatsApp in a Beamer. He said Archie will like this because it's in a Beamer.
I hate you guys for making me actually look up this friggin' blonde swatch.
Shitty, yeah.
Because now I kind of like it. Oh, no.
You like it now?
I like the blue one.
I like the Atlantic one, yeah.
Oh my god.
I
Come on, Archie, you
suspect
gotta get
though
one.
that the picture is nicer than the watch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
No
Now this
fighting
is
around,
nice.
Archie. No fighting
Yeah,
around.
this is wow. Is this white gold tan?
I think this one is gold, yeah.
Yeah, it has to be. Yeah.
Archie, thoughts? Wake up.
Come on, Arch.
Ooh, absolute. Look at that diamond bezel. What a fucking bezel. How much is this thing? How many watches does he
Wait,
have?
wouldn't
this
that
guy?
be
What does he
stainless
do? What
steel?
does he do? What does he do, this guy? Does he own a third world country?
Archie. Can't just be
This
happy
is
for
Russell?
someone.
Yeah, this is Russell.
Ooh,
Incredible.
Russell might be the GOAT right now.
I mean, that is
He's the
truly
GOAT.
like a heavy hitter.
Russell
and the
is
Beamer.
coming
What
in
sort of
hot.
Beamer is that? What sort of Beamer is that?
Maybe
Is
a
that
7
and,
series.
And you know what, Hoff, you are right. It is stainless steel.
Yeah, because they only did the green dial that last year.
Archie, I'll
yeah.
link you the link in Chrono here for
Mm.
what this watch is, so you can have a look. It's in the private chat. You can pull it up.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
But yeah, it's an A, so it's definitely a stainless steel, boys.
Wow.
Archie can get you the price.
Aquanut, right?
Look at those diamonds, man. That is a diamond bezel.
I like how the diamonds are kind of subdued.
Holy fuck.
That's in Canadian dollars.
I don't
Holy
care if that was
fuck.
bought.
$1 million Canadian. Holy. You can buy a house in Canada for that, can't you?
Yeah, like a
You
regular.
can buy a lot of things with that.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing.
For a stainless
chose
steel
to buy the
watch. For a stainless steel watch. How crazy is that?
That truly is crazy. I mean, not that the gold
It
only
goes
adds
to show you
No,
how
the gold-
rare this piece is.
Yeah, the gold only adds a few grand to the actual.
No, it's not even gold, Mike. That
price
was my
of it.
mistake. It's a stainless steel watch.
No, but I'm
Stainless steel's
saying,
worth
like,
more. In Patek, stainless steel's worth more
Yeah.
than gold. You want
And
the
that
steel.
green
You want-
dial was even more elevated, and then to get the diamond bezel of that green one. Oof.
Yeah, I wasn't familiar with the diamond. Like, obviously, I knew the green one, but the diamond bezel one I didn't know about. But it's really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus Christ, that's it.
I know, man. I mean, that is
Archie. He
fucking
sends
mic dropper, right?
He sent me a text. He said, "Fortunately, list is only 72,000 British pounds." That's the goat right there, Hoff. When you can buy it for 72K British pounds and flick it for like $1 million Canadian.
Fucking goat.
Amazing stuff, isn't it?
But Archie, would you simp a Yacht-Master 1 if Russell was hanging out with you and wearing this, like you did with Fella?
Would I simp a Yacht-Master
Yeah,
1?
well, his friend had a Nautilus, and you didn't even give him like the time of day to even look at it. Like, just
Yeah, but what I really enjoy doing is people with really cool watch. I just nice watch. That's it. Just keep talking. Just completely avoid, because they're desperately craving compliments. Have you ever gone out with a supermodel? The best thing you can say is, "Oh, you're not as attractive as I thought you were," because they're craving that. They're just.
Yeah, no.
It
No, Arch.
Is this the ultimate? Is this the ultimate flex though? He's driving a BMW wearing this watch. Is that the ultimate flex?
I would figure a person that is wearing this is probably driving some type of Ferrari or something.
Yeah, he has a Ferrari.
Yeah.
I think it.
But you want a
I
regular
don't think
car.
he cares. I don't think he cares.
I think he's enjoying.
A BMW is not a regular car. That's a super. That's there.
No, I mean, when you have like a Ferrari, you always need another car.
Mm-hmm.
Well, when you're wearing a watch that's worth more than your car, and it's a Ferrari.
I was about to say, Mike, most of your watches are worth more than your car, right?
Well, unless it's like a Ferrari or some certain.
But your
Lambos
watches,
and
your
stuff
James
like that.
Cameron's worth more than your car.
Yeah. Oh, most definitely.
It's a very interesting way of
Archie,
doing
ever
things.
think a guy that owns a watch like that and all those amazing Pateks and drives Ferraris would be sitting here watching you on the other end of a stream?
Yeah, put some effort into it, big boy. Talk to us.
I
about
know,
his watch.
Arch.
Tell us what you like.
And
about
you're
it.
not even paying attention.
Yeah, Russell's being
Exactly.
so nice. He's sharing his collection with us. Like,
beautiful.
You know what? Ed Sheeran has probably watched one of your streams, Arch, and you were probably just staring at your screen.
That could be him for all we know. This
You
isn't
know?
a regular guy getting a watch like this.
You have to think about
No,
that,
was
Arch.
it-
John Mayer
this is a
has probably
titan of
watched one of your videos. I
If
know
it
I've said
was
this
a
to you
Nate-
before, Arch, but like John Mayer has probably watched one of your videos before. How does that make you feel? Powerful?
Look, you don't know something really. I'd much rather have Rolex and half watching one of my videos.
No bullshit. No offense, Hoff. You're awesome. But
Yeah, no,
I know
it-
Archie
it-
on
it-
some level cares.
I'll be honest with you. I got some. Look, it is. I think the thing you realize in this world is we are all just humans.
Okay.
There's no super.
Kevin Hart is probably watching right now, and you're not doing anything, Arch. Come on.
I don't even know who Kevin Hart is, but it's okay.
Yes, you do, liar. Come on. Who are some other watch aficionados? Who else is there?
Jay-Z.
Jay-Z.
Wahlberg.
Wahlberg? That would be
Oh, Kevin Hart.
Ooh, Wahlberg
Yeah,
would
he's
be.
a comedian. Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah.
He's cool. He's
What
funny.
about
I like him.
Oh, what about the guy, the Tiger's Blood?
Tom
guy?
Holland is a Rolex guy.
You know the hilarious thing is one person I really did like. Listen to this. Remember the Wonder Years with Kevin Arnold?
Oh, Fred
Yeah.
Savage.
He's a watch guy. Yeah.
I remember
His
watching
Talking
that.
Watches was really good.
I remember watching that in the 90s. I was wearing a 1016 Explorer 1. And then he goes on Houdinki and says his grail, his super grail is a 1016 Explorer 1. I remember watching his fucking show wearing my 1016 Explorer 1.
Wow.
Didn't Fred Savage go on to be a race car driver?
You're thinking of Frankie Muniz, but
Oh,
close.
yeah.
And
Malcolm in the Middle.
Winnie, remember Winnie became a mass
Danica
genius.
McMiller, how could I forget, Arch?
Yeah.
My number
She
one.
became a what?
A mathematician.
Yes.
Oh.
But Archie, you know I love you, man. But if it was between me and you to get to her, you're going down, my friend. I'd have to take you down for a shot at Winnie Cooper.
Yeah, Winnie Cooper. She was just gorgeous, wasn't she?
Archie,
I didn't know you liked the older women, Rolex.
I know she's like much older than me, but it used to play on Nick at Night, so I think that's why I watched the show. That and what was that other show with Gary Coleman? Different Strokes. Different Strokes. Wonder Years. Pretty much. Mary Tyler Moore show. Those were my hits.
Mary
as a
Tyler
young
Moore.
man.
Mary Tyler Moore was very sexy, don't you think?
As
Mary
a
Tyler
young
Moore.
man. Yes.
Mary Tyler Moore was famously very, very nice, in real life as well.
And she was famous from the 50s, 60s, wasn't she?
Well, from age 20-ish, 2021 is when she was on Dick Van Dyke Show.
Yes, Dick Van Dyke, that's right.
Speaking of
Eddie
the
Van
Dick
Halen.
Yeah,
What's
Mikey.
his name?
Speaking of the Dick Van Dyke Show, we do have another celebrity who was on the Dick Van Dyke Show, and he's coming up next.
Fantastic.
Hey, I'll give mad props to who can name the music, who played that music.
Everyone's loving the track. I don't know.
Tangerine Dream.
Tangerine Dream.
Did you Shazam that, Mikey?
No, I knew that. I just recognized. I had their albums.
Is from your raving days, Mike?
No, they were pre-rave, man.
We got Curly on the stream.
Curly.
The executive producer of Jimmy and Friends.
Hello, Curly. He's waiting for his valve amp to start up.
Oh, I thought he was being shy.
He probably lost all his tabs and he's freaking out right now.
He's looking for that clip.
What clip? Hi, boys.
What's happening?
Hey, how are you?
Just come on. I see all the heavy hitters are on the panel. I figured I'd come on and say hello.
Curly,
Excellent job executive producing Jimmy and Friends last night.
Yeah.
Stellar job.
Oh, no. I was like a behind the scenes production assistant.
That was fun.
Yeah, hey,
was
Mikey.
in rare form.
Yeah, I never seen Mikey. I never seen you move. I thought you were gonna have to hit the inhaler. I thought your fucking blood glucose meter was gonna go off the charts.
Curly was so charged up he broke out the old racing suit on the show today.
Holy cow!
Yeah, my old racing suit when I used to race cars, and my helmet with the Hans device clips and everything.
Well, it was good to get the old, drunk hillbilly thing all out of the way and put to bed, Mikey?
Yeah, no, and that's what I logged on to basically do. And Jimmy is a hell of a cool guy, and I enjoyed being on that show very much. and I hear his wife's a big WWE wrestler, and she wants to have a talk with me, and I'm fine with doing that because I don't
His
knock
wife's
it.
a big WWE wrestler.
Wow, that's pretty interesting right
wrestling
there.
fan.
Oh,
yeah,
and
Yeah, she's not a drunk or a hillbilly either.
And I've never said anything negative about it. I have no interest in it, but I give those guys all the credit in the world. They're athletes just like anybody else, and so I believe I can stand with her.
How you doing, Arch? What's the topic of the day, Arch? What are we looking at?
Hey, we had some amazing watches on the stream today. When is our good friend Jimmy doing another show there?
I have no idea. You better keep get in touch with him. He might start one, and he might not know that JJ's doing a show tonight.
Yep, that's correct.
I'm not his handler.
You're not his handler. Not his handler. Okay, that's okay.
We just go out, do a little recon, throw some shit at the wall, see what sticks.
I just Shazammed it. It's Hypnosis by Nightcap, not Tangerine Dream.
You sure,
Say it again? Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Tangerine Dream did soundtracks for loads of Italian video nasties. I know they did the soundtrack for the ABC Sports way back when. You know, when they showed that guy eating shit going down the
ABC ate shit? What?
No, the ski jumper. In the beginning of.
No wonder he fell down.
And that sounded very much like Tangerine Dream. So if it's not Tangerine
Dream, is it General
Dream,
Saad? Is he here, General Saad?
He was.
Yeah, he was here.
Okay.
Oh,
it's
Rolex.
I stand
It's Rolex.
corrected.
Okay, I got it. What's up, Rolex?
Oh,
I stand corrected.
Hello.
So,
Rolex does
did
look like Saad.
How many topics have you gone through so far, Arch?
Hey, we've gone through. We've had some amazing topics today. We've had some absolutely amazing topics, and
we were talking about how Archie silently seethes when people show up with heavy hitters.
Yeah.
Yeah, Curly.
Okay, I'll be right back, guys. All right.
Curly, a punter in the chat sent literally $1 million watch that he was wearing in his BMW, and Archie's just staring into space, like not paying attention, just dead air.
It was amazing, amazing with diamonds. You would love it, Curly. It's a Curly watch. Maybe that's Curly. Is that Curly?
I think it's Curly. I think it's Curly. Why not?
The amount of free time this guy has, it might be.
No,
Because
I don't
remember,
know.
at the end of the day,
watch?
time,
No.
Time is luxury. At the end of the day, time is the only commodity you can't buy more of, is it?
Curly, you missed it. We had plastic on the show. Archie went through some racing gloves that he owns. Mikey brought out his racing suit. It was a pretty epic start to
Also,
the show.
today is a race themed. Wow, I see a lot of tomatoes in the chat. What the fuck is NATO? NATO Jack. They're throwing tomatoes. What the fuck is going on here?
I don't know.
I don't think they like car talk.
Oh, you were doing car talk. More Beamer talk. Beamer gloves. Beamer this. Beamer that.
Or is this Tangerine Dream talk?
That's what I thought was the soundtrack for the ice skating OC reel.
You don't see that every day. A punter in your chat sends in a pics of $1 million watch. That's a lot to be proud of.
Archie, do you remember that? Do you remember that punter's name?
Yes, we do. He's a fantastic guy.
What's his name? Begins
Russell.
with an R.
Exactly.
Russell
996. Russell 996.
996 being a Porsche reference there, Curly.
Oh, like Pete Cars. Pete Cars is our Porsche expert.
Yeah, you love a good Porsche, don't you?
No.
No?
I mean, I love all cars, but I mean, just not my thing. I'm not I only had one foreign car my whole life. That was a Volvo, a 5-cylinder Volvo. Good car.
Oh, that's right. You told the story, didn't you?
Yeah, not very good in the winter. Volvos didn't have a good heater back then, but
I think those tomatoes are about to turn into rocks.
Yeah.
Come on, Arch, help us out.
Yeah, there's enough hate going on in this chat room to just
Hate?
basically.
What hate? You sound like fucking original OC. What hate? What hate, Mike? It's called trolling, Mike.
I know, but
a little oversensitive lately.
A little bit, yeah. It's enough for me to just kind of give a general fuck you to all the fucking people like posting negative shit about me or towards me.
Yeah,
It's
there you
just
go. That's
just
gonna
an
go a long
all-out
way.
APB to all the people posting negative shit about me because it gets old. And
Yeah, that's gonna stop them. You ever hear the phrase
I know.
"don't feed the
From
troll"?
Patel Philippe, $10.
right there.
Archie, now that Angelic has left the stream and Jake the puppy has won the battle for Self Yara, what's the best advice to puppy to move up in the Archieverse? What happened?
Wait, what happened?
Wait, what the fuck? When did this happen? I this is news to me.
I mean, Angelic and Curly and I were talking this morning on the stream. It was a bit of a doomsday event. Curly, I don't know. Angelic is, I don't know if he's coming back. We don't know right now.
Well, I think that Jake the puppy, he's had a long and strategic plan, and he carried it out. And hey, listen, what am I going to do? Am I going to lie? I think he got the best of Narc. He definitely got the best of Angelic, and that's it. It is, and now he pulled the diva quit, and he's going to make Lux sweat a little bit before he starts coming back to co-host the morning show.
Yeah. Wait, so not only did he chase off Angelic, he quit himself?
Yeah.
He didn't quit. What he did was he mimicked Narc's diva quit. You know, Narc. He thinks he's punishing you by okay, I'm going to deny you my presence, my grade A talent, so you're going to suffer. So that's what
I've been missing the Narc, in fairness.
Yeah, so that's what Jake did.
So Archie, are you willing to sacrifice Angelic and Narc for the puppy?
Well, Angelic for sure, because he gave you the ultimatum and you balked.
Yeah, I was going to say he announced the ultimatum very clearly several times.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really understand this dilemma here.
But you know the good thing about Jake the puppy, he's reliable. I mean, he was showing up every morning to co-host with Lux.
Oh, yeah, good point.
Got to give him that.
You got to give him that. He's
And he
reliable.
Gonzo streamed. The fucking guy Gonzo streamed. He went window shopping in Melbourne.
Yes, that's pretty cool. That's very
It is
cool.
pretty cool. You got to admit it.
Angelic did a meetup, though.
And Jake was there. And guess what? You know who Jake was talking to the whole night?
Yeah, who's that?
You tell me, Archie. Jake was at the Melbourne meeting. Who was he talking to most of the night?
Yeah, he was talking to Dave, the super collector.
Exactly. A
leads.
fucking OC move if I ever seen one.
Power moves.
Working the leads.
Working the leads.
Archie, should we be wary of the puppy? What are your thoughts?
Oh, so we think the puppy is like an OC type character.
Listen,
to pull the puppet strings.
You know, unfortunately, my other two brethrens, they don't seem to see the writing on the wall. It's no different than when we came in and violently and fucking obnoxiously took over the dungeon and we cast the shadow upon the poor Sirocco and Dodger and Plastic. And now we're having the same thing done to us by one guy, Jake the Guppy. So I'm accepting my place. I'm the Dirk Diggler of the Archieverse. Angelic is going to turn into the Brian the Pipe of the Archieverse, and Narc's going to be Marcelo.
Super chat, Archie.
Super chat. Where have you been? We've got Neo $2. What the fuck? You let the gimp escape? How did that happen?
Exactly.
He's planning to Tim Wright, Australia.
Look, he's bringing him and the real big boy. They're bringing rules and ethics to the Archieverse. Archieverse is going politically correct. It's going corporate. It's going woke. And there's nothing we could do to stop it.
Nope.
At least it's reliable, right, Arch?
100%. 100%.
What if Puppy Jake is? What if he's working with one of the previously disbanded? What if it's?
You mean like Savron or Plastic? That could be. That could be.
Could be more of a power move than
I
you
mean,
think.
Plastic tried it with Strider, but Strider just the alcoholism got in the way, so that probably fizzled out. But this guy seems to be holding on pretty good. I mean, he goes right to the top, right to Big Dave.
The puppy looks like the Urban Gentry guy.
I'm telling you, the puppy is the original OC of the Archieverse. Give him a chance. He might start networking. He'll keep track of the big donors, send out postcards. Who knows?
Hey, Archie, can you quick
He
wrench?
definitely knows how to use a spreadsheet.
Can you quick wrench the Reaper for me, please?
Yes, we can quick wrench the Reaper. Anything.
He just wrote a comment saying, I'm eating, so that's him.
Yep. Okay.
And did you acknowledge Mookie's super chat or super sticker?
Super sticker, Mookie, $1.
$1.
And it's a peach, Archie, today.
The Whiskey Reaper. Wrench him?
Yes, please.
Anything else, sir?
Well, we want to hear what your thoughts are about Jake the Puppy, like, really blowing up the Archieverse right now.
Phew, I don't know what to say, really. I didn't think it was that bad.
You got mass quittings. I got Bear texting me saying he may not consider coming back. Like,
well, when's Bear saying that? Look, the problem I got is I want to be a bit careful with being friendly to plastic because Bear really can't stand plastic.
Oh, Arch, look.
Oop, that's a pretty big statement right there.
Angelic Slayer, take my wrench and keys. It's over. Much
Another
love.
ultimatum.
Oh,
it's sad.
That's not an ultimatum. That's done.
Toyota Mo, medium legend. Arch, things haven't been the same since you slurped Jake the puppy's noodle. The puppy played you, Arch. He knew you were going to slurp his noodle, and that's why he left it wide open for you, big boy.
And now he's blackmailing you.
I did eat his excess noodle. You know that?
That's going to get clipped.
And we got Ron, the act. Oh, sorry. Yeah. I don't know what to say. This is a disaster. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do?
You just keep moving forward. You do nothing.
Well, because Bear knows that, like, Jake is a proxy for plastic, right? Like, Sav and Plastic are grooming Jake to literally blow up the Archieverse.
I got to tell you something, guys. It's hard. Sometimes it's very hard, you know. Very, very hard. It's very hard. But we can only do what we can only do.
Do you understand
Holy
the seriousness
shit,
of what I'm
mate.
telling you? Bear is considering not coming back because Plastic is using Jake as a proxy. Do you understand?
Hypothetically.
Angelica's quit.
Hypothetically.
Look. Angelica's quit. Please let us know how you
quit.
Yeah, look. He's
Fuck.
quit.
I think he's just clowning around. I don't think he's really quit. He's just
I don't know, man.
clowning
You missed the
around.
morning show. Angelic was he wasn't pleased with all these, the trickery that Jake the Puppy's been pulling on the Archieverse. So
I mean, who doesn't quit? Every week somebody quits, right, Arch?
But does every week somebody turn in their keys and wrench?
Pretty much.
Do you reckon they do?
Yeah.
Chat, Arch.
Ooh, hello, Archie. Michael Snake.
Here we go. Dirk Diggler. We got Dirk
Archie,
Diggler.
I don't want that fucking drunk hillbilly here anymore.
Dirk Diggler, $5. Look, I don't have tan influence, but you are wrenching Reaper, who has not donated $1. Kind of disrespectful to a lot of guys that put their bones in.
I mean, bro, everybody's got a wrench here. It's not like how it was before.
Yeah, there's Nelson Oliveira. Did he get a wrench yet, or?
Yeah, I think he did.
Good.
Do we give Dirk Diggler a wrench? I think he's asking for a wrench.
Yeah, give Dirk a wrench. No
Dirk
problem.
doesn't have a wrench?
Give Dirk a wrench.
Dirk got a puppy.
Look, even Danny's quitting, man. Like, Archie, you need to fucking...
Why is Danny quitting?
Because
Danny
the whole Jake the Puppy fucking situation.
What? Jake the puppy. Danny's quitting? No, I didn't say Danny.
Danny,
can
hop
quit.
on. He doesn't believe you, Danny. Hop on.
I don't believe that. Danny can't quit. What's he going to do then?
He said he's going to go to the gym.
He's been talking about it in the WhatsApp. He's been talking about it in the WhatsApp.
Yep.
That's my favorite character on the show.
That is exactly right.
Super chat.
Super chat, Neo, $10. Archie, if you still needed the YouTube money, would this be happening now? Remember when you were hungry and actually needed the money? You wouldn't have allowed this. Well, what can I do, Neo? What do I do?
Archie has.
Well, you always got Palway. You could build something around Palway.
You still got that AI Palway, Curly? Maybe you can use that.
No, we deleted that. Got too annoying, Doc.
I'll agree with you on that.
You can't have a real Palway and an AI Palway. I mean, we got a clip. We did make a clip out of Palway, so.
Super chat, Arch.
Yes, super chat. Where have you been? Neo, $2. I paid a lot of money for Dirk last week. Neo.
All right. So, Archie, I just texted Bear. I said, Archie has said it's okay for you not to come back. He respects your decision. I let him know about the Jake the Puppy situation.
Anything of the sort, Tan.
Well, hey, you need to sort this out because there's a lot of people quitting and it's not fucking joke. So,
Well, the good thing is you got Plastic is coming back. I mean, you could build a show around Plastic and Palway alone. They're reliable.
Boomers. And the Boomers.
Of course.
You better get him an extra serving of brisket.
This park bench thing is going to be reconstituted into something new and improved, man.
Okay.
Archie, Bear's going to send you a message, he said. He's
Same players, different topics.
Fellas, I'm not quitting, but I do have to jet. I'll be watching.
That's just another nice way of quitting.
That's what some people say when they're quitting.
Have a great evening.
Take it easy, Hoff.
Yeah.
Bye, Hoff.
He didn't quit, did he? He wasn't quitting, did he, when he's leaving there?
Just for tonight.
He didn't deny it. He didn't deny it.
That's okay. We can only do our best, you know?
Yeah. Mookie, you're right. Time to go full AI panelist. Correct.
Well, you know, when everyone quits, Archie, I will be here and we can do chiropractic corner all night long.
Soon as I learn how to use Adobe Premiere, I actually tried to use my new laptop
put a tampon in. It's the fucking time of the month, mate.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes.
We got Mr. Z on the show.
Mr. Z. Hello! Mr. Z.
So.
Hello, sir.
How are you
Hey,
been?
Arch.
What's going on? What's going on, man? What's going on? Mike Hammer, $5. Bring back the Rolex plant, Jeff. I love Jeff. Jeff's always welcome on the stream. Mr. Zoso, what's happening? Tell me what's happening in America. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
10 was here. 10 was here.
I was.
I didn't get a chance to hang out with him because our schedules didn't meet, but I'm glad he got to hang out with Hop and go to the mall with JJ. I believe he went to the mall with JJ.
Yep.
And, yeah.
Well, Z, I'll be there. I'll be there in a few weeks.
Yeah, next month, and we'll hook up at that point. Nothing going on, Arch. Everything sucks. You know, false economy. It's a big fat lie, and everything sucks. How's everything with you?
False economy. It's a big fat lie. Everything sucks. That's not great.
Yeah. No, it sucks.
How's the car market?
It sucks. It sucks.
So people aren't believing that we don't
No. You missed the first one here. You missed Roland's.
Roland Travel Channel 40 Thai baht. Arch, to be frank and honest, verdict on Jake the Puppy. I like the guy. I really like the guy. He's a young, ambitious guy, and I really like him. Really soft, really kind guy. I really like him.
Can we get down to business here? It sounds like you have. It sounds like you have the bosses here, and you have. Is Curly still here?
Yep.
I can't see. I'm in the car.
Yeah. He's
Curly's here. You got your boss of the stream is here. Your biggest donator and the the guy who dictates what the fuck goes on. And they're telling you that they're not happy. At least Curly is anyway. And Angelic is
whoa. I'm not expressing fucking unhappiness. What are you talking about?
Oh, it seems that way.
Man,
Have
you missed the picture? No, I mean, of course you're wrong. We're just you know, shooting
Just
out.
1 minute there. I got to grab this super chat. Sirocco sales $5. So the puppy took over. Has this become a croquet channel? A la Shane taking over Marcelo.
I mean, Tanzil, did I sound unhappy? Was I complaining? Did I have a grievance?
Look, me and Curly are
That's an
just watching.
interesting point.
We're enjoying watching the Australian continent burn. So
yeah.
All right, so Angelic wants to give his keys up and doesn't want to come on the show anymore. Why did that happen?
it's because Archie sided with.
And then Archie sided with a puppy. And then, and I don't know who the puppy is, so I'm sorry, I can't. You know, I don't understand that. But I will say this. Now, I heard the bear is unhappy. Just a little while ago, I caught a few sentences that.
Yeah, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why, Mr. Zeke. It's because the puppy has been he's been mentored by Plastic and Sov, and so Bear perceives the puppy as like Plastic's proxy war to get back in. Like, Plastic was on earlier, by the way. You know, so Plastic is making his way back in right now. That's what's happening.
He was on the main channel?
Yeah, he was on here like about an hour and a bit ago with Archie. They're having lunch on Monday. Archie's rekindling the friendship.
Although he never confirmed the Puppy Plastic alliance, but it's pretty obvious.
Well, I happen to love Plastic, but it was pretty clear that Bear made it very clear that, you know, that if he's on, he's not going to come on. And it sounds like he reiterated that, maybe even a little further, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Ken?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I mean, you can't have that, can you, Archie?
I mean, at this point, I think that Bear is going to probably be happier to appear with Plastic than he is to appear with Archie.
Archie might like that.
Josh, you want to read the super chat before he's going out here?
Super chat. Here we go. May Annis is loss. $8. May Annis is loss. $8. Jake, just young puppy who lonely and want talk. Old boomers not like him and push him out. No more or less. Sad day when Arch let boomers run main show.
I think she pronounces her name, my anus is loose.
Okay, thank you. I think you could be right there, Doc. Very.
Well, you don't want to lose anybody. Right?
Look, thank you, Plastic, for that $8 Aussie.
Yes.
Don't want to lose anybody. How do you keep everybody happy, Archie?
Yes, that's correct. We
you don't want to lose anybody. So how do you keep everybody happy?
Well, I don't think that's Archie's job at all to do that. Why would he? Why does he need to be keeping people happy?
Look, Zoso, I'll make it simple for you, Archie. I'm gonna drop off the panel, and until you address the situation, the super chats are gonna dwindle up. So
I can tell you this now. We listen to what Tan says. Tan, you just tell me what
you
we
make
do.
A decision. I'm leaving. I'm gonna listen in.
Sure. The decision we've done is we welcome everybody here on the panel.
Before, did you leave yet? Did Tan leave already?
He gone.
All right.
Bye-bye.
All right. Well, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It seems like this has happened a few times before, and it always works out to the same outcome. You know, everybody gets pissy, and until they get what they want, things don't work.
Yes, I want to go and live in Hong Kong. That's what I want to do. Okay.
Why? Why do you want to do that?
I just love Asia. You know that I just had a great trip there. I had a great time. It was just amazing. I love the spirit of the Orient.
You just
I think
love
you're romanticizing Hong Kong, though. You're romanticizing it a little bit.
You just love the dim sum place that was just a stone's throw away from your hotel.
Yes.
Of course you do.
You're soaking in all the good qualities, and you didn't take a look at the bad yet.
Oh, I see. The bad.
Did you weigh yourself when you got back home?
No. Should I do that?
Oh, I think you should.
Okay.
You were making such good strides.
Thank you.
What kind of food did you eat? Did you eat the native food or did you eat other things?
Well, food is food, you know, stuff. Yeah, it is what it is.
So did Tan just say that the super chats are going to dwindle down to nothing?
Well,
No.
they pretty much dwindled to nothing this show, that's for sure. I mean, unless it was just Tan super chatted himself $100 Canadian when he was doing Watch Talk.
What should I do? What do we do?
I don't know. What do you do?
Arch, what do? You just have an ice cream, just let it play out. Just be a fly on the wall. What the fuck is the difference? What can you do?
What can you do? That's exactly it. What can you do?
Watch another porn in a distant memory.
Tanzil says, make a decision. But you got to specify, make a decision on what? Lunch, breakfast, dinner, dessert? Make a decision.
So,
make a decision. I don't know.
Curly, what's the ultimatum here?
I don't give ultimatums. I'm not that fucking stupid.
No, I mean, what's the goal? What does Tan want him to make a decision on?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean,
okay.
I don't know. I think Archie's got an hour and a half to think about it. Whatever it was. Here we go. Phone call. Hello. You see how much weight he put on? Look at his second chin is back, Mr. Z. He's stress eating again, Mr. Z.
I gained over 20 pounds. I gained over 20 pounds.
Oof.
I'm not one to talk here. I'm working on it, but I did. I gained 20 pounds. So, Arch, what is Tan asking
Mr. Z,
for exactly?
in case, I know you don't see the screen, but right now he's on the phone. He's doing something else.
Okay.
Very busy. He's distracted.
I understand. He's a busy man.
And I just pulled up a super chat for Neo here. Mike, are you still there? Even Mike the Snake's taking fucking breaks in the middle of the stream.
Somehow he's on mute without being on mute.
Yeah.
I can't see.
Hey, there we go there. No, that was just Jake the puppy.
Of course it was.
How you guys going? Talk to me. What do we do? What do we do?
I think you should take Angelic's keys and send them to Jake the puppy and let him be the co-host with Lux in the morning. I mean, at least he's got the drive and the ambition to show up every morning.
Neo,
right?
$2. As your pontiff, I command you to stop coming here. What? As your pontiff, I command you to stop coming here. What does that mean?
I think he's trying to say you're sabotaging yourself.
Let's pull up some of Patek Philippe's because he's got these in capitals.
All right.
Patek Philippe has got these in capitals. Here we
Yeah,
go.
it's on the screen.
Make a decision on Jake the puppy or rest on the Archieverse. Angelic left, Danny left, Bear left. Plastic is making his quick return.
Danny left? Why would Danny leave?
I don't know.
He's been
What do you mean you don't
disgruntled.
know?
Oh, Danny really enjoyed the Jimmy C wrestling show.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's got something to do with it. I don't know. Matter of fact, I'm clueless here because I don't know the decision Archie's supposed to make. It was a little bit unclear.
I don't quite understand it, but Danny really didn't like the puppy. I don't know why.
Oh, Danny too. Danny didn't like the puppy. I'm kind of warming up to the puppy. You gotta take your hat off. He's got a little bit of balls there, you know. Mental jock, no hissy fit, Scotty. Dude with no Surdy and Angelic, it won't be fun for me. That's it, mate. Big loss. Those guys, in my opinion, that's it. But so see, Mental Jock's gonna stick around. He's not gonna boycott the Archieverse because a couple of second-tier players are gone.
It's interesting because you say that, but when I read this statement, I thought he was saying he was leaving too.
Oh well, Mental Jock Mental Jock leaves, he makes it clear. It'll just be I'm leaving too. That's it. It says no hissy fit, Scotty.
Because he
with
says
no
there it
Syrian
won't be
angelic,
it won't be fun for me. That's it,
That's
mate.
it, mate.
Doesn't that
Big
sound like
loss,
he's
those
leaving?
guys, in my opinion. That's it, bud.
Well, what's the issue with Jake the puppy? I don't know who this person is. So
I thought
what's
we
the
liked-
issue?
Yeah, he had a fight with Angelic. That's what happened. And Angelic
About
then.
No. It wasn't just angelic. It was, see, that's what you miss. It was, he had a confrontation with Narc, angelic, mental jock.
He had a fight with Angelic. What the fuck? You never told me that.
Well, it's all in the clip, Arch. It's all on the show. I mean, it's that 11-hour 1,000. See, what's funny is, I don't know how it is that this morning, I don't know if it was, I think it was Angelic or Narc, gave credit to Jake the puppy making you $1,000 when I thought it was Mental Jock running a 14-hour stream that made the $1,000. Who took the initiative to start a stream, ran it for 12 hours, talked about all the drama that was happening, made $1,000, and somehow or another they gave credit to fucking Jake the puppy? I don't understand this whole Aussie infighting shit that's going on. These guys are confusing the shit out of me, Archie. I don't know how Jake the puppy and gets credit for $1,000 live stream that Mental Jock ran. It's just too confusing, Arch. I don't know. I think that your channel just was so unused to somebody running a 12 to 14 hour stream that this shit just got very confusing. Too much content for one day. So I don't know. I mean, all I know is Jake the Guppy, he didn't have a problem. He was defiant. He went after, kind of triggered Narc, then he triggered Angelic. Then he made the Mental Jock backpedal a little bit. And I tried to pull a Mr. Zoso and attach a tax. All he had to do was pay $37 and everything would have been forgotten. And he defiantly came back the next day and he didn't pay a dime.
I don't know this puppy character that well, but I do find it interesting that he's making moves very similar to the type of moves Plastic would make. Well, he's making moves beyond his years.
I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know. I really don't think that.
It's like he's being coached behind the scenes.
No. I don't think so. I don't know if Tanzil, that's Tanzil's opinion, but I don't think that Plastic and Savron have the capability to strategically do what Jake did. I think Jake did it all on his own, his corporate and political experience. And I think he's been doing it a long time. I think he is the OC of the Archieverse, plain and simple.
Holy shit, that's pretty savage to say that.
Well, he got you. He got you. I mean, you enabled him 100%. You were asked to make a fucking pinpoint decision, and you balked.
Well, I back Tan and Bear. That's what I do. I back Tan and Bear.
No. I'm talking about when sweet cousin Angelic told you, Arch, it's me or Jake the puppy. Make a decision. I love both of you guys.
That's it.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I like to do. I like to be inclusive. I don't want to be divisive. You know that?
What does Tan want you to do?
That's what I said. I said, Tan, what do you want me to do?
And what did he tell you?
He didn't quite give me an answer. I'm confused. Deer in
Are
the
you?
headlights.
You're confused?
Yes, I'm confused.
Well, I don't think
At this point, I think you need Jake the Guppy and Plastic more than ever, Archie. More than ever.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Pavel wants to chime in.
Pavel, we'll let him chime in.
Super
He
chat.
can chime in. We'll let him chime in. That's fine. Pavel, $10. Arch needs to make it official for this unrest to cease, for fuck's sake. Yes, we want it to stop. Make a decision. Here we go. Patek Philippe says, make a decision on Jake the puppy or the rest of the Archieverse. So basically, I would say there's no decision to be made because cousin Angelic has walked off. He's handed the keys back and said, "Take me off." So we run with the puppy until Jake returns. Until Angelic returns.
You know,
But
this would be a good
Angelic's not
time.
going to return if Jake is around. He's not coming back.
This would be a good time if Neo had a minute. It would be a good time for Neo to come up. Neo always get. You know the great thing about what's happening right now, Archie,
what's
is
that?
that Lux has nothing to do with it. Look, Lux is completely out of it. Sirocco's completely out of it. Dodger's completely out. Those guys are safe. They have nothing to do with this. See?
What if they're the ones coaching?
Hey, who knows? Who knows? But I mean, it's a pretty good design. It's a pretty good design because Lux was under fire this week, and Sirocco is all caught up to speed. Sirocco knows what's going on more than Archie now. This might be the best thing that ever happened, Arch. This might be the best thing that ever happened.
Oh,
you got to look at it that way.
This might be the best thing that's ever happened.
I think for some sobering advice, we could either choose one or two people. I believe that Neil gives the best advice, but second to Neil, Palway would be a great guy to bring on right now to get his take on all of this.
What are we talking about right now, Curly?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Some kind of unrest. Archie's just going to do the typical Archie thing. He's just going to let it unfold. What the fuck?
Yeah. And he's gonna
Okay,
say,
Patel, I'm making a decision. Here we go. We're making a decision.
About what? Lay it out for me, big boy. Come on. Lolix is here to help.
Okay.
How are you making a decision when you're confused?
We're making a decision. Make a decision
the
on
best
Jake
time.
the Puppy.
Oh, Jake the Puppy? Okay.
A reboot dungeon morning show, perhaps. Let me tell you this. I will back anyone who supports the Archieverse.
Okay, so you back
That's the
Lolix?
decision.
Love
so
it.
if as it
Tanzeal
stands
seems
now,
to be concerned that it's becoming the puppyverse, and I don't think he's happy about it.
Puppy hasn't been around for 2 days.
Yeah. I completely get it, man. I completely get it. I'm going to put my executive gloves on.
And
I mean, you gotta take your head off. He did create some of the best drama that's been going on in the Archieverse. I mean, and hey, my hat's off to Mental Jock. He saw the opportunity. He took the bull by the horns. He ran a 14-hour stream. He made $1,000 in one night. That hasn't been done in a long time.
Who did that?
Mental Jock. I don't know
Mental
how the
Jock.
fuck they were giving credit to fucking Jake the Guppy, but I mean, Jake the Guppy didn't start the stream. Jake the Guppy didn't keep a stream going for 14 hours.
We love Mental Jock. Mental Jock gets on with Jake the Puppy. They like
Mental
each other.
Jock gets on with
We love
everybody.
Jock.
That's what's so great about him.
We love
He
Jock.
doesn't have this big ego. He doesn't have
Curly.
these diva moments.
He does get along with everyone, and certain people have a
Exactly.
problem with that.
He
Certain people
does.
don't like that. Oh,
You know
speaking
what I
of
love about Archie?
Poway's giving advice. Hey, Poway.
You
You know-
stupid cunt. Why don't you do what's fucking obvious? Get rid of Jake, get rid of plastic, you get Burr back, yeah? And you get Tan back with his money. That's your long-term strategy. Instead of playing about with plastic who's rarely ever here and Jake who I've never even fucking heard of before. Get rid of him, get the old crew back. That's what everybody wants to see, and that's what makes the money. You stupid cunt.
Yeah, listen to the guy
Hey,
who never
do
the most that fucking Palway's ever super chatted was $3. Listen to him. Well, anyways, hey, look, and I'll tell you another unsung hero that nobody's talking about. Lolex.
Hey.
Lolex took the initiative, started a dungeon, had a great panel going.
damn great show.
We had the
Damn great show.
opportunity to maybe get Diego over here. You got to look. You know
that's
what
not
the
gonna happen.
resentment is? You know what the resentment is, Archie? You know what the resentment is? The resentment is there's motivated people that'll actually put the effort in to start shows and run shows.
That's what we want.
That's what we want. Exactly.
Lolex did a fantastic job. I actually caught some of that, and he was great. And it's great to see you back again. Welcome back.
Thank
And
you.
you did a
Thank you.
fantastic job.
Pavel, $5.
Thank you.
Never underestimate Never underestimate Archie's ability to self-sabotage.
Thank you. I love the dungeon. I loved it. I want to do more of those night shows because it correlates with people overseas for their morning. So I'm doing a morning. I'm getting a great time slot. So I think I might start doing that more. 9 o'clock West Coast time.
Sign him up, Arch. Sign him up.
So
Yeah, you
9
got somebody to
o'clock,
do a deal,
9 o'clock West Coast time would be 11 o'clock Central. That's a perfect time slot. You see what I mean, Archie?
I got to tell you something. You know, Rolex, that photo you sent me, when you have a gut like that, that sort of person should always wear a shirt. That's what I've done in the past.
That's
you know
true.
what I mean?
That sort of person should not be seen in public.
It's just like you have some people should not wear tight jeans. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
They give you a good laugh, Arch. That's why I keep them around, you know? That guy, Jesus, right? Good Lord.
Yes.
That's probably easy, about 50,
Here
60
you go.
pounds,
Now,
right?
here we finally are going to get some sound fucking advice.
Angelic Slayer, infatuation with the puppy, phone calls, sharing noodles, it's over.
Yeah, I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about
Journe's
Neo.
Puppy landed in Brazil. Neo, $2. As your pontiff, I command you.
No, Neo's on the panel.
Oh, Neo. Hello, Neo.
Hi, Archie. How's it going?
What the fuck's going on? What do I do? Help me. What do I
Okay.
do? What do I do?
Let me help you. Let me help you, Archie. Here's what happened.
Hey, Neo.
Hey, guys.
Big fan.
Hey,
Big fan. Big fan. Big fan.
I'm a bigger fan of you. Bigger fan of you. So, Archie, here's what happens. You have built a community. We all like coming here.
Yes.
We even like you. We do. We even like you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I think you're kind of sick of the Archieverse. This is like no longer joyous for you. This is kind of a job. Yeah, the money is great whenever it comes in. Can you show up for a couple of hours and get whatever money? Sure, or why not? You've got nothing else to do. But
sure.
You
I've
owe
got
it
no
to
career
us.
prospects.
You owe it to us, who have
Yes.
supported you over these years and who love the Archieverse, to keep the
Yes.
Archieverse going for as long as you can. If that means you got to piss off Jake the Yuppie who bought you some wontons, you got to piss off Jake the Yuppie. If that means you got to piss someone else off, you got to piss someone else off. But you have to hold the Archieverse together because we've given you shitload of money over the years, man. Like, we've given you thousands upon tens of thousands upon hundreds of thousands of dollars. And all we ask of our pontiff, of our cult leader, chief con man of the watch community, just keep this motherfucker going. Keep this shit going on.
Sure.
Yes.
You're no longer interested in keeping it going on. And that's what's
I'm
frustrating
very.
us.
Sirocco sales $5. The unappreciation for your worker bees is overwhelming.
You know, Neo's right, Archie. These little channels that you have running around here, they're going to fall off at some point. They can't keep up what they're doing. What's going to be left standing? The Archieverse. So you got to, you know?
Mental Jock 18 AED. Saturday will be fun, boys. Angelic, don't quit on me, bud.
Yeah, look at that. Mental Jock showed up and he sat in his chair actively participating, guiding, directing for 14 fucking hours. When's the last time you put in 14 solid hard hours on your own channel? I mean,
I put in 14 hours a week, my friend.
you sit on that chair for 14 hours a week.
I was going to say, what?
Okay, I put in 14 hours a fortnight. I put in 14 hours a fortnight.
But you know 100%
I think I put in-
what I'm saying. You're a smart guy. You are like you play dumb, but you're really smart. You know exactly what's going on. Just keep this thing you have to keep the Archieverse together because we like coming here. I'm sorry, but that's kind of your job now. You have to keep us happy. And
Nobody plays stupid. Nobody plays stupid like Archie.
It's almost like it comes naturally.
It's unbelievable.
Archie is
Nobody plays stupid like Archie. He gets everybody riled up and talking about him for hours on end, and he could give two fucking shits.
Hey, Arch, envy always wears off, but complacency lasts forever. Remember that.
Thank you.
So here's what you got to do. You got to man up, and you got to tell Jake the Yuppie to either fuck off entirely or come and play by the rules. You got to tell Plastic, hey, dude, Stop fucking with my business, because all plastic really cares about is to see you go down so he can just laugh. Because that's the type of guy plastic is. I mean, he's funny, he's entertaining, but he doesn't give a fuck about you. And actually, it would give him pride to destroy you, because that would be probably the only thing he ever accomplishes in his life. And he would just laugh and laugh and laugh to see you go down.
Let's see. Do I have to? I gotta have lunch with him because Nelson Oliveira paid for that part.
You can have lunch with whoever you want. Just don't put him on your channel.
Archie, you've had 3 or 4 or 5 of your biggest supporters quit or threaten to quit because of the turmoil that this newcomer Jake, who I've never even seen or met or talked to. Okay, and
Sure.
you talk about it's just all about the money, right? Who cares? Who gives a shit who's who? But it's looking to me like you need to fucking tell Jake to kick rocks and keep who the fuck you got, because you're finally gaining some stability back, and you're finally getting your mojo back, and then you don't want to just fucking throw a wrench in the works, and that's what what's his name?
But I don't,
is
Mike.
right now.
I don't get this. What the fuck did Archie do besides nothing? I mean, he's not causing all of this. These guys are causing. It's like when you and Jimmy had your fucking beef. Did Archie cause that? No.
But
that was your envy and your insecurities made you do that. So I think that a lot of this stuff is self-created.
I didn't turn around and
what?
Make any accusations or ultimatums?
Sure you did. You called the guy
Archie
a fucking drunken fucking hillbilly. And he wasn't funny.
Jimmy,
his wife was funny looking.
I didn't say his wife was funny looking.
Mike, I got the clip.
Oh, fuck you then, man. You got a clip for everything. So you're all set up. Curly,
That's what I do, Mike. That's what I do.
Fuck you, Curly.
Hey, Mike, yesterday, weren't you denying calling him a hillbilly and a drunk? And then I played the clip, and then you guys worked it out. That's how you do it. You got to do it in the open, Mike. See?
That's fine. That's fine.
See now, look, I'm a guy who bought a fucking vase that I thought was going to be red and it's blue to support you, and you turn on me. But then the guys that troll you, you don't do nothing.
I'm not turning on you.
Sure, yeah. You just told me to go fuck myself. You want me to play the clip, or are you going to deny that too?
I don't think I said fuck yourself.
Jesus, Mr. Zoso.
That's fucking great.
See?
Fuck you, Curly. You had the clips.
Fuck you, Curly.
Come on now.
You and your fucking clips. Archie, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
Okay, we're going to fire Jake.
You kicking him or what?
Yeah, get rid
He's
of
gone to
Alright,
the
thank
curb. He's gone to the curb. That's
There
it.
you
Listen,
go.
here's what I say. How about we have Jake the puppy or whatever his name is on the Rolex show, and I do a one-on-one interview with him and see if I could salvage this relationship.
That sounds amazing.
Let's bring him down. Let's bring him down to the G League, and we'll let him run a few plays, and then we'll get him back up and running again. How does that sound?
First kick him to the curb.
You know what
Rolex,
is it possible you could get Diego to interview the puppy?
Diego hates me. All right, there's no way that's gonna happen. Yeah, Diego hates me. It's not happening.
I know his weak spot, though. I know what conversation that'll bring him onto the channel.
1972 fucking British racing green Corvette?
No. 1972 moon landing discussion.
Oh,
yeah, you did. Yeah, that's right.
That is true.
I don't know, Arch. It's just having watched the meat of your main supporters jump ship within 5 minutes. It just seems as an kind of an outsider, it seems like an easy equation, an easy answer to this one, at least with what they're saying, and that is Jake's gone and maintain what you fucking still have. Bird in hand, remember that? Bird in hand is better than two in the bush. Jake,
well, he
right
did.
now,
they got out of Burning Man,
he just
actually.
did.
Yeah, he just told Jake to fuck off. Jake is gone.
That's it. Done.
Okay, there you go. Now I think you're not going to have as much of a problem with Bear, and you're probably not going to have as much of a problem with hopefully Angelic coming back.
All right, wait a minute. Okay, so now tonight when you have the morning show, morning to me, your night show, and it's just Lux and nobody's willing to come on, and Jake the puppy jumps on the panel, what are you going to tell him?
Tell you what I tell him. I say, thank you for coming on. I'm fucking sinking. I just pray to God. None of you. Just pray to God. None of the other fuckers are watching at the same time.
Yeah. See. So I mean, what's the use of all of this stuff? You know what? Invite who you want. Whoever has the motivation to come on the panel, either show, whatever, the dungeon, the fucking morning show, whatever. If they come on, they're a panelist, and they're worth just as much as anybody else to you, right?
Yes.
So the puppy is worth the same as Angelic. That's what I'm understanding. If Angelic doesn't come on one night, but the puppy does, the puppy's value is the same as Angelic's, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't know. That sounds like you're throwing a puppy wrench into the whole works.
Well, no, I'm just facing. I'm facing Archie's reality. This is how Archie's mind works. You see, I saw another guy that has much more time under his belt than me go through this same exact process. His name is Bear Clooney Watches, so that's why I know what questions to ask old Archie here. See, so no matter what you do, whether it's Neil that comes on to give good sound advice, Mr. Zolso, Angelic.
Brent is a new member. Thank you, Brent, for joining.
So no matter who, whatever it is, the decision's always fucking up to Archie, and it's always going to be opposite of what we think makes sense.
I tell you what, I'm going to
do. The only way.
I'm going to always make the right
decision. Yeah, there you go.
The only way to guarantee that
24 sugar-coated tablets, exactly what a borderline diabetic
generic.
needs.
These are Aldi brand. These are generic brand paracetamol.
Hey, Arch, remember when you did that stream with Paul Thorpe and Roman and that other asshole who jerks people off for a living? I think he's going to prison now, Anthony.
Yes.
And they all were, treating you like not too well. And you showed your Mille Gauss.
Yes.
Yeah. And they kind of like, I don't know, they kind of mocked you a little bit.
Yeah, big deal.
That was one of the proudest moments I can remember. I want you to know that I was very proud of you. In that instance, you showed a tremendous amount of class that those gentlemen really, they owe you an apology for the way they treated you, every one of them. And I'm glad that, you are who you are. And even though it's part of your persona to piss people off on a daily basis, your true colors always shine out.
Oh,
you're a good person, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right? I want you to know that. You're welcome.
Patek Philippe, $5. Arch, I don't believe you've sacked the puppy. Full screen. I need you to do a 30-second rap on how you've sacked the puppy and how much you want Danny back. Hey, this is Arch. I'm on the stream, and I'm letting you know Jake the puppy is out of the door. Man. We want Angelic, and we want certified Danny. There we go. That's it. Done.
Thank you.
Arch, ban puppy, take wrench, make it official. Thank you. Sure, we can do that. Why not? Why would I not do that? Tell me why I would not do that.
So
obviously it's just for today's show, right? I mean, like I said, if tonight it's only you and Lux and you're choking and all of a sudden you get the desperate feeling and Jake the puppy happens to pop on, what are you going to do?
Depends how desperate I am, Curly.
Exactly.
Remember, this is a test.
I'm just.
You're gonna ask for somebody else to help you. Just send out the fucking bat signal, and somebody will come and help you. That's all. You have great punters, right?
Or maybe you
Someone
stand
will
on your
come and
own
help.
for a little bit, because I think you do a good job of that.
I have one request, and you don't have to honor it, but I am going to request it anyway.
You can request anything you like.
Enough with the shit sandwiches for Bear. He asks you to do something, just do it. I mean, you know, he'll do the same for you, and that's the way you got to look at it. So he's eating tremendous amount of shit sandwiches. If you have to eat one every now and then, eat the fucking shit sandwich and move on in life.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
You know, this is all going to change come Monday after Plastic eats his brisket, drinks his beer, and has his dessert. That's what's so charming about this whole Archieverse thing.
Hey, Archie, can I ask you a favor?
You can ask me anything you want, sir.
Thank you.
For you?
Can you call up Timok and tell them I want to go back, but I just don't want to eat any of their luncheon meat to go back? I want to go back for free.
Why would you go back over there?
Well,
we want to keep you. We want to keep you here.
You got one of the nicest guys in the world over here, right? Lolex. He's a sweetheart. He's the nicest guy. How the fuck did they make an enemy out of him?
Archie finally sees the fucking light. There we go.
The candlelight. The candlelight.
They don't actually talk to me anymore, so I don't have any communication with the other side. Yeah.
Lucky you.
Archie,
But I can sense
tonight on the evening show. I think
Yes,
you need
sir.
to stand there with Lux alone, the two of you, and be a man. Stand there like two men and run the show, even if it's a fucking train wreck, to keep your fucking main.
Mike the Snake is asking you to be a man, Arch.
Well, just I mean, as opposed to letting. And I don't know Jake. I don't hate him. I got nothing against him. This is like a business decision.
I don't think I've ever heard the guy talk.
I think Jake is Jake might be like, hey, Jake drinks a lot, Mike. He likes drinking scotch.
No, I'm not talking about Jimmy.
No, I'm talking about Jake. He likes to drink scotch. That's why he gets his balls. He has like 3 or 4 glasses of Redbreast, and then he goes at it with Narc. He goes at it with Angelic. It's actually kind of entertaining, to be honest.
Okay, that's fine. But over here, he's had 3 or 4 or I don't know more of his main contributors jump ship because of Jake, and it just seems like a business decision.
What main who are these main contributors you're talking about? Like who?
Well, Tan's threatened to
Tan just super
step
chatted.
out until somebody's made a decision.
Tan just super chatted.
Whoa!
I don't want I don't want to insult anybody. I gotta go. And
hey, thank you so much, Mr. Zoso. We love you.
See you, Mr. Z.
Thank you, sir.
We love you. We love you.
Take care, guys. Thanks, Curly. Have a good night, Neo, Doc, Mike. Thank you,
Mr.
fellas.
Z,
Have a good
you are
night.
awesome.
Take it easy, Mr. Z.
Our
Thank
friend
you, Mr. Z.
Mental Jock has a super
Thank
chat
you,
for
guys.
you, Arch.
Mental Jock, thank you so much. There's Mental Jock, 18 AED for Neo, sending the facts straight to Archie. Fucking legend. Thank you, Mental Jock. I hope we
Thank you,
have
Mental Jock.
pleased everyone in the Archieverse. No problem.
Archie, I'm going to
Yes,
step
sir.
out. You know I love you, man. And
That's okay, man.
My only
Perfectly.
thoughts are for you and your best interest. So
Hey.
everybody in the chat is just saying I'm speaking out of place and whatever. So
You
apparently,
still
what I
haven't
say
turned the
doesn't
chat
matter.
off, Mike? Why don't you turn the chat off?
We got Dan Radke, $2. Evening, gents. Thank you.
I might
so
come back
much.
later. I'll see you guys in a while, maybe.
No worries.
So, Neil, we've made some great headway here. What have we accomplished so far?
Oh, shit, zero. Shit,
Okay.
zero.
Well, I just wanted to make sure that me and you were on the same page.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Well, you know, I mean,
What's the next topic, Arch? What's the next topic? We got one?
Hey, I want to get a road trip. I want to go. You know what? I want to give something back to the community.
Ooh, I like this. Where's this going? Where's the road trip going to be?
Okay, I got 2 trips. Let's have a talk about this, right?
Fuck, 2 trips.
I got 2 trips. Okay, here we go. Patek Philippe, $5. Arch, your thoughts on Powey's description of Curly being a deep dish motherfucker.
No, Powey actually called me an infiltrator and a virus to the Archieverse, and I should go back to Timok where I came from. That's what Powey said. That's what would make Powey happy. What do you think about that, Arch?
Ooh, that's very nasty.
Infiltrator. That's a fucking strong word.
Very strong words there. Archie, your thoughts on Powey's description of Curly being a deep... Look, Curly's a loose cannon, but Curly's got a good heart. Deep down there, Curly has got a good heart.
Aww.
He just wants to have some fun, and he does. The secret with Curly is, okay, let me tell you the secret to keeping Curly is you can't possess Curly. Curly is not someone who you can put in a cage. He's like this bird. You've just got to give him the freedom.
Arch, can I time Powey out? You mind?
You can do whatever.
I'm just going to time him out. Yeah. Okay, that makes me feel better. Go ahead.
I think it's pretty obvious, though, that it was a major loss on the part of Timok to lose Curly to the Archieverse. That was just stupid.
Well, that's OC's fault.
I think Archie is 100% wrong about Curly. Curly is tied to the Archieverse. He can't go away because he loves us and we love him. And he's not a loose cannon. Everything he does is to support the Archieverse.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Curly is you've just got to give him his poetic freedoms. Okay, you can't muzzle or control.
I'm a poet now.
Poetic freedoms is right.
Yeah, poetic freedoms, because he always does what's best.
Nobody butters my cheeks better than you, Arch.
Thank you.
I'll drop somebody wants G Godwin wants a link for somebody. I don't know who that would be, but wait, Neil, wouldn't this be a good time for the Narc to make an appearance? You think he's on tilt on his poker? Seems like Narc only has time for us when he's on tilt, when he's playing video poker, Arch.
Narc is like the hardest person to love. I made like 50 narcolations, odes to the Narc.
I saw,
and he doesn't like. Or what the hell is he? Come on.
You know what's funny is I've only seen 3 people really trigger the Narc. You, it's Trooper, and fucking Jake the Guppy. Oh, hey, wait a minute. Here's the top tier advisor, original OG.
I tell you something, Curly. I agree with you on Archie. You don't lose cannon, and you can't fucking muzzle you. But I am a fucking loose cannon. And you can't muzzle me, motherfucker.
Thank you for your contribution, Powey.
We got Patek Philippe's got a comment. Jimmy C and friends, hop on Archie for the 15 minutes till your show, and I got you a $50 on you on yours. Look at that. That's so cool.
Whoa. We got somebody better get a hold of Jimmy C, because we got what do you call JJ's running a show after you are, isn't he?
Correct, sir. That's where the link is going.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Hey,
we got Jimmy C. Tenzio's confusing me. He yelled at me that this isn't main show. What's up, Jimmy?
Jimmy, how do you get that background? I want that background when I come on.
I stole it on the internet, off the internet.
It's like Rowan Martin laughing.
Dude. I just really Googled freaking lava lamp GIF and then screen recorded it because I wasn't going to pay for it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So if you know how to make it, do the recording and whatnot, it's easy enough to do.
Yeah, it is a lava lamp. I was thinking it was like, remember, like, well, you may remember, they used to have the projector and they would put like a little bit of oil on the. And it would have like these crazy psychedelic things. That was cool effects.
Yeah, exactly. And no, I don't have a Danish. I'm actually starving, but that's all right. Oh, damn. Chat lights up for Jimmy C. Yay, woo. Good
Jimmy,
to see y'all. But I had to come over. He threw 50, I'm like the carrot in front of a horse. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he wanted to pay you right away because he's hoping that you went to the liquor store because the consensus is you're more fun when you're drunk.
Well, that is pretty much.
I mean, if it wasn't for Doris and Mike the Snake saving the show yesterday, would have been a disaster. We need the drunk Jimmy C.
Oh no, we'd have been fine. We'd have got a.
Here we go. Patel.
But my wife can steal the show anywhere she goes.
Patel Philippe,
Absolutely.
$5. $5. And we just got Toyota Mo medium legend. Jimmy C. So Jake the puppy has blown up Archie's channel and he's flip-flopping on banning him. Would you shift ban an avocado toast lover?
What? Like ban me? Come on, man. No.
No. He's talking about Jake the Guppy is like an Australian Bernie Sanders supporter.
Okay.
And
when were we going to have another show for Jimmy? When was another show?
He wants to bring wokeness and political correctness to the Archieverse. Well, if you had a guy that tried to bring wokeness and political correctness and try to bring in like corporate rules and ethics to your stream, what would you do?
I'd throw him out.
I mean, like right away, right?
Well, it has no place in my stream. You know what I mean? Because we ain't like that.
Jimmy,
man.
are you trying to do a dungeon stream tonight?
No. I got to do my own thing. I got to do my own thing tonight, man. Freaking, I've been doing Thursday nights for like 4 years, man.
No, that's okay because we got to send our link to somebody else tonight anyhow. So that's fantastic.
I'm gonna host JJ's the show tonight because I thought there wasn't going to be any dungeon or anything on.
No, that's correct. That's fine.
I'm down for that instead. To be honest with you guys. So, yeah.
Well, I can't assist Jimmy tonight or tomorrow because I am going to do some harbor fishing and I'm making sandwiches for my boys.
No,
so
that's okay. Look, Curly, you just organize it with Jimmy C when you're ready to do another show with Jimmy.
Yeah, I think Saturday after show would work. I don't know I think Mental Jock is planning on being free Saturday. I could be free Saturday night, but not tonight, not tomorrow night.
Is that yeah? We'll see what.
But Saturday night works for me. So.
I don't know what. Yeah, Saturday will work. That'll work for me. Freaking. Can I adjust some of the chat here? There's like all kinds of shit going on in here about me. Freaking, where did oh yeah, Jimmy, buy another Elijah Craig booze. I don't have any booze right now, but the wife should be at the package store now, and I'll leave it up to her. She's a pretty good judge. Hopefully she'll come back with some Four Roses or something, pretty good. I'm sure it'll at least be like Elijah Craig or Larceny or, freaking. It's not bottom shelf whiskey, but it ain't top shelf neither. But,
all right, wait. Now we got to read this super chat is.
I see.
Remember what Doris told you yesterday
from Patel, from Canada, $5 super chat. Jimmy C, thank you for being my proxy troll. Curly, he genuinely believed that I wanted to conduct watch talk for 10 hours straight, and I don't like mayhem. All right, well, And you want me to do Angelica's also?
No, this one's for the boss man here.
All right.
Here we go. We got a super chat. Angelic, $8. Powie is as silent as the river, as loud as the stream, as wise as the woodland, as beautiful as the sea. Forever, Powie. There we go. Bit of poetry there. We'll
delusional fantasist artist. Boy, you got to love delusional fantasist artist.
Hey, David H. asked where my wife's from, and I know he knows the neighborhood, so I'm just going to tell you where she grew up. She grew up on Adams Street, all right? And you'll know a little bit about her if you know that neighborhood. Reads words better than Curly. Well, yeah, I did. I got a third grade education, man. Come on.
Toyota, what are you running for a topic in the lounge?
Well, I'm gonna talk about Jake the puppy now. I mean, you guys, I had absolutely nothing, right? So I'm gonna talk about Jake the puppy, about Archie.
Do you need some help with clips? I mean, you know the funny
hell
thing
yeah,
is,
of course.
there's a little bit of a delusional rewriting, revisionist history about Jake's performance with the narc, Jake's performance with the jock, Jake's performance with the Slayer. I mean,
thank you.
I think he did fairly well.
Look, all I gotta say is, if anybody thinks anything is changing, they're out of their minds. I mean, the moment Jake the puppy hops on the stream tonight, Archie's gonna click on that stream and let him on the channel.
Hey, Jake!
Hey, Jake! You know you're fired, bud, right? I love you, Archie.
I'll be right back.
All right, Jimmy.
I just think of like I don't know how you guys messed this up, but
Thank you, Mookie.
Jake was supposed
Hell
to be
yeah,
our
thanks, man.
gimp, and now we don't have a gimp again. We had a gimp for a few days, and now we don't have a gimp again.
Do you say no? But look at here's what's the best. Look at this. Look at this. Go ahead, read that, Arch.
Mookie, I'll release Jake versus Angelic on JJ tonight for you, Toyota Mo.
Thanks, Mookie. Appreciate you, bud.
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Well, anyways, I'm gonna finish making my subs, and then I need some time so I could jump on and assist Toyota Mo tonight if I got some time for sure.
Thank you, Curly. Appreciate you guys. All right, I'll catch up with you guys later. See you guys.
No worries,
boys.
Hey,
Hey,
nothing
Jimmy
to
C.
do with
Hey,
anything that
Mike.
we did here. Nothing
on,
about
just
anything.
say
about
hi
Mike.
to you.
Hey, Arch! I knew Mike would be back.
Oh, I didn't say I wasn't going away completely. I just said I was stepping out for a little while.
Mike, I heard you got a race suit. You got a race suit, but why didn't you put it on?
Because, man, it's a bitch to put on. It's a heavy, thick, it's a cheap, heavy duty. I mean, the more you spend on a race suit, the thinner and easier they get
You
to
got
put
a
on.
helmet? Wait, the chat says you got a helmet too?
Yeah, I got a racing helmet.
Mike, how could you not put the suit and helmet on for a couple minutes?
Well, he's got to take his headphones off. It's not quite
Just
that
a couple
easy.
minutes.
That, and I got my Hans device clips for
Look at that.
racing cars.
All right, Mike, how much of a super chat do we need for you to get full race gear on?
Man, I don't know.
Mike, this is what it's all about. This is what being Archie's wingman is all about.
I look like a tick in that thing, man.
That's okay. It's a super chat amount, Mikey. What is it? Put the dollar amount on it.
I put my helmet on.
No, race suit too. Okay, wait. One super chat for the helmet, another super chat for the suit. What's the dollar amount?
Here I am, the dancing monkey again.
Holy fuck! I mean, nobody wants to fucking do anything.
Apparently not. I've
Mike,
voiced my concerns.
I took all the risks so you could be excited yesterday. You were able to do something you haven't been able to do for 3 years. You can't even put a fucking helmet and a suit on for a super chat?
Well, it's a little more involved.
You got to show off your whole arsenal for free yesterday.
Hey, I got my arsenal for the night.
Look at that.
Oh,
there you go.
Uh-huh.
All right, Mike, I'll leave it up to you. You don't want it. You think you're a performing monkey instead of a vital part of the
How long
Archieverse.
would that last, Jimmy C? How long would that last?
I might get a couple weeks out of it, 3 weeks, month. You
3
never know.
weeks.
Depends.
Okay.
You know.
That's
So
Depends
you're
on
not
how
the alcoholic
things go.
I thought you were, Jimmy, or maybe I should say that Mike thought you was.
No, I'm not a complete freaking drunk, dude. I only
See, Mike?
drink on days that end in Y. Yeah.
Right on.
But anyways, I gotta bail. Freaking thanks for having me
Hey,
up. We'll catch
Jimmy
you guys
C.
later.
Jimmy C.
Yeah,
My wingman is Curly. You just talk to Curly, and Curly and you can organize a show, and I'm happy to fix you up for money.
Alrighty, man. We'll fix something up for Saturday sometime.
Curly, you just liaise with Jimmy C.
I know
Yeah,
I got what's his Mookie on the Instagram. If you don't have me on the Instagram, he can
Yeah,
click
I
me
sent you an
away.
email, but I never got
I'll
a reply.
communicate
I
with
sent you
Jimmy
an
like
email,
you're really
Jimmy.
gonna ban the guppy.
I read the email. I just didn't know what to reply, and I was like, I'll just show up and figure it out from there.
Okay, no worries, Jimmy.
It's like
And
two
we got
Archies.
the
I'm not
sales
really-
relief, $5. Jimmy C, give us a big swig and tell us when you can schedule the wrestling stream with Doris and Mike the Snake. That's the wrestling stream.
I'll do a stream with her because I don't have anything against it. And
Right, if you want-
it's not going to be like I hate WWE against a total
No,
lover of it.
I'm too old and broken to be wrestling. If you want to talk wrestling, just go over to Doris' channel anytime you want.
No,
Cheers.
No, I want to vow.
What?
I want to vow that if I am on your channel and you're doing this little thingy, that I get to talk wrestling all I want, especially if all these people come without you telling me
They
to shut
wanted
up.
wrestling.
Unless
They're
you-
trying
without you
to get
telling
me to
shut up.
wrestle someone physically.
Without you telling me to shut
I'm
up.
not wrestling.
See, Archie, this is
I
what
don't
a
want
happily
to
married
I'm not
couple looks
wrestling.
like.
Talk wrestling
I'm not
without
wrestling.
being hushed.
Yes, you can talk wrestling.
Oh, you all heard
stole
that.
the
It
show
was
the other night.
recorded. It was recorded.
You stole the show. Come on.
Doris, I have a question for you, Doris.
She just bailed.
Oh, can you get her back?
But she's been clipped, so
You can catch it tonight.
No, I don't clip Doris.
On the Jimmy C show.
All right.
Please.
Well, let me ask you this question, Jimmy. Maybe you know the answer.
Oh, come on. I'm trying to exit out. All right. What up?
If your wife could replace you with any wrestler, who would it be?
Oh, it'd be what's his name? Bret Hart.
Oh, Bret Hart.
Yeah, Bret Hart and Heartbeat. Maybe freaking yeah. There's a couple, but it's based Bret Hart's the number one.
Tag team
Without a-
champion.
You should have seen it. You
The
should
Hart
have seen her
Foundation,
drooling.
right?
We went out to one of the meet and greet things. She was drooling over him the whole freaking time. It was really
Nice.
pathetic, but yeah. It was fun.
Look at this, Arch. Look at this, Arch.
But seriously, I gotta go because it's time to start my show.
Royal Rumble
Peace.
Jimmy
See you,
C
Jimmy.
edition coming soon. Thank you.
Oh,
Okay,
man.
Jimmy, thank you for coming on, man. We love you.
Can you imagine another Royal Rumble Part 2?
Hey, Curly, you know the key. Let me tell you the key component of Jimmy C's success on the dungeon. You know what the key component is? Curly?
Doris and a bottle of booze.
No, it's you, because they don't talk to me. You seem to be the interface that talks to them. Okay.
I've never talked to him in my life. Mookie talks to him.
You had it all arranged and it worked very.
I didn't have
very
any.
well.
Arch, I do what you do. I do everything by happenstance. It just happens organically. I never even talked to him ever. He just showed up.
Yep, I understand. I completely understand, Jimmy. Curly,
I mean, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for Mike the Snake, I probably would have blown the whole thing up yesterday. But Mike saved it.
Okay. That's okay.
I mean, you got Mike the Snake to thank for saving yesterday's show. Jimmy
Mike the
C
Snake-
without alcohol does not work.
You reckon?
Oh, I know so.
See.
We got to keep
Hey.
him on a constant liquor high for sure.
Mm.
Doris and Mikey saved the show. I mean, hey, Mike, you were excited yesterday, right? I've never seen you move so fast. I've never seen you contribute so much. You made me proud, Mikey. I was proud to be part of the Archieverse with you
Oh, I
yesterday.
got to do something I've been wanting to do here for a long time. So I mean, packing 60 pounds of stuff up and down the hallway, just pulling
was
all
amazing.
out. I thought it was cool. I like to show my
He was
stuff
moving
off.
like a gazelle, Archie. He was moving around the house like a gazelle. I mean, only if Saad was around. That's the only thing that would have made it better.
Yeah, Saad and I, we are like the odd couple,
Well, Archie, look, it seems like you got everything ironed out, man. Jake the puppy situation, Bear, Tanzil, song remains the same. Good for you.
What more do we need then?
Nothing. Fuck nothing. Maybe a few $100 in super chats would help, right?
Correct.
That's about it. That's all we need. I mean,
Start super chatting now.
Mike,
I'll
how are they
pack
going to super
myself
chat
into
if you're
that-
not willing to put a helmet and a fucking
I
fire
just
suit
said,
on?
start super chatting now and give me a couple minutes and I'll pack myself into that fucking race suit and put my helmet
Look
on.
at that.
Okay?
Look at that. Mikey
we need
doesn't get
$100. We need
Archie,
$100
Mikey.
before Mike does that.
Mike will never give you an ultimatum. There's a lot to be said for that.
He's a great guy. Mike is a great guy. I
Great
love
guy.
Mike.
Mike has a great
Yep.
heart.
He went crazy. Arch, he went crazy yesterday. He went
Ah,
crazy
that's-
yesterday. He pulled out his arsenal. He was going to make a pipe bomb on his lathe. He was nuts. He was on fire.
Mr. Zoso, member for 24 months, peace in the Archieverse for 2 hours. No worries. We're getting into the last half hour of the show. We're getting into the last half hour. I want to ask Neo. Neo, how you been, man?
I'm okay. I have a bunch of people visiting me this weekend, so I won't be around
Wow.
this weekend and next
From the
weekend.
Archieverse?
No, like friends and family that are in town. So there's a crew coming in tonight. I'm actually gonna go to the airport in about 3 hours to pick
Which
them up.
state are you in? Which state are you in?
I'm in the Midwest.
Okay, that's okay. Just quickly, I'll grab this Zeppi, $5. Zeppi, $5. Let's go, Mikey. Full suit with helmet. Don't disappoint the punters. Now, come on, bro. That's $5. We got Sirocco sales. Suit up, Mikey, $2. And Pavel, well, Pavel, that's pretty good, actually. $10. I'm cheap. Suit, race suit.
Pavel, always a great contributor. He doesn't upvote, but he always puts his money where his mouth is.
Neo, how's the watch collection going? Tell me this. What's happening with the watches?
They're staying the same. I honestly don't know what my next watch would be. I don't really have a pent up demand to go get a watch.
How many watches do you have?
Nice watches. Well, okay, I'll tell you my watches. I don't think I've ever told anyone all my watches.
Yep.
I have a 39mm Explorer 1.
Yes.
I have a Batman, the first generation.
Yes.
And I have that OP. So those are my Rolex.
What more do you want? What more do you want?
Yeah, they're great.
Archie, I don't think you get it. Do you know that you're the only channel, and I've looked, believe me, I've looked. You're the only channel that had a live unboxing of a Celebration dial OP. Now, you may think that it's just an OP, but it is the most desirable OP in decades, Archie.
Yes.
Decades.
No. You're 100%. That's super.
The only one that could even come close to that is if somebody unboxes a puzzle OP, the puzzle one.
Yep.
Yeah, that would be nice.
I don't think you know that. I don't think you know the.
No, I completely get it, man. Ross Rachel Brady, $5. Sending my love and support to the Archieverse. Love you all. Thank you so much,
Ross was great on the dungeon last night. He introduced Kimberly to Jimmy C and family. They happened to just not even pay attention to it. It was beautiful.
Yeah, and I made that members only. That's what you said, or private?
Yeah, members only. Members only.
Members only.
Yeah, members. It's fine for members only. Did you make all the rest of them, or just the one?
Yes. No, all of them. You said.
Yeah. Give the members up. Well, what do you call? Bought a bunch of memberships, Jock.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Give a little value to the members.
You give them some value. No, that's excellent. Who have we got here? Neo. What other watches do you have there? Tell me what's the main the luxury watches? So you got 3 Rolex.
I have
Beautiful.
3 Rolex. I've got 2 Tudor. I have the Tudor GMT, which even as an owner of the Batman, I'm letting you know it's a great watch. I love that watch. Aluminum bezel, goes back to the old days. Yeah, it's a little thick. Who cares? I don't. I have Pelagos LHD. That's
left hand.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite all-time watches. I'm not embarrassed to admit that.
No.
I've learned that I'm a. I don't know, but I didn't think I would love it as much as I do. I'll say that.
I really want to get that Black Bay Burgundy again. I fucking miss it. I want to get one again.
Get it.
Okay. Tiktology, $20. Mike the Snake in the racing suit.
And helmet. And helmet.
And we've got Mr. Zoso, $10. When I get the puzzle day, I will unbox it here. Thank you, Mr. Zoso.
I didn't know that. So the puzzle is not an OP; it's a day.
Yeah, it's a day.
Yeah, it's a day.
Okay. So
the best thing about it, Curly, the best thing about the puzzle is the date is different emojis. So and the day is different words. So I may say like love, and then it'll have like maybe an apple as the
Oh,
emoji because
wow.
it's that. It's really cool. I think it's just so awesome.
It's
So it
very
doesn't
cool.
actually tell you the day or the date, just the time. It's so great.
It might be interesting if you made a short clip of the unboxing of, say, that Oyster Perpetual. It might bring punters to the channel.
It could indeed.
Yeah,
I gotta tell you, any Omegas?
I played
Neo.
that clip a few times. That would be easy to make a short out of. You mean a short for the channel?
Yeah,
Yes, yes,
a short for the
Yeah,
channel for people who are interested in that particular watch. If they go on YouTube and they put that
I
in,
showed that clip on the last like 3 dungeons ago. I played it. I played that clip. Lux could easily pull it out of there and make a
Okay.
clip.
No worries. Any
All right,
Amigas?
guys.
Yeah, I
Oh,
have.
yes, sir.
I have a gray side of the moon.
Yes.
I have.
Hey, Mikey, what are you saying there, Mikey?
I didn't mean to interrupt. Continue.
Okay, keep going.
oh, you're getting dressed? Are you
Mike,
getting
just
dressed?
so you know, we got like $30 in super chats already.
I'm ready.
He's ready.
Oh, he's dressed.
Let us know, Archie. Will put you full screen, Big Mikey.
All right,
already is
give
full
me a
screen.
chance. Give me a chance to put my helmet on. I won't be able to talk to you guys, and probably be happy about that. So let me put my helmet on, and then I'll be on.
Amigas? Neo was saying Amigas.
Yeah, I just have that gray side. I have a
That's
Zenith.
a great one. Do you like this ceramic?
I do. Like.
You're not scared of hairline cracks?
No. I wear it almost every day to work. Actually. I use
Wow!
the. Wow! Holy
Ching-gao,
shit!
motherfuckers!
Damn. Let's go rob a bank, man.
Of course, he can't hear us, but
Archie, tell him to do jumping jacks. Let's see if we could get him to
Jumping
pass out.
jack.
or can he hear us?
No, we don't want to hurt the poor
That's
guy.
so cool, Mike.
That is amazing. Look at that. Look at that. That's a racing suit.
Let's see if we could get him to run through his door.
I don't want to hurt the poor guy. Very good sport. What a very good sport.
He is. He's a great guy.
What a cool guy, Mike.
What's cool is that it still fits him.
Ching-gao. Yes, it is. Yes, there we go. Fantastic. Look at that. Thank you so much, Mikey. Thank you so much, Mikey. You're such a good
Hey,
sport.
Mike, where did you just toss your helmet to?
Onto my bed.
Are the ARs and everything? Is all that stuff still on the bed?
No, they're back in their cases and back in the.
How's it feel to get suited up again, Mike? Is it bringing back memories?
Oh yeah, no, it actually feels cool to be in the suit. The problem is you don't understand like what it takes to actually get a suit on, but like one of these cheaper thick ones, and it's even harder. It's like a wetsuit basically, getting it on and off. And I mean, this thing is velcroed right up around my neck tight. I mean, it's supposed to be fireproof, right? So then you get a balaclava over your head that goes over this, to like, so every inch of you is covered. Your gloves have gauntlets that come up to here.
Yeah, I know how that feels, Mikey. I've had to wear arc flash suits and personal protection for arc flash. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, being a race car driver, man, you're basically putting yourself in a hot suit, and jumping in a 130-degree interior car.
Yeah,
for
NASCAR
hours
life. Yeah, F1 fucking NASCAR guys. That's brutal.
Oh yeah, you laugh at that. Those guys maintain heart rates over 220, 240 beats per minute for the entirety of the race.
Amazing.
And they undergo 5 to 6 G lateral Gs.
Mikey,
and
what happens if you got to take a shit in the middle of a race? What do you do?
You don't ever, but some guys do pee in their pants if they have to. They've been asked.
It's the reason why
interviewed that.
It's the reason why they have all that champagne up on the winners platforms to mask the urine smell.
Well, one guy commented if you really didn't like his team, his manager or whatever, his engineer, Sometimes he just piss in his car just to stink it up, so because his manager would have to go and clean it up.
Trooper, $5. Well played, Mikey. That's from Trooper. Look at that, Trooper.
Sugar alarm's right here. I don't think it's going off.
No, well played, Mikey. Trooper.
Thank you.
What a
just
cool
more
guy.
proof of what I've said I've done in the past, and hopefully more in the future.
Mike, is there any possible way you could tilt your camera down a little bit?
I could raise my chair.
Well, why can't you tilt your camera down? That's better.
I like my camera where it is.
Yeah, but it looks like shit because you only got like half your head in it, and it's not proportional.
I like the low profile look. Sorry.
It's not the low profile. You're getting passive aggressive, aren't you?
No, it's just I got a dirty desk, and if I lower the camera, people
like,
make
we
all
don't know
kinds
you.
of comments. Yeah, but people make all kinds of shitty comments and tell me
Hang
to
on.
clean the room and blah
Hang
blah
on,
blah.
Mikey. Pelway's harassing the most respected person in the whole Archieverse. I got to give him a coffee break. There we go. You can't harass Mr. Zoso, man.
No, Mr. Zoso is really good. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
I love.
Oh yeah, no, he's top notch.
Yeah, new attitude, Mikey. He's got a new attitude. This whole fuck. Pretty soon, he's going to be sending riders over to Archie.
No,
I think he accidentally.
I just think this is serious enough for me to at least speak my mind.
What's serious enough?
The whole Jackie thing or whatever, and
the whole who? Jackie thing. What are you talking about?
Jackie C, man. You know who he's talking
No,
about.
Oh,
man.
Jimmy.
No, not Jimmy. I actually think Jimmy's pretty cool. Now that I've met him and seen his show. And stuff.
Jake the Guppy.
Jackie, not Jackie. Jake, yeah. I mean, it just seems like a simple business equation to me. That's how I'm looking at it.
I thought you said you don't even know him.
I don't. I've never met him. I've never talked to him. I never said a word to him. But I'm just saying.
What about
if
if you end up liking him?
Even so, I'm looking at this like a business fucking decision, okay?
Business
and
decision.
if you have half of your fucking main contributing panel jump ship because of this over here, you fucking get rid of that, okay? It's just simple as that. The scale goes clunk, clunk, and I mean that's how I'm looking at it. Jake might be the nicest guy in the world. I might love him. I've never met him. I've never said a word to him, and I don't have any ill will towards him. And I hope he doesn't take anything.
You just want him gone.
He's got to go.
Is in this particular situation, yeah, in my opinion, he's got to go, and Archie needs to maintain some stability in his fucking Archieverse and keep his main supporters and not have them jumping ship due to a new influx of somebody fresh and new.
Stability in the Archieverse. I got you.
Hey Archie, if Mike could
Yes,
figure this
sir.
out, if Mike could figure this out all on his own, how come you can't?
Well, Mike actually has 20 years consulting experience, so that's maybe part of it.
Well, that's
Yeah,
in a different field.
I try and be neutral. I try and just let things sit there because I don't want to be over bossy or bearing. This is the fun.
Sometimes
of the
so,
Archieverse.
Archie
Remember,
is king.
Archie, remember when TGV started his own channel?
Yes, that's right. I
Remember
that.
how nasty you were? Like you could have
Well,
just
he asked me to
destroyed.
help him. The thing is, he asked me to help him so much. He said, "Oh, could you run this video? Do this?" And I kind of. Then he asked me to pull him. Then nothing pisses me off. Then I do some work, and then they say, "Take it down." Don't just that just really pisses me off. And
that
he's.
would piss me off.
I'll be honest with you. You burn. Look, it's just how it is. It is what it is. I'm actually. Neo, I got to tell you something. What do you think of my collection? I went up to 6 watches and then I pulled them back to 4. What do you think of that idea? What do you think, Neo?
I don't. I think me personally, I try to only have watches that I'm actually going to wear, and
Yes.
if I can't wear a watch,
You get rid
why
of
have
it.
it around? Yeah, I get rid of it.
Why have it? It's a good point, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, that's a
Yeah.
very true point. That if you can't wear it, what good is it, really? Hey.
Yeah, exactly. I like your
There's no-
collection because your collection is you're smart enough to buy watches that you actually like, no matter what anyone else says.
Yeah.
We troll you and we give you shit. You actually buy watches that you like. You don't care what anyone says. The version of the
No.
watch you get, like, okay, what's available, but that's just fine too. I mean,
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be flexible.
yeah, and your watches are usable. You can use your watches.
That's 100% right there. You're 100% right. That's the important thing. I think usability is so, and I don't like to follow fashion trends. You know, people want they want the cool ones. It's the watches that I like. And I tell you what I fell in love with when I was in Hong Kong. You know what I fell in love with? As I was leaving Hong Kong, one of the
what was it?
ladies in the lounge, she had on a beautiful, you wouldn't believe this, a root beer. Fuck me dead. That's a gorgeous watch, that.
Oh yeah.
You know, the root beer is so that is a fantastic watch.
Almost all of my clothing is black, so brown is the last color I can ever wear. But it does look really nice. It looks really
Oh, I
nice.
see. Yes. Yes.
But yeah, I mean, I could see you having like just a root beer.
Yeah, root beer is very cool. It's a very cool watch to have there. I
Yeah.
think. Look, would I get rid of the bluesy for the root beer? No, I don't think I would. I love the bluesies are coming down in price. You know, the investment potential. Who gives a fuck? They are actually they're
Arch,
coming
when's
down.
the
But
last time you owned a rose gold watch?
I've never owned a
That's what I thought.
rose gold watch. Yeah, yeah, but that doesn't mean I have to do it. But does it?
No, I'm just saying, isn't root beer rose gold?
Your rose gold and steel, yes, it is. But you know that they're a lot of
Also, it's a
money. They're a lot of
two-tone. It's a
money.
two-tone. Okay.
Yeah, well, you can get a solid gold one, and there's also a two-tone one, but they're expensive. I'll be honest with you. For me, you know what I'm really feeling the love for? I want to actually get rid of some more stuff of mine. Probably not watches. I think 4 is a nice number. I'm happy. I'm so happy with those 4. Bluesy, Explorer 2, Speedy, and a Reverso.
You know what that's
more
called, Archie? That's called middle age
contentment.
Exactly.
I think you should get the maroon Black Bay. I mean, those things are so cheap.
Man, Mike is taking
could
a
easily
stance here.
afford that.
Mike is taking a stance here with Jake the Guppy. Look at this statement he's got here.
Yeah, they are really affordable, you know.
What'd you write, Mike? Let's read this. Mike, you want to read your statement?
Sure. Date him, hate him. I'm all good with Jake. Never met him, never said a word to him. I have nothing against him at all. I'm just looking at things removed as an equation. And
Man, very
it just seems
very
as
philosophical.
it seems as easy as of an equation as 1 + 1 = 2, or in this case, minus a bunch plus 1. And it's like that's all. I'm just speaking my mind. I'm done.
Okay, so this is
Done.
MB equals a bunch over
E equals
square.
MC squared. Yeah.
Okay, I
Minus,
got the
all the
equation.
energy produced and then removed.
Arch, you're in good hands here with Doc and Mikey
you.
and Neo. I have to continue making
Neo.
sandwiches
Thank
for
you.
tonight.
Thank you, Curly. We love you.
Curly.
Hang
We'll
in
talk
there,
to you guys
man.
later. Thank you, Neo, for jumping on and making sense of all of this. Hopefully, it all works out like it's supposed to.
It always works out.
It always does, Neo.
Take it easy, Curly.
I've learned that from you, Neo.
Yes.
It'll work out.
See you guys.
See you, Curly.
Later, Curly.
Later.
Neo, I got to tell you, man, what do you think of this whole thing? They reckon the market's collapsing. I think it's actually good.
Well, here's the thing. I'm kind of a conspiracy theorist in a way. Here's what I think. Like, you give the people money, you make them feel really good because you know that the people don't know how to take care of the money, and eventually that money is going to go to the rich. And the only way it can get to the rich is if it goes through the poor first, but at the end, the rich are going to own it all. So it's got to go. It has to have waves where it goes up, where everyone thinks, "Oh, we're doing great, we're doing great, we're doing great," and then they have to start cycling it off and giving it to the people with the power.
Very interesting theory there. I think you've got some good points.
Look at
I
how
got some-
expensive things are right now. Like, why did they? We heard of supply chain issues. Okay, supply chain issues, but that was 3 years ago. Why are things still expensive? It's because they can be. People are used
Let's
to
have a
paying
look
that
at-
money. It's never going back down.
Let's have a look at this. Fern J75, $5. Pass or get it. Offered Rolex 228, 238, day date, yellow gold, 40 mil, green Roman presidential complete for 50. That's that new sexy. That's actually my favorite president. $50,000. Fuck, that's a lot of money.
If
Would
I
you
had to
get
ask,
it?
Seems like
if
a
I
good
had to
price,
ask
though.
if I had to ask another person on whether or not I should buy something for $50,000, and like I didn't know for myself that I should buy it, I would not buy it.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy doesn't know that if you should buy it, don't buy
Yeah.
it. It's not the right watch
Yeah.
for you. The watch may be
Yeah.
amazing. It could be a great price, but if you yourself don't feel like you already know that answer, why are you going to spend $50,000?
Because he's just
Yes.
asking from a money standpoint, you know.
Well, if we have a look,
Well, I guess the
on-
point is, Neo's point, I think, is that it's not a newbie watch. If you're a newbie that you have to ask sort of questions, it's probably not so bad.
Yeah, exactly.
So that watch itself on Chrono, if you look around Chrono itself, they're going, the cheapest I think is just under 60. So that seems like a reasonably good price. I've got to be.
No, it seems like a good price, man.
It seems like a good price. Look, as Neo just said, you got to. I can't tell you your circumstances. What would I do? Would I do it? Would I not do it? Look, if you're happy to put that money in, if you're looking at investment, forget it. Okay, who knows? Rolex could start producing more of that green, and all of a sudden, any investment on it is toast. But fuckers.
I think if the
I
watch
reckon
speaks to you, it's more important, right?
$50,000 is actually. I just have a look. I just had a look on Chrono. I just scoured Chrono. It's hard to find because when you type in green dial, you also get the rose gold. The cheapest one I can see on Chrono is 56,500. Okay.
Oh, so then
56.
50 seems high. If 56.5 is the lowest, you got to add at least 15% to Chrono.
Yeah, well, hard to say. 56. I think that's quite competitive. I think that's reasonable. I would say 50 is okay. I reckon 50 is okay. It's okay. I don't think it's a bargain. But should you do it? Only you can decide whether if you're in a financial position where you might need the money, don't buy it. But if you say, "Hey, I don't really need the money. I'm buying this as a treat. I love this watch." Buy it, enjoy it, love it, wear it. That's my advice.
And you
That's
could
my
probably
advice.
get rid of it for 50K, or like if in 6 months you didn't like it, you could, what's the most? Maybe you'll lose 1 or 2K.
Oh, you could probably lose 5 or 10 on that sort of shit. But
It's all iffy, and then gold is more, I don't know,
But
volatile.
it is a cool watch. It is a cool watch. Loose tooth, but $2. Mike looks handsome in that uniform. Thank you. He does look very handsome. I got to tell you something. Personally, people said to me, "Get a solid gold one, Arch." I actually love my two-tone because it's got the strip. I was never that comfortable with the solid gold Submariner. Okay, I just didn't feel. I loved it. It was a great watch, but I prefer the two. I honestly, the two-tone sub is absolutely fucking perfect.
Yeah, I mean,
and for someone like me, that's a major achievement to have that watch. That's an expensive watch, Neo. In my book, that's not a cheapie. That's an expensive watch.
It's like $15,000. It's an expensive watch. Yeah.
When I wear gold, I always feel like I have to be a little more cautious about everything I'm doing, not to damage it.
Yeah, you want to be a bit careful with it. And I got to tell you, That's a good point. Someone, Curly, was saying that when I was on that stream, all these other fuckwits were showing off their thing. To me, a steel Milgauss, that blue, I love that watch. That's actually another watch I really do miss out of the ones that were stolen. That's a watch I really miss, not because of money wise, but because it was just such a usable watch. And
Yeah.
I really love steel. I love steel. I do love steel. I got rid of the Patek because I just wasn't. I'll be honest with you. I'm not going to corporate world or doing that sort of shit anymore. I want to live in Asia. I love Asia. Well, if you're going to live in Asia, a leather strap watch isn't really that wise.
Well,
If you're
and
in a
I
hot
mean,
climate,
I don't want to make assumptions about your life when you're not on stream, but do you really
Yeah.
go places where a Patek is the ideal watch to be wearing at that moment? I mean, how
of
often?
course not. No
Yeah,
way. You know, anywhere I go, a Rolex is more than enough.
exactly.
And I'll be honest with you, the only thing is I just get scared by getting the Tudor is that I probably will stop wearing the bluesy. That's the only thing that stops me getting the Tudor.
Maybe you should know that about yourself. I mean, maybe you're like, look,
Mm.
I know a lot about watches, and I like wearing this Tudor, and fuck you, I don't
They're
need
good
a
value.
bluesy.
Those Tudors are good value.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, they're very good value. And Neo, I want to thank you for coming on, man. I really fucking enjoyed chatting to you watchers. And
I got one
I
more
really
watch. I got two more
Yes.
watches I didn't tell you about. And I
Sorry,
might as well
yes,
just
tell us.
tell you all of
Yeah,
them
yeah,
at this
please,
point.
please do.
I have a 38 millimeter Zenith tricolor.
Yeah,
Like
I
a
love that watch.
1969. Yeah, you had the
Yeah.
open heart version. Mine's just
Yeah,
like a
I had the
regular
biggest
tricolor.
size,
Yeah,
but I think the
yeah.
38 is perfect. Yeah,
And mine's is in the silverish, the white one. I like that
yeah.
one.
That's the
And
best
then
one.
I think that's that's why I bought it, because it was I thought it was the best one.
Yeah.
And then this is kind of a shitter, but I love it so much that I don't consider it to be a shitter. But I got lucky and I won the lottery for one of those MBNF Mad One watches.
Yes.
I have one of those, and you know, I really get a kick out of that one. That's if I go to parties and stuff like that, I've been wearing that watch. It's like my party
That's a
watch.
great watch.
Yeah, it makes a lot of people. Everyone comes up and wants to see it, and you spin it, and people enjoy looking at that. So
I have a question about your Zenith because I've thought about pulling the trigger on that exact same watch. How often do you think you wear it?
Okay, so I am an independent consultant, and the client I've been at for the last 2 years, I'm on about 11 projects at the moment, and all of them need to be timed and billed accordingly. So I actually use my watches, my chronographs, to time how long I'm working on different projects. So every day I'm either wearing the Zenith or the Gray Side of the Moon.
Interesting.
Yeah, and I pretty much switch like 2 weeks on one watch, 2 weeks on the other watch.
That's very cool.
Yeah, so
Okay, guys.
I do time things. Anyway,
Now,
Archie,
Neo, we've got to change over to JJ's stream.
yep,
I just
I
want to
actually
go through.
I have to go. I'm not gonna swap over. I'm sorry, Toyota more. I have a bunch I gotta go shopping. I gotta go to
No, it's
to
okay.
the airport. But
Neo, thank you so much for coming on, man. Please come on. We love some watch talk. Please come
Yeah,
on
yeah.
anytime
I
you
will.
feel
I
like
will.
it. We love it, man. I love to talk. And what I love too is I like realistic collectors, not collectors who just have. I like collectors who have amazing shit. Yeah, that's great too. But it's also good to have people who've, they got a couple pieces that they thought about, and just to talk to them. Okay, guys.
All right.
Let's go through this
I love the
listing
Archieverse.
of people to thank today. We got Danger Will Robertson. We got Corrado Galizia. Watches 63. Nelson Oliveira. Thomas Burnett. Patek Philippe. Good night, my friend. Thomas Burnett. Fella. Thomas Burnett. L.A. Methwich. Nate O. Fella. Pavel, Fella, John C, JBIDX, JVIDX, Patek Philippe, Neo, and Mookie. Toyota Mo, Dirk Diggler, Neo. We had Mike Hammer, Roland Travel Channel, Sirocco Sales, My Anus Loose, Roland Travel Channel, Neo, Roland Travel Channel, Trading Profits, Pavel. We had Sirocco Sales, Pavel, Sirocco Sales, Mental Jock, Brent. We had Patek Philippe, Angelic Slayer, Brent, Zeppi, Mental Jock, Dan Radke. Patek Philippe, Angelic Slayer, Patek Philippe, Mr. Zoso, Zeppi, Sirocco Sales, Pavel, Ross Rachel Brady, Mr. Zoso, Tiktology, Trooper, Fern J75, and Loose Tooth. Okay, guys, we're going to link up to JJ's. Have fun. And we
Don't
will
forget,
see
guys,
you
to hit the
tomorrow.
thumb up on your way out.
Thumb up, guys, on the
Don't
way
forget to
out.
upvote, or
Okay,
Little
guys.
Meech will get you. I pity the fool who doesn't upvote. Upvote, motherfuckers.
Upvote! There we go, guys. See you.